Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Competent. That's hard. Third-person POV. Greetings, Ron. Welcome to That Has Never Been and Never Will Be, the ROB says to the soul which has arrived somewhere and nowhere. Reincarnation, Ron asks. Sure, if you want. But a fair warning. You only get one wish and that's it. No change in looks or personality will be allowed and you will take what you wish for, without me really helping you out. What do you say? The ROB asks. I accept. I understand that ROBs aren't babysitters, so I should be able to take responsibility for my wishes. Good, then what would you like to wish for? I would like to become Poseidon, from Greek mythology. But I would like to phrase my wish a bit more. Smart. Sure, go ahead. I would like to become Poseidon but with my memories and thoughts. I don't want to become someone else, as that is equal to dying. And that is the most important aspect I want. I want to become competent. A competent Greek god, other than Hades. Impossible. I'm not even sure the world could withstand something like that. Is there not some rule that makes them dicks or something? The ROB asks in jest. Well, I don't know. I am not going to lie, that is a very good wish. Some might say that those are 3 wishes, but you just structured your wish a bit more. No, actually those are 3 wishes, now that I think about it. What to do? I kinda want to see the competent Greek god now that you mentioned it. But I said only 1 wish, so that would be cheating. How about an equivalent exchange? What do you have in mind? You may keep your memories, since you're right, losing your memories is like dying as you are no longer yourself. But in turn, I will take away your knowledge about the Greek pantheon and the world you are going to. You will still keep most of the meta-knowledge as it is called, but not for that world. How does that sound? I'm not sure how that is equivalent, but okay. Good. Then off you go. Poseidon POV. I open my eyes and see a giant hand grabbing me. I see a woman crying, seemingly breaking mentally, and I see my father, Kronos, who just throws me into his mouth and swallows. What a prick. Why is my father swallowing me? What the F***ck is going on? Well, now it begins, my journey in this new world which. I have absolutely no idea what world it is. All I know is that my father just swallowed me and that my mother looked like she was dying inside. That one hurt a bit. Well, I am in a world full of gods, that much I do know, because I know that I'm a god. My name is Poseidon, the god of the sea and all bodies of water, earthquakes and horses. Why horses though? This is weird. I can feel myself age as I am transported down the esophagus. Why do I age though? There are truly many questions. Like, what is this essence of competence I was gifted by the ROB? That seems strange to me. Although, now that I think about it, there was this fanfiction trope called essences or something like that. Yeah, those were cool. I remember reading those. Wow, my memory is impressive. I can remember everything. That has to be this essence. Let's see here, what are the boons of this essence? I have never heard of this one. Here we go. Essence of competence. You gain a pool of ever-flowing inspiration, which increases with time but also your accomplishments, flowing faster and faster while also growing more and more potent in its nature. This pool initially may be distributed amongst 10 subjects or modifiers per day, but within a year of doing even absolutely nothing, will double in both flow and potency. These will all mix together following your desires. These may draw from reality, or fiction, or may be entirely original, but require some level of quantification and qualification, even if you may draw from counterfactual or incomprehensible sources. What is this? Wait, I understand. So I basically have 3 pools of inspiration. These pools grant me access to competence from all across fiction or this world, or can even be made up by yours truly. That is, simply broken if I'm honest. Wait, what else? Subjects are bodies of knowledge, skill, training, and or experience, which may include but are not strictly limited to the arts, humanities and sciences, direct technological designs and spells, careers such as lawyer or secret agent, counters for opponents, or literally just asking for direct personal information on a person. These subjects will update in real time in regard to your level of investment as well as the broadness of the subject. Modifiers affect everything you are capable of doing, which may include but is not strictly limited to direct effects such as speed, efficiency, and adaptability. Methodologies such as modular design or security engineering, Aesthetics which may affect its design and offer more knowledge in certain subjects such as solarpunk, offering much in the way of sustainability for technology while also presenting as more green. Or anomalous properties such as anti-gravitation or niche entropy. Subjects and modifiers are not necessarily separate types, and everything mixes together ideally. Some subjects may modify others. Secret agent produces spy gadgets with charges put in engineering, while some modifiers may offer knowledge. Wait, this is really overpowered. Imagine me slowly improving my mind, body, soul, resistance, divinities, there is no limit. That is so cool. Oh, snap. I truly will become the most competent Poseidon or Greek god in existence. I can learn how to fight without actually training much. I can learn additional abilities from some of my favorite fiction. Oh, that is amazing. I have so many ideas. So many things to learn, and I can't wait. Well, it looks like I have to wait. I could use the first pool for now and gain information about my current situation. So let me try this. I guess it works off of intent. So I will simply focus on having one pool of inspiration about the current situation and, voila. Aha. I see. So that's how it is. So I am Poseidon, a god and also the son of Rhea and Kronos. Rhea is the Titaness, daughter of Uranus, the primordial of the sky, and Gaia, the primordial of earth, and the mother of several Olympian gods. She seems to have had 4 other children before me, who were all eaten by Kronos. Why would she continue to birth more children if? I see. She is the Titaness of fertility and motherhood. Wow. What AF asterisk head up situation to be in. You know your husband is an abusive cunt, but you still continue to birth him children. Oh no, that's not how it is. Aha, well that sucks bad. My father is Cronus, the Titan of time and the king of all titans. He ate all his offspring because of some prophecy his father Uranus said to him when he and his siblings killed him, or cut him to pieces at least. What a terrible family history I have. And the reason why I'm aging this fast is because of the effects of Kronos' body and his divinity of time. Alright. Now about myself. What and who am I? What is special about me, my biology and the powers I may wield? An unknown amount of time passes with me using the 10 pools of inspiration to gain more information and knowledge about myself and my situation. I found a very interesting loophole. By using the pools of inspiration, I was able to gain a lot of information about Greek mythology and the Greek pantheon. Imagine that. The one thing that the ROB took away from me has been regained by using the hacks he gifted me. I hope he doesn't take this as an insult. Quite cool, not going to lie. So I learned a lot of things about myself and my family. I now understand why I wanted to be a competent Greek god. Except for Hades, they are pretty embarrassing. But I'll be different in using this essence of competence. I will be able to become a broken with this. I can improve anything and everything. Not at the same time, but it is still amazing. The speed at which I improve or gain information and skills gets faster too. I feel that I have finally reached the end of the esophagus and feel myself falling down. Gravity seems to function normally. I fall and my eyes have finally adapted to the darkness, using another one of my pools to get there. I would have been able to do this without using a pool, but I did it anyway. I didn't want to lose my sight anyway. Splash. I fall into the gastric acid and feel as if it starts to dissolve my body. I snap my mouth shut and focus on using one of the pools to gain resistance to the acid ever so slowly. My biology makes it so that I heal from the damage just as fast as I am dissolved. The pain is unbelievable, so I use another pool to simultaneously gain pain resistance. I don't want to not feel pain but to be able to ignore it. My mind is truly powerful and I can already feel myself handling it. After a while, I don't know how long it has been, the pain is manageable. I still feel it, but it doesn't bother me anymore, not in the slightest. I also feel the acid resistance making me more and more immune to the gastric acid that I am exposed to. My healing is now faster than the damage, so I am no longer taking damage, which is amazing. Now that the acid no longer pains me, I have another idea. As Poseidon, I am the god of the sea and all water bodies. So acid should be included in that as well. I wonder what it is that stops me from having any control over this water here. I should be able to do this. I try to feel my divinity over the sea, water, and liquids. It is there, but I am just out of reach. It feels like it is being suppressed by something. I am still using 2 pools to gain acid resistance and pain resistance, so I have 8 pools left to use for other things. First, I want to know why I am seemingly suppressed here. Second, I want to have an acid manipulation ability. Something like Mina from My Hero Academia or Goop from Ben 10. Lastly, I want to either combine the abilities or make them stronger. I think it has something to do with my divinity being blocked or suppressed or something. That would make the most sense since I am inside the stomach of my father, who is the Titan of time. I can feel his power and it is overwhelming right now. I will need a lot of training, or well not really, but I will need to train and then grow more powerful if I want to have a chance against Kronos and then later on my brother Zeus. Now that I think about it, I want to learn and be able to do a lot of things and can't wait to get things started. I will also need a cool and powerful weapon. The best would be a growth-type weapons that grows with me. Otsu from Bleach would be a good character to learn from. And there is another character that I will definitely learn from, so much to do. Very well then. Let's get started. Chapter 2, Meet the Siblings. Poseidon POV. I focus on the task at hand. More and more the skills and abilities of different characters enter my very being and I start to learn what I want to know. Finally, after a while, I understand why my powers are this low and suppressed. It is the body of Kronos pressuring me and that is something that just won't do. I think of possible solutions, as simultaneously the skills of acid manipulation continue to be ingrained into my being. Ah, I see. Very simple solution then. The best way to break the suppression of my divinity and powers is to grow more powerful, and that can be achieved by increasing the quality and quantity of my divinity. I use two pools to do just that. One of them increases the quality of my divinity and another increases my quantity. Now, I only have to wait for the suppression to stop working and for me to break free of these shackles. After doing just that, I can feel the effects of my other inspiration pools reaching an astounding level of acid manipulation. I focus and start to move the acid around myself. I can feel my control over the stomach acid grow as I go along. The fluid moves according to my will and I begin to move my hands around. Following my will, I focus another pool of inspiration on water bending from Avatar, The Last Airbender. I get information on the stances and start to do them as well. My essence is amazing in this aspect. You only require one repetition to engrave something within your muscle memory and may extrapolate entire fields with simply basic knowledge, albeit more will aid you in this endeavor as well as going further beyond. I continue to go through the motions and feel like I have to do less and less to achieve the same results, and how my movements become more powerful and my control over the acid strengthens when I do them. I can feel myself approaching some kind of barrier in this as the limits of basic water bending seem to be reached. I can feel the potential of bending anything containing liquids. I propel myself forward and start to surf on the acid, like I would in the ocean, and a smile makes its way on my face. I am beyond happy right now. This is an amazing feeling. Amidst this tragedy of being swallowed by my father, I found something to enjoy and do while I waited to grow strong enough and escape this place. The grind is all there is. Peter Baelish was right all along. I have two pools of inspiration focused on increasing the quantity and quality of my divinities, one for the bending and another for the acid manipulation. This leaves me with 6 pools of inspiration to do other things. As I create a tube to surf through, I begin to think that somewhere here should be my siblings and that I might want to find them. Although they do be trouble though, never mind, they are my family and I at least can go find them. I technically continue training, no matter what I do. I surf around the area and don't realize how long this takes. I start to feel a connection with the acid and can feel the different aspects that make up the liquid. The longer I am alive and the more I use this essence, the more ideas I have on how to use it. As Poseidon, my skills and power have so much potential. Water or any form of liquid is almost everywhere. The ocean has a deep connection to something, which I am unsure what it is right now. This world or universe is much bigger than I could have imagined at first. I am constantly growing more powerful in my divinities and my connections to them are becoming stronger, allowing me to use more of my power. I am no longer using my hands to surf on the acid and already do it subconsciously. I start to use my 6 remaining pools of inspiration to begin increasing my body attributes. Strength, healing, dexterity, senses and control. I don't want to lose my control as I grow stronger. Thankfully, I can master things by doing them once. I don't know how long I am surfing and swimming around the gastric acid, but I hear something. Voices, in the distance. I change my course and move towards them. There I see a rather small platform with 3 women and 1 man sitting naked and discussing something. Those must be my siblings. I jump out of the acid and land on the platform, causing it to sway from side to side. Thud. Hello there. No one says anything and just looks at me with surprise. I look at each of them and use my last pool of inspiration to gather information on each of them one after the other. Their strengths, weaknesses, characters, and most importantly the way to defeat them, should the need arise, no not if, but when. Who are you? Another one of our siblings. Couldn't you have done something to save us? One of the women asks in an arrogant tone. Goddess Hera. Hera, depicted as a majestic and solemn goddess, often wearing a crown and holding a scepter or a pomegranate, symbolizing fertility and marriage, her 2 divinities. Of course, right now all of them are naked. Hera is the future queen of the gods and the goddess of marriage and family. She is known for her jealous and vengeful nature, particularly towards Zeus's lovers and offspring, but she is also seen as a protector of married women and a preserver of the sanctity of marriage. She is arrogant and spiteful. Defeating her will be easy as I am already more powerful than her at her peak. Useless. Stop it, Hera. Can't you see, this is our brother? How sad that you had the same fate as we did, dear brother. I am Hestia, your eldest sister. What is your name? Goddess Hestia, my eldest sister. Hestia is often depicted as a modestly veiled woman, sometimes holding a flame or a staff. Her appearance is serene and calm, reflecting her peaceful nature. Hestia is the goddess of the hearth, home, and domesticity. She is one of the original 12 Olympian gods but is often less prominently featured in myths. Hestia is known for her gentle, kind, and non-confrontational nature. She symbolizes the warmth and stability of the home and family. Unlike other gods, she does not partake in conflicts or scandals, embodying a sense of calm and order. Her love for her family make her useless in taking sides or doing something against the way her brothers act in the myths. An embarrassing addition, but she does appear to be nice. She has the potential to be powerful, but her gentle nature is what holds her back. I can defeat her with my water and other forms of liquid manipulation. But it would be a harder fight than Hera. My name is Poseidon. What are your names? Oh, Poseidon is it? Well, I am Demeter. The prettiest of your siblings. Goddess Demeter, my second eldest sibling. Demeter is often portrayed as a mature woman, sometimes carrying sheaves of wheat or a cornucopia, symbolizing abundance and the harvest. She has the most MILF-like figure, and I have to agree, she is the hottest of all the goddesses here. Demeter is the goddess of agriculture and fertility. She is nurturing and protective, particularly of her future daughter Persephone. Her moods affect the growth of crops, reflecting her deep connection to the cycles of nature. I can't say whether she will still have her daughter in this life, but her nature won't change just because she might not have Persephone. Prettiest. Yeah, right. With those disgusting breasts, you can't even see your legs. Something I pride myself in. You are just fat, Hera says and scoffs. What? You wench are just jealous, Demeter remarks, but Hestia manages to stop a fight from happening. Defeating Demeter is one of the easiest things to do. I can just refuse to give her any form of water and she will suffer and eventually grow very weak. But I don't think that is something I would have to do. Demeter seems to be the second least likely Olympian to bother me. Nevertheless, it is good to know. And this is our brother, Hades. He is your elder brother. Come Hades, greet our newest sibling, Hestia says, but only gets a small scoff from the pale man. Hades is typically portrayed as a stern, dark-bearded man, often shown with a scepter or the key to the underworld. He is sometimes depicted wearing a helmet that makes him invisible, the Helm of Darkness. Hades is the god of the underworld and the dead. He is a more somber and serious deity compared to his more vibrant Olympian siblings. Although often feared and misunderstood, Hades is not evil, he is just and fair, ensuring the proper order of the afterlife. Hades is known for his stern but impartial nature, ruling over the dead with a sense of duty and responsibility. He is also associated with wealth and the earth's hidden riches, often called Platon, meaning the wealthy one. Interesting. The information I get back is that we are somewhat opposites to one another. He has a clear connection to the dead while I have a close connection to life. I see. The reason for this is my divinity of oceans and the sea. The oceans are the font of all life and therefore I am the opposite of Hades. How strange, I feel like he might be a good guy compared to his other siblings. And yet, he feels the same thing as I do. But he won't have many friends anyway. I'll try to be a good brother then, and if I look at some things the Olympians did, that won't be very hard. It's nice to meet all of you. I'm glad I found you here in this dark place and don't have to spend my time here alone, I tell them, although it is a lie. I would prefer to be alone right now so that I can play with my powers and find a way to get out of here. But now, I'll have to wait and bide my time, in order not to reveal all of my abilities and powers to them. We're also happy to have you here, Poseidon. Welcome to the family, Hestia says. Hestia feels warm like the hearth and fire, Hestia is cold and arrogant, Demeter is like the seasons full of surprises, and Hades is cold and distant. Good, now I know what to expect and am prepared for it. The plans to take each of them out are already in place and I can feel that I am stronger than all of them combined and the distance between us is growing. I got familiar with all of them and did my best to get to know them. That is of course not true since I already know all of their characters and strengths. I used the last pool of inspiration to get the skills of small talk and charisma from a character I knew, Gold Roger. I started with his personality and charisma at first and not his powers or other skills. I just wanted to get all my siblings to warm up to me and see me as one of their own. And it seemed to work. My charisma shot through the roof and even the arrogant and cold Hera was starting to be affected. She got slightly red when I talked with her and gave her compliments. I continued to increase my charisma beyond what Gold Roger had and let it work. My charm was another thing I started to raise using Takumi Yujui as a template. My looks started to transform and I exuded charm and charisma beyond what a normal god was capable of. I took inspiration from Poseidon from the anime records of Ragnarok. And hot damn, I look good. But I wanted to have a more muscular build. Picture. So I thought who I knew had a sick build physically speaking and was still very flexible. I wanted to be absolutely ripped and not just bloated. And who else but Yujiro Hanma? So I started to use him as a template and began to use a pool of inspiration and took his physique slowly. Picture. Finally, I wanted to add some tattoos to my body, only a few. I wanted to make later have them be either seals or magical tattoos with different powers imbued into them. Picture. So I had the Poseidon from Roar face and hair, Yujiro's build and ripped physique and the final tattoos that I could change later on. To make sure the others didn't notice anything strange, I used the long time we were waiting and spending time together to make it appear as if my body was going through a transformation slowly and on its own. That way, they didn't realize it was my doing. I don't trust any of them, so I was extra careful. Now it was time to continue training and waiting for Zeus to free us. Chapter 3, Getting Out. Poseidon POV. Well, that was tiring, is what I would say if I were a normal human. But interestingly enough, I am having fun. These pools of inspiration are amazing. I can turn off anything I don't want to, but if not, I am truly ever growing and evolving, if you will. I learn more about myself and my powers as time passes and everything I have to do is just do nothing. But that isn't my style. I enjoy doing something, and while I have to wait for the most lustful god to come and save us, I might as well grow more powerful. The time inside the stomach of my father turned out to be a fruitful endeavor. When I showcased my ability to bend and control the gastric acid, my siblings were astounded and they asked me how I did that. I explained to them how we all had divinities and that all it took was practice and hard work. At least now. The pressure of Kronos' power was strong on my siblings and none of them had my essence. I still encouraged them to start to practice despite the slow progress they felt and the little they could do. I even encouraged Hera to practice some fighting and to feel her divinity. She is a proud and arrogant woman, but that's all right. Not like she has any reason to be arrogant, but that is none of my concern. I still taught her some fighting techniques and created swords for us to train by forming a construct out of stomach acid. I had to separate the acidic part from the fluid, to have Hera be able to grab it and use it like a sword. She is a rather skilled fighter, but that is to be expected from a goddess. Still, the compliments I gave her were well received and Demeter in her competitive way also wanted to learn and not be left behind. Hades didn't want anything to do with me at first and it didn't really get any better. He was a brooding pessimistic man who liked to stay by himself. I can respect that, but right now, I spend a lot of time with my sisters. They should know that I was the strongest and that I wouldn't take shit from anyone in the future. But they should also know that they could come to me if they needed something, as long as I could grant it to them and they weren't assholes. But that was a difficult requirement. Hestia didn't like to fight and she also never practiced with us. She did practice using her divinity over the hearth though and also managed to summon food for us to consume. It was a delicious meal for all of us. Hera became a skilled swordwoman and Demeter was also quite skilled in swordsmanship and using her plants. Demeter loved her divinities the most, I believe. She couldn't get enough of her plants. As for me, well, I was good at everything I set my mind to. Right now, I am using the pool of inspiration to get everything about Otsu Nemea. His skill in forging Zanpakuto was what interested me the most, but why stop there? I could get everything about him anyway. Picture. Otsu was a master swordsmith / Zanpakuto creator, swordsman, Hakuto expert, Kido expert, and has an overall powerful soul. Not powerful enough to impress a god, but it won't hurt to have my soul grow stronger. He is not the only one anyway. I will take inspiration from many characters from the Bleach universe. There are some hacks there that will fit me well. What's cool about the pools of inspiration is that if I want to, I can get everything the characters have, even their equipment. This means that I will get to use Asachi and Otsu Zanpakuto. That, combined with all of his knowledge, will allow me to create my personal weapon. A Zanpakuto which suits me best. I will use my essence to go beyond what was thought possible in Bleach and combine the Zanpakuto I eventually get into one. I have a very good idea of how this would work already. I just need some more time. I create a sword out of frozen acidic fluids and then move along with what I learned from Otsu. This is amazing. I do it once and it already is ingrained into my muscle memory. I can master these things by doing them once and can take them further beyond that. I create an enemy in the form of Otsu Nemea and prepare to fight him. Unlike the real one, he can't talk sadly, but he has all the skills of Otsu, as I am controlling him and making him move. This trains both my swordsmanship and my control over water manipulation. I also need to focus on 3 things at the same time, making this very hard, for a while. I move and the water Otsu does the same. Our blades clash and I go through what I know. It is like playing against yourself in chess, quite exhausting because you constantly outsmart your outsmarting. But it works nonetheless. I can feel myself growing more proficient in both water manipulation, acid manipulation, and swordsmanship. Our speed picks up more and I feel myself connect with the sword. Cutting becomes not just something I do with the sword but with my entire body. I can feel something approaching, but I'm stopped by Demeter. "Hey Poseidon, what are you doing there?" she asks. "I'm training Demeter." "You are fighting against an acid construct. Isn't that useless because you know what is coming?" she asks. "In a way, yes. But it's still useful for training my water manipulation," I tell her. "I see. Well, Hestia has conjured more food. If you want to eat," she tells me. "Sure, let's eat something." This training continues. After a few days, I had everything Otsa Nemea had and more. I have all his knowledge, skills, and abilities. I even have Sayafushi, Sheath Dodger. It is a miraculous blade, but I can see ways to improve it. I haven't shown the katana to any of my siblings and I want to keep it that way. So I think about doing something outrageous. And this is where my divinities come in. Earthquakes is the key word here. Associated with earthquakes are shock waves or vibrations. Vibration emission or manipulation is the subpower of wave manipulation which should be manageable for me. So I start to use another pool of inspiration for this reason. There is one person who uses the power of vibrations or quakes in anime and manga. And that person is the pirate Edward Newgate or Whitebeard from One Piece. So I begin using him as inspiration and start to take everything again. Whitebeard was a powerful man for a half-giant. And the powers of a powerful pirate like Whitebeard are impressive. As for vibration manipulation, there are amazing and powerful uses. From what I gathered with my pool of inspiration, there are many different aspects of vibration manipulation. Users can create, shape, move, control, interact and manipulate vibrations. A mechanical phenomenon whereby oscillations occur at an equilibrium point. Thus, they can manipulate vibrations in themselves, others, objects, the environment/surroundings, etc., through the ground, water, or air. Vibration is a very overarching concept and phenomenon that affects almost everything on a physical level, including sound, temperature, and shock waves, allowing users to exert their power over them. They would also be able to use vibrations to increase their own senses and condition, most commonly augmenting their combative output. For example, users would be able to cause massive physical damage by dramatically increasing small vibrations to seismic tremors, which can range from tearing down buildings to pulverizing continents. Contrary to popular belief, vibrations do not necessarily have to exist within noticeable tremors of matter, thus they play an important role in quantum physics. Its role was interpreted as this: everything is energy. That being said, mastery of this ability will allow the user to utilize the frequency of vibrations that exist within the particles that form reality. I started with the Gura Gura no Mi from Whitebeard and then continued with the rest of his powers, while I was at it. This didn't take very long and soon I was ready to continue with my focus on vibration manipulation and its applications. After vibrations come sound manipulation and also wave manipulation in general. It was a long process but something that I had tremendous talent for, as both vibrations or earthquakes and the sea or water connected waves. Wave manipulation is an area where both of my divinities meet and that has an effect on my power. So I started at the bottom with vibration manipulation and started to use many pools to gather inspiration from different people who used vibrations. There were quite a few. After Whitebeard and the Gura Gura no Mi, there was Chinjo with his martial arts Hasoken. Quake and Avalanche from Marvel Comics. Pori Pori Prisoner from One Punch Man realizes he can store and release energy with his ability, Vibration Angel, Descend. Then we have all the speedsters from the DC Comics. I found out that I didn't know about the DC universe, which tells me that I am inside that world. Good to know, but I am much more interested in the source of power behind the speedsters in this universe. The Speed Force, one of the 7 forces of the universe, and there is another one that I feel a very deep connection to. No, actually there are 2, but more on that later. I took inspiration from all those characters and quickly increased my proficiency and understanding of vibrations. The oscillation also allowed me to understand sound in its truest form. Using my growing understanding and power over vibration manipulation, I started to turn my Zanpakuto, Sayafushi, invisible. It was very easy after gathering a lot of inspiration from the different pools, making me a master in vibration manipulation. I can see that this will be very powerful in the future. The next thing will be wave manipulation, generation, and everything else. Time passed again and without noticing the day had finally arrived. A while ago a stone bumped against our platform telling me that the time of Zeus' coming was near. I was sitting cross-legged on the water and focused on my bending prowess. I had made tremendous progress in almost all of my powers. I would never stop growing, but I might not do it this intensely for a while after getting out of here. I start to feel every single source of liquid around me. The acidic waters that make up the gastric fluids, the water in the air in its gaseous form, and my blood. The blood of my siblings and the blood of my father, Kronos. I reached out mentally and felt the blood move around Kronos' body. All the blood vessels and the cells that were supplied with oxygen, as strange as it sounded, could be felt by me. My control over my blood was near perfect by now, but the control over Kronos' blood was hard still. I was still inside his stomach and he was a powerful titan of time. His divinity and aura were making it hard for me to take control and kill him from inside, for now. Suddenly I feel a liquid come down the esophagus and know instantly what is going on. We are finally getting out. I feel the muscles constrict and the reflexes press the stomach together. A powerful wave of gastric acid pushes all of us towards the esophagus. I create a quick bubble around all of us, to stop them from being hurt as we shoot out of the esophagus and then the mouth only to land on a marble floor. I am the one who was unaffected by this and took a look around. Very well then. Chapter 4, Crete. Poseidon POV. I look around the giant hall and immediately use pools of inspiration to get knowledge about the people present. Their characters, powers, and how to defeat them. My gaze travels from the first tallman, Atlas, to the next ones and so on and so forth, until it lands on the men in the center, my father Kronos. He is the strongest of all the titans and his divinity of time makes him the hardest to deal with, but his way of fighting with the scythe and his abilities enter my mind. Brothers and sisters. I am Zeus, your youngest brother. I came here to save you. Let's go, we need to flee, a young man with lightning blue eyes and an explosive physique tells us. So finally I also looked at him and gathered all the information I could want. He will be a problem in the future, it would seem, and I have to be ready for anything he can dish out. But for now, Kronos is our greatest obstacle as he is without a doubt the strongest titan and god present. I can't defeat him yet. I will have to grow more powerful, that's what my inspiration tells me. But surprisingly my divinities are more potent, meaning higher quality and quantity than him. But his raw power is still somewhat greater. Asterisk cough cough asterisk catch them, Kronos shouts and wakes all of his brothers from their stupor. They start to rush towards us, but my siblings are already running away. I look at the approaching boulder of a man, Atlas. The titan of strength and endurance. I can feel his physical strength by the vibrations his body releases through the ground and air. I feel his fist shoot towards my face with enough force to level hundreds of mountains. He is underestimating me. His fist impacts my face. BOM. Huh. Let me show you how it's done, I say, and swing my left fist in a wide arc into his side. CRAAACKK. The air and his body crack like glass. The vibrations of his punch were absorbed by me completely. Then I used them, added my own and smashed my fist into his side, breaking him completely. A moment later, blood shoots out of his body from thousands of small wounds and he vomits a waterfall of blood. Well, that was fun. Totalu motherf dash. I disappear as I turn my body into water particles and allow myself to be carried away by the wind. I follow the trail of my siblings and arrive at the island of Crete. It is a lovely island, but what catches my attention is the ocean surrounding the island. It is calling me and I feel a great longing to dive into it. But for now, I have to at least show myself and prove I'm still alive. I land on the ground and see a few people there. I repeat what I did before and gather intel and vital information on weaknesses and ways to defeat them. I noticed a healthy paranoia in me. I don't trust any of them for some reason. I know all about them, so this does make sense somewhat, but they didn't do it yet. This should be looked at later on, but now I just want to go and meet with the ocean. I saw Rhea, my mother, and how she was crying and hugging all of my siblings. She seemed genuinely happy from what I could gather. They were talking about something when I arrived. Apart from mother, there were two other ladies present. One was a goat woman, Amalthea, who was a goat. She was the one who provided Zeus with milk when he was an infant. And finally, we have Métis. I use my pool of inspiration on her. Métis is a titaness and the goddess of wisdom, prudence, and deep thought. She is often depicted as a figure of great intelligence and strategic prowess. Interesting. This will be important in the war to come. Métis is the daughter of the titans Oceanus and Tethys, making her one of the Oceanids, a group of sea nymphs. She is rather powerful, but not even noteworthy when compared to us siblings. She does most of her fighting mentally though, so she is dangerous and I can see both hope and ambition in her eyes. She has a romantic relationship with Zeus, if I see that right. Poor thing. Defeating her will be either easy or slightly less easy. If I wanted to defeat her now, I would have to go through Zeus as he is hot and bothered and wants to stick it in the Oceanid. So he would protect her. If I were to wait though, she would surely get eaten by Zeus, if things aren't stopped. So that's that. I guess, I'll leave her to her devices and use her for the war. My baby boy, I hear mother shout and run towards me. In a heartbeat, she has me in her embrace and plants kisses all over my face. I can't blame her. I'm ravishingly hot. Although that might sound weird as she is my mother, but it's really not. I mean, Rhea married her brother, so there is no such thing as incest. Morals are different if you're a god. I missed you so much, my child. How nice that I finally have all of my children together. Sure. I push her away slightly and she stops hugging me. Sheesh woman, it's not like I know her or anything. I understand a quick hug sure, but that's just too much. Thankfully she doesn't make a scene or anything. My children, the situation is dire. Kronos is looking all over for you and wants to capture you again. You need to be ready when the time comes to fight him. Métis is going to help you with it, she is very smart, Rhea says. Indeed. My father Oceanus has been tasked with finding all of us here and is going around the world in search of you. I am unsure of my father's true intentions, but right now it stands to reason that he will capture you and send you to Kronos. We are lucky to have been given an idea from Lady Gaia, Métis says. After she says that the wind changes slightly and a fresh fragrant breeze is felt on my skin. The air changes and I feel power coming from all around me. And then a woman appears in front of us. She is different from us siblings and also from the Titans. She is much more powerful and ancient. I immediately used a pool of inspiration to gain information on her, like I had done many times by now. As soon as I do that, the woman turns her head rapidly and looks at me. Our eyes lock and I feel a connection with her. Gaia, Mother Earth, primordial of Earth and my grandmother. I gain more and more information about her and she slowly walks closer to me as I do. My body doesn't get tense as it should, instead I just observe her. Unlike with all the others I used a pool of inspiration on, it goes very slowly with Gaia, but the reason for that is obvious. She is a primordial and has tremendous power to hide herself and her secrets. But nothing works against my pools, it seems. She arrives in front of me and smiles gently. She cups my cheek with her hand and looks at me closely. You are a special one, aren't you? Poseidon, she says, and then moves away again to address all of us. In order to defeat my son Kronos, you will have to get yourselves weapons to fight him. For this reason, you will have to travel to Tartarus and free my children the Hecantikyres and the Cyclops from the prison Kronos put them in. If you do that, you will get your weapons forged, Gaia says, and looks at Zeus, Hades, and especially me. Tartarus. How would we get in there and why would we do that? It's too dangerous, Zeus says. At the end of the day, Zeus is a pussy, that much I found out. If he weren't backed by fate and had such tremendous power, he wouldn't have been king of Olympus for long. He was not a good king and everyone knew of his deeds. He was a tyrant and ruled by fear first and foremost. But what does it need to change this fate? What would be necessary to face Zeus? Was it power? More power than he had? Not really. After all, Kronos had more power than Zeus and yet the Olympians still won in the end. Something that should have been impossible. No, if you wanted to do something about Zeus you would have to challenge fate directly. Because they could simply give him a boost at the right moment should he need it. Could I do that? Could I challenge Zeus and fate at the same time and protect those who are close to me? That goes without question. It will happen, and soon. Gaia didn't say anything else and only looked at me for a while before leaving. She was a strange woman who did things she thought were right. The games she played were in a higher league than what we were used to since she knew the hierarchy of the universe. But that is not important to me right now. I will cross that bridge when I get there. No matter what happens in this life, I will strive to enjoy myself and create bonds with people. Not just fleeting bonds but real ones. I understand that morality and normalcy are now different than they were before, but I will try to be a capable god and not a degenerate. So the expedition into Tartarus was arranged and it was decided that Zeus, Hades, and I would go down to Tartarus and free the Hecantikyres and Cyclops. But before that, I wanted to finally see and connect with the ocean. It was calling me and I couldn't stay away any longer. I moved towards the beach and saw it before me. Beautiful. It's beautiful, isn't it? Hera says, who stood beside me suddenly. I was so immersed that I did feel her approach. She looked lovely with her red hair and golden armor. I don't know where she got that from. Picture. What's with the armor? I asked her. Métis thought we should get familiar with it. Zeus agreed with her. As usual. You don't like Métis? Not particularly. She thinks she is the smartest of us and gives out commands. It gets on my nerves, she says. Haha, and it has nothing to do with her relationship with Zeus, I ask her. No. It doesn't. If you say so, I say and walk towards the ocean. When my feet touch the water, I feel a rush of energy unlike any I have ever felt, flow into me. I immediately use another pool of inspiration to find out what this is and why it feels so invigorating and healthy. Life force. This is the life force, one of the 7 fundamental forces of the universe. The life force represents quasiversal harmonious uniformity and is part of the cosmic force that allows life to flourish, interconnecting every living being down to their very souls. It is wielded by those like Aquaman or Poseidon who are connected to the nurturing oceans, the font of all life. Those touched by this force, whether it be through an object or through the energy itself, retain a connection to all life and can communicate in a telepathic manner. And this is what is happening to me right at this moment. Information, knowledge, connections, it all is pouring into my mind, body, and soul. I use all of my pools of inspiration to pull the life force in, process it and then integrate it with my powers. I want to make this power my own. There is nigh limitless potential with this. I know why I felt so connected to Gaia and why Hades felt like my opposite in a way. He is not the god of death, but rather the dead and the underworld, so that's why we aren't complete opposites. The energy continues to flow into me and I feel how I grow stronger through it. It is not a physical change but rather a spiritual and mental one. But my body starts to change as well. The vessel has to change in order to contain the power within. I don't know how long this will take or what will happen at the end of it, but I will use this time wisely. Let's see how powerful I can get. Chapter 5, Tartarus. Poseidon POV. We were on our way to Tartarus. I had created a boat made out of water to sail to the entrance of the underworld Gaia told us about. Zeus and Hades had turned into animals and were flying there, while I was taking it slow. No need to rush like that. Although right now, Oceanus is looking for us and might find me, so there is that. I enjoy the ride and after a while, we arrive at the entrance. Hades is the one leading us as this appears to be his domain. He just doesn't know it yet. We make our way through the barren and desolate lands of the underworld. I see souls flying around aimlessly and sometimes they disappear. The reason for this is that I have used the pool of inspiration to acquire everything about Oats and Emea, so I naturally see souls like this. Someone cough Hades cough will have to clean this place up in the future. I don't envy him for this work. I would also be a depressed man if I was Hades. You have to be stronger than Zeus if you want to enjoy yourself. The arrogance of Zeus is seemingly growing daily and I can see his ego taking physical form after winning the war. That won't be any of my problems, thankfully. I'll dip into the ocean and not go live on Olympus. In this universe, the god sphere is where the gods reside and from where magic comes from. But why would I want to stay there when I have such a beautiful world and universe down here? There are certainly some very dark things happening, but those can be dealt with in time. I only need to create a separate dimension where I can place my home in the ocean. Then I could go there if I need some time for myself but still be a second away from Earth. Olympus will be a place for arrogant and useless gods in the future, not at all what I want. I only recently found out that we are considered new gods in this universe. We were created by something called the God Wave, emanating from the source that swept through the universe when the old gods died and the fourth world was born. And right now, we are 5 billion years before modern times. Which gives me more than enough time to do anything I want, plan for upcoming events and have some children, if I want. We make our way through the underworld with Hades' help and reach the entrance to Tartarus. It is so deep that it would take an anvil 9 days to fall from the earth to Tartarus, according to the pool of inspiration I used to find out what to expect down there. I wasn't going to go there without knowing what I would have to face. This was the best course of action. I was very thankful to my essence. Zeus and Hades looked at each other and then at me, but I just shrugged and then jumped in. No need to think too much about this. I can control my body by controlling all of the liquid inside my body, blood or water or any other. So I am not afraid of dying. My durability is growing each day as well, so I am confident I would survive anyway. I speed up our travel and reach the bottom first. Zeus and Hades will follow shortly, but I am not interested in spending days falling to the ground. Looking around, I see a dark, misty, and dismal place filled with monsters and creatures of evil or destructive nature. It would make for a good training ground for my kids in the future. But I would have to wait until I am strong enough to face Tartarus. From what I am gathering, he is a rather powerful primordial and I am not yet powerful enough to face him. But that will surely be the case in the future. I am using my pools of inspiration to find ways how to defeat anyone who is powerful. I will not do what others want me and instead what I myself want. Zeus will probably be the first one who will be cross with me and then other more powerful entities. But the grind is what I am all about. After playing around with the monsters while waiting for Zeus and Hades, we could finally continue on our way. Hades no longer knew exactly where we were going and only had a general idea. I on the other hand knew where we had to go. Surprisingly both of them, I was better at this than they were. And the reason for that? The life force, I had been absorbing and building a connection to. It was not hard to say that the amount of vitality and pure energy the life force contained was unlike anything else in existence. I had a connection to all life and the more I was connecting to the life force, the more I absorbed and fueled my other powers with it, the closer that connection got. I wouldn't be surprised if I gained another divinity from this and very soon too. With this power, I am able to feel the location of living beings here. The monsters don't feel the same as these other rather strong presences I feel. So that's where we're going. As we approach the location I feel the strong presences, we see a prison with the Hecantokyres and the Cyclops inside. And next to the prison is one guard. Camp. As I do automatically, I use another pool of inspiration to get information on the monster and to find ways how to defeat her. Then I find out what she did in the original mythology. Camp served as a jailer or guard of the Hecatonchires, the hundred-handed giants and the Cyclops in Tartarus. These formidable beings were imprisoned by the Titans because of their immense power. When Zeus decided to free the Hecatonchires and Cyclops to aid in the Titanomachy, he had to defeat Camp. She has a monstrous figure with a grotesque appearance. She has the body of a serpentine dragon with a woman's upper body and a scorpion tail. I can tell that her overall power is higher than what Hades and Zeus could overcome, but since it is the monster Zeus defeated in the mythos, it was probably a stepping stone for him to grow more powerful. Too bad I am here right now and I want to fight something strong. And since I don't have anything strong, I'll have to make do with Camp. I'll deal with Camp, you guys go ahead and free the Hecatonchires and Cyclops, I whisper to them. No. I should be the one to fight the monster since I am the strongest, Zeus says. Sorry, to bust your bubble, but Poseidon is stronger than you are, Hades says with his cool and apathetic voice. Nonsense. I had decades of training and grew up in Crete under Métis' guidance. I am clearly the most skilled and powerful among all of our siblings, Zeus argues. How about instead of boasting, you show us what you can do and fight Camp, I suggest. Yes, that would be for the best. Watch and learn, there is nothing more powerful than Zeus and I will be the one to defeat our father just like I defeat Camp, Zeus says and slowly walks towards the monster. He moves towards the monster and then stands there with his hands on his hips and shouts in a loud and booming voice. Camp. Come and face me. Well, the element of surprise is clearly lost on him, I say to Hades. We are still behind the rock formation, hiding from everyone. Why did you let him go, if you know you are more powerful, Hades asks me. Zeus is arrogant. He will never listen to logic and common sense, because he just doesn't have that. In his me-centered world, he can't imagine anyone being better or stronger than him, so it was no use arguing. Let him break bones and then we'll see if we help him. You're weird. We all are. Or do you think staying inside the stomach of our father who swallowed us didn't leave any lasting damage? Camp turns around to face Zeus who is so much smaller than she is. Her face twists in a nasty and evil smirk. You came, young god. Kronos told me you would arrive and that I would get rewarded if I killed you, or punished if I let you go, her voice was like poison. You will be the one who is killed today and not the other way around, Zeus says and begins to power up. His divinity overstorms and lightning starts to fuel him and he begins to be covered with powerful lightning. He is already quite powerful for such a young god, but not really anything if you compare it to the top dogs. He gets into a throwing position and then shoots the strongest lightning he is capable of right now, at Camp. Boom. The lightning hits Camp in the face and a cloud obstructs our vision. But I can feel that it did basically no damage to her. She is a dragon monster after all, so her defense is remarkably high. I feel her life and power roar in anger as the dust clears and her aura explodes out of her. Wooshh. You dare. A vermin like you dares. I will crush you, Ant, Camp screams and opens her mouth. A powerful beam of purple dragon fire erupts out of her mouth and shoots toward Zeus. But Zeus, while not as powerful as her, is still the god of lightning, so his reaction is fast enough not to get hit by the stream of fire completely. Vroom. Zeus' left side is hit by her attack and he shoots back through the air, hitting a boulder behind us and getting knocked out. I assume he had help in the original mythos with fighting Camp. But since both Hades and I only watched, he lost miserably. Too bad for him. My turn, I say and walk forward. Ah, another godling. How nice of you to come towards me. This makes it much easier, Camp remarks. I don't say anything and just walk towards her. My lack of reaction seems to anger her and she once again opens her mouth revealing the purple flames ready to fire at me. This was what I was waiting for. I gather the water and spit in my mouth and use it for my attack. Camp fires a giant stream of purple fire at me and as it gets closer and closer I smile. This is the perfect moment to use my attack. I inhale and focus on my control over water and liquids. And then I open my mouth and from it, I spew out a high-pressure stream that is powerful enough to cut cleanly through the middle of the fire stream. Water-severing wave. Picture. The hair-thin stream of water shoots through the middle of Camp's fire breath and doesn't stop. It continues until it reaches her mouth and cuts right through her mouth and brain, coming out on the other side, killing her in one go. Boom. Camp's heavy body falls to the ground and shakes the ground around me. That was a good way to test my powers, even if it was over quickly. I then approach the cages of the Hecatonchires and Cyclops. Hello there. My name is Poseidon, and those back there are my brothers Hades and the unconscious one is Zeus. We are sons of Kronos. Gaia told us about you and said we should free you, hoping that should we free you, you would make us weapons to fight in the war against Kronos and the Titans. You are Kronos' spawn. How do we know you aren't going to use us and then throw us back here into Tartarus? A good question. I have no interest in throwing you anywhere as long as you don't fight against me. You can do whatever you want. I'm just here to save you, I tell them and shrug. We agree, young god. But make sure to swear on the river Styx that you won't betray us, one of the Hecanticars tells me. I swear on the river Styx that if I find no reason to, I will not betray you all, I say. Lighting SFX. After that, we finally left Tartarus again. I don't like it here, far too gloomy and hot. I need the blue sky and a cool breeze now that I know how good it feels to be in the ocean. Chapter 6, Symbol of Power. Poseidon POV. We arrived in the overworld again after traveling all the way back. I am happy to be back as now, I can finally spend more time in the ocean and get to know the sea life there. I am growing more powerful as the day goes by and I could really use a good weapon right about now. I know that the original Poseidon had a trident and honestly, it just feels right to have one. But I can't help but feel that it would be insufficient to use the weapon the Cyclops and Hecanticars will create. I want a personal weapon. Something new and special. Something that is only for me and that only I have. Something that will grow with me and is connected to me, to my soul. For that reason, I will use the knowledge I gained from Oats and Nemea to either create my own trident or later on change it and use the trident they made for me, to make my own. I will have to find out how to mix the two materials and make an Asachi for myself. And I know just the way to learn how to do that. Pools of inspiration. So I got to work. The Hecanticars and Cyclops were welcomed by Gaia warmly since she was her mother and hadn't seen her for thousands of years if not longer. I wasn't present at that moment and was rather swimming through the ocean enjoying myself and looking at everything, while the pools of inspiration fed me inspiration. I shot through the waters and sought a place to build my kingdom. The place from where I would rule and that I would make my headquarters. Where I would live with my family and those loyal to me. I was also thinking about soldiers. An army to be exact. For the war to come I would need powerful soldiers and fighters. I came across a few sharks or what would be known as sharks in the future. We are many years before modern times after all. Something I remembered that could help me here, came to mind. A few things actually. But mainly the devil fruits from One Piece, specifically the human fruit. It allowed Tony Chopper who was a reindeer to walk and talk like a human. If I could do that with the sharks here, they could be trained and after that, I could give them powers. But there is another thing I am thinking of and that's Yhwach's power of soul distribution from Bleach. With it, Yhwach can give small portions of his soul to those he touches and affect them in different ways. He can heal them on the levels of their souls, give them courage or even grant them powers. Upon death, if Yhwach granted you his soul, it returns to him, along with your knowledge, abilities, and talents. Yhwach uses the souls he absorbs to get stronger, even in the middle of combat. Anyone who comes in contact with a piece of Yhwach's soul will be granted that piece, and have their souls absorbed by him upon death. No matter who dies, Yhwach becomes stronger. This is an amazing ability to have but the fact that I could use that to grant powers is what interests me. Not only that, but apart from the true immortals in this universe it can be an amazing ability to have. It is useless for me, but the fact that it gives powerful control over your subordinates makes the power very attractive. I started to use 2 pools of inspiration to gain information about the technological intricacies of the devil fruits in One Piece. I started with Nefertari D. Lily, as she was Queen of Arabasta during the Void Century and had to know who created the devil fruits. But I didn't want to spoil myself so I stopped doing that. I'm sure I'll be able to find out the ending of One Piece in the future, so I simply used a pool of inspiration to find out how the devil fruits were created. To say I am impressed is an understatement. Those were quite smart people and very advanced. I will have to make my kingdom just as advanced. Or rather use technology sparingly. To make life easier, but not to create a modern, futuristic city. After finding out the process, I used the pool of inspiration to gather information on molecular biology and genetical engineering. I will have use for that. The second pool of inspiration was used to get the ability of soul distribution like the one Yhwach had. There are too many uses for this to not learn how to do that. Since my children will have a piece of my soul when they are conceived, their souls, should they die, won't go to the underworld and instead come to me. With this, I will be able to reincarnate them if I choose to. I make Hades' job easier, I'm sure he will be happy about that. I make my way back to Crete where the Hecanticars and Cyclops had finished creating 3 weapons. I don't know why our sisters didn't get any weapons, but if they don't care about them, then that is their problem. I approach the place where Zeus and Hades are waiting for the Hecanticars and Cyclops to present our weapons. We have completed your 3 weapons. It was a hard process as we had to imbue the weapons with the potential to withstand and channel your divine energies. They will connect to you, as soon as you touch them. Your control over your specific domains will grow very powerful and make you stand out brightly. So make sure to keep your power in check, especially you Zeus, since your connection to your weapon will have the greatest effect from the 3. They were talking to us one after the other and explained how the weapons would change our ways of using our divinities. Basically, it was both a channel and anchor that would give us a great boost of power and control in our respective domains. Now I am interested to see whether this will also work for me and make my control over the domain of oceans, sea, water, and earthquakes even more powerful than it already is. Or if there is a limit, these weapons can push us and are only a cheap requisite that gives boosts if you're rather weak. I will use the pools of inspiration on them to find out the truth of the matter and whether I could use them for what I will do later. Here, Zeus. This is the Master Bolt. A powerful and divine weapon capable of immense destruction. It will be able to contain your pure energy and divine lightning and embody the essence of your power. Zeus takes the seemingly unimpressive weapon into his hands, and as soon as his skin makes contact, a powerful force permeates the surroundings and a storm forms in the sky. Powerful winds start to blow and Zeus is covered in truly powerful lightning that heats up the air. I see his expression of ecstasy and understand that the rush of power is getting to his head. Control yourself, Zeus, I say, and my voice travels to his ears despite the loud screech of lightning. I use my growing control over sound to silence his show of power and make him calm down again. What power? Ha ha ha, thank you Hecantokyres and Cyclops for this weapon. You will be rewarded for this. As soon as we win the war, you will be allowed to stay with us and make our weapons, Zeus says, laughing. After that, it was time for Hades' weapon. His symbol of power was a helm. It looked cool, with its dark design that seemed to swallow all light. Here Hades. The Helm of Darkness. It was crafted from a piece of the essence of the underworld itself, imbued with dark, shadowy properties that reflect your powers, the Cyclops says, and hands Hades the helm. Hades takes the helm and I see disappointment in his eyes. He was hoping for a weapon and not an accessory. But he changes his mind as soon as he wears the helm. The moment he does so, two things happen. First, Hades disappears from my five senses, and second, a powerful wave of pure fear permeates the surroundings, attacking everyone's mind and instilling great fear. As soon as I feel the fear, a powerful momentum rushes out of me in denial and refusal to bend to any fear or manipulation of any kind. This momentum travels through everyone present and even knocks out some of the weaker ones present, like Amalthea. Thank you, is all Hades says when he takes the helm back off. I can see disgust in the eyes of our siblings, except Hestia. The fear made a deep impression on them, even Zeus, and that makes sense. Fear is a primal emotion and something no one likes to feel, as it makes you powerless. But that's just for the weak. No matter how powerful you are, if you allow fear to overwhelm you, you have a weak mind. Finally, Poseidon. For you, it was hard to create a suitable weapon, but we managed to create one. This is the trident. It is a powerful weapon capable of controlling water, creating storms, and commanding sea creatures. The trident, like the Master Bolt and the Helm of Darkness, can withstand great forces and channel your divine powers. I take the trident into my hands, and as soon as I do, I use the pool of inspiration to gain information on the weapon, how it was crafted, what enchantments it has, and how it works. Unlike with Zeus and Hades, there is no reaction. Nothing happens because as soon as I touch the handle, I realize that the weapon and its enchantments would break if I allowed it to channel and amplify all of my powers. So I cut it off from doing that and therefore stop a reaction from taking place. Thank you for this weapon. I am glad you made it for me, I say, and then leave before they can ask any questions. I have much to do. I move away from Crete and disappear into the ocean. I look for a spot that is very deep and has a strong magma source. I will need it for what I am about to do. I will reforge this piece of metal and turn it into a weapon worthy of me and my ever-growing powers. It didn't take that long to find a good spot, but I needed to make sure no one would interrupt me here. So I created a powerful dome of water and infused it with my power to give it the properties I wanted. The properties I was talking about were impenetrable, concealed, and no sounds could escape. Should Oceanus find me here, I don't want him to interrupt me, as that would only ruin the process and have dire consequences. I will work with my soul here, and if I make a mistake, I will damage my soul directly and basically turn me into a vegetable. Bang. 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 I get to work on reforging my trident. I have to connect my soul with the weapon directly. The material which was used to make the trident was 8th metal. A mythical and magically conductive metal that acts as a powerful energy amplifier which can be used to bolster the mental abilities of psychics and us gods. It is strong, but it isn't enough. It would have been destroyed if I hadn't stopped the process. I was turning the trident into its molten state so that I could mix it perfectly with my soul substance and make my very own Zanpakuto. The process continued for a long time, but I managed to create a very special Asachi and then connect it to my soul, and finishing the process of having a Zanpakuto. But I added something special to the mold. I added Sayafushi to the mix and made the material absorb all of Sayafushi. Its properties and specialties, everything. That was a particular property I wanted for my symbol of power, growth, potential, and absorption. I would in the future add powerful weapons or Zanpakuto or even powerful metals to my trident and make it even more powerful. It is glorious. Finally, it is complete. My very own symbol of power is finished. After working on it for weeks, I have the finished product ready. The war can finally start. I'm ready. Picture. Chapter 7, Titanomachy I. Poseidon POV. Holding my Zanpakuto trident in hand makes me feel truly powerful. I have to focus not to fall prey to this feeling and forget myself. This is how you make a powerful weapon with potential for growth. As this is a Zanpakuto, it also has a Zanpakuto spirit, which is a representation of myself inside. So it is better to meet him/me right away. Because, unlike normal Shinigami, I know myself perfectly and have no unfinished business to take care of or insecurities. So let's see what we're working with. I sit down and focus on my soul space. It takes no time at all and I appear inside my soul space. It begins with a serene and beautiful beach. The sand is golden and soft, stretching for miles under a brilliant, blue sky. Palm trees sway gently in a warm, salty breeze which I love as I take a deep breath. Gentle waves lap against the shore, creating a soothing rhythm. Seagulls call softly in the distance, and the rustle of palm leaves adds to the tranquil ambience. I feel a calm wash over me as I observe the beach and slowly move my gaze towards the open waters. The ocean begins to reveal its different natures. From shallow, clear turquoise to a deeper, more mysterious and darker blue. Near the shore, the water is transparent, allowing coral reefs and schools of tropical fish to be seen clearly. It looks calm and peaceful, but it doesn't stay this way. Further out, the water darkens, hinting at the dangers and mystery below. This part of the ocean is calm but filled with a sense of ancient secrets, something that I know about even if I don't see it with my eyes. Beyond the calm, the water begins to turn more unruly. Powerful waves crash and churn, thunderclouds gather, and lightning strikes the stormy sea. This area represents my power to create storms and command the oceans and my fury. Beneath the stormy surface, there is something else. Contrary to the fast and chaotic water movements on the surface, there are serene waters that are darker than any other part of the soul space. The water is truly deep, and in the depths lurk some dark and ancient creatures that haven't seen the light of day for millennia. The ocean stretches infinitely in every direction. The horizon seems to merge with the sky, creating a seamless expanse of water that stretches out. As the waters extend into the distance, they begin to blend with the universe. The surface of the water reflects the night sky, filled with stars, planets, and distant growing and spiraling galaxies. The water transitions into the vastness of space, with stars shining within the depths of the darkness of the void, and celestial bodies drift like islands in this cosmic sea. There is nothing after that, only the darkness hiding the potential of what will and could be. It's beautiful, is it not? I hear a voice behind me say. I turn around and see a man without any features but glowing eyes standing next to an extravagant throne. I feel authority coming from the throne and understand what it stands for and who it is for. Picture. I am glad we get to meet like this. Are you guarding the throne? I ask. Of course. I am beyond happy you decided to arrive here this quickly. Why not sit inside it? I'm sure you understand that it is for the king alone. I am protecting it for you until the day you decide to sit on it, he says and bows his head. I understand. I wondered where my trident was, I say, and approach the golden throne. I look at it and am impressed at the powerful and simple design. As I sit down, I feel a power flow through me in the truest sense. Water, liquids, vibrations, flow, waves, they are all connected, and I can feel everything, my control over everything, and more importantly, the potential implications and development. I look at my Zanpakuto spirit and smile. He does as well and nods his head. If you would do me the honor of saying my name, my king, he says. Kappa upsilon nu delta omicron nu tau alpha tau omega nu rho omicron nu tau omega nu upsilon gamma rho nu, fong of the flowing liquids, I say, and all liquids start to become violent for a second and then relax again, showing me its obedience. How is the essence of competence affecting this place? Are there any effects I should know about? I ask Fong after sitting down. No, my king. Everything is as it should be. The world doesn't change fundamentally, but there are things which are added as you grow stronger. There might be more portions of the sea which get uncovered or change if you gain more powers or grow more powerful. As you can see, there is no limit to be seen. You may develop as you see fit. That's good to know. Then we will do that. I will focus on my powers over liquids and vibrations and everything connected to that. I am sure you can see how to branch out your powers and divinities further and grow even more powerful. But that is your choice, Fong says. Good, then let us grow more powerful. I appear in the real world again and make everything disappear. I have my trident with me and feel the difference from before. Now I can work with this. I will make sure to use it well in the coming wars and fights. There will be many conflicts in the years and millennia to come. So I needed a powerful weapon. Good that I have everything now. I shoot through the water with new speeds now. The amplification is not like it used to be before. The trident is now a Zanpakuto and this is its sealed state. So imagine how powerful it will get when I unseal it and use the release states. Just like with the Chibe Hyasub, my trident has abilities and powers in its sealed state as well. In this state, it commands the tides, the waves and the sea itself. It is a symbol of my power and domains of the sea, storms, earthquakes, vibrations, waves and any form of liquid. Holding this trident would show all living creatures in the oceans and on land that they hold some control over life, as the life force I have been constantly feeding on has also started to fuse with my trident. It is now growing stronger as time passes. Very soon it will become a symbol of life itself. A fitting weapon for me. I shoot through the waters and reach Crete, where the war preparations are already underway. I move into the tent where my siblings and a few others are standing around a large map. I can see that Zeus and his lover Métis hold the position of leader at the moment. But that is none of my concern. Hades doesn't look pleased, as he doesn't find Zeus to be a good leader for them. Hera is unhappy because she sees herself on Zeus' side and not Métis. Demeter is unhappy because she has to leave her plans for this, and Hestia is unhappy because we have to fight our father and family now. The situation has changed. My father Oceanus has not agreed to help us and is actively looking for us. Maybe you could give us more information about it, Poseidon, Métis says and looks at me. Yes, I felt him moving around the seas as I was going along with my business, but he hasn't found us yet. I don't think he will anytime soon. And if he does, I can handle him to give us our first advantage. We could either turn him and show him that we will win this war, so he has assurances should he switch sides. Or we can kill him and forget about it. I shrug. No. You will not kill my father. We will try and turn him to our cause and not do it forcefully. Is that understood? Métis says and asks me with narrowed eyes. I tilt my head in surprise. I don't know what gives you the courage to talk to me like that. What are you talking about? I just said that we dash. I don't give a fleeting gale about what you just said. It's how you talk to me that surprises me, and I will not have it, no matter who you *ck. So you either rein in your attitude before I have to do it, savvy? Enough, Poseidon. Don't talk to her like that. She didn't mean to be rude and just didn't want you to kill her father. It is natural she has a hard time staying calm. And don't you dare threaten her again, Zeus tells me from Métis' side. Oh. It seems like the vibrator has spoken. Very well then, let me tell you how this relationship will work from now on. I will follow my own flow and not be contained to petty politics or anything you say. Your arrogance has started to get to your head. If someone disrespects me, I talk to them however I wish. And if you have something against that, then we can settle this at any time. But don't assume you hold a greater position on this council, I say, looking my younger brother in the eyes. Anytime, Zeus says and starts to flare his aura and divine power. The tent starts to be destroyed as both our powers clash in the middle. My momentum collides with Zeus' divine energy. The sky darkens and his eyes start to flash in a light blue light with lightning coming out of them. I am unimpressed by his display and hold my ground. Enough. Stop fighting this instant, Hestia screams at us, but neither of us stops. It is time you understand the difference in our powers, Poseidon, Zeus states. His voice is electrically charged and starts to charge and heat the air around us. I would be impressed if it was not something I could change at any time. I didn't say anything and only started to materialize my killing intent at the youngest sibling, who apparently never enjoyed education in the form of a good beating. So it was time that I opened his eyes to the truth. My will and killing intent took form, and I saw as the color slowly drained from Zeus' face. Picture. He had never fought anyone who was just as strong or even stronger than him yet. And that was not good. We had to change that. I continued to look down on him as his form seemingly grew smaller and smaller. He began to sweat, and apparently, he wasn't the only one. Métis herself was affected by my intent as well, and she had fallen to the ground crying tears and in fear. I looked at my brother apathetically as a hand touched my shoulder. I looked back only to see Hades shake his head. I stop pressuring Zeus and then turn around. Gasp. I hear him gasp for breath and finally fall to the ground like Métis did. His strength just left him completely. What a pathetic display of arrogance without any power to back it up. He will have to change. Thankfully, I am uninterested in becoming an Olympian, or one of the council at least. Let Zeus fill it with his offspring. I will fight who attacks me, no matter who he or she is. You better remember that and not cross me again. Now, I will follow the plan of attack, since I believe it has some merit to it. But you will soon find out that it won't guarantee us victory. We aren't strong enough yet, well, some of us at least, I say, and then walk away. If Oceanus comes and fights me, we will see the difference between the new generation and the old. He stands no chance from what the pool of inspiration tells me. I have found a lot of ways how to defeat him, but pure skill and control over the seas and water will guarantee my victory as well. I can't wait to get into a real fight. I still have a lot of things to learn and grow more powerful. Poseidon never truly understood what his divinities allowed him to do. But I won't make that mistake. Chapter 8, Titanomachy 2. Poseidon POV. The war had begun, and instead of hiding, we were now in full-on confrontation. Kronos hadn't shown himself on the battlefield yet, since he didn't take us seriously. The disappearance of his wife is not something that scares him. Rhea stays on Crete or moves to not be captured again. She doesn't really interest me that much. No matter what her divinity is, I am not going to have feelings for her as my mother, just because she gave birth to me. I am thankful to her, but that is enough from my side. I was currently standing face to face with Atlas, one of Kronos' generals in this war. He was tasked with getting the insubordinate brood. But that wouldn't happen anytime soon. The longer this war went on, the stronger I became as I never stopped using pools of inspiration. More and more control over my domains and more strength, physical and mental as well as spiritual. It was a grind, and I was the best one in this game because I didn't necessarily have to do anything to grow. Come now, little godling. Let's end this farce. Kronos will welcome you in his ranks and reward you, should you change sides and fight for us. You may even gain the position of ruler of the seas above Oceanus. Kronos has been unhappy with him anyway, Atlas tells me. Do you think because we're in a desert I am powerless? I ask him in amusement. He was ridiculous. Not very smart and also not strong enough to be a threat. You are at your weakest here, and no matter what happened when we were on Mount Othries, you will not manage to do that again. I underestimated you, but no more. I see. Well then show me what you got, I say, and motion for him to come at me. As you wish, Atlas says, and gets into position. Boom. In a flash, he is in front of me. His giant fist approaches my face and gets closer. Similar to the time it was last time, I can both see and feel it coming. But this time, I did something else. As his skin makes contact with my face and I feel the massive force behind the attack, I absorb all of that force and move around his fist like water flowing and deliver a punch to his face with more than double his force. Boom. I feel bones break, but his head doesn't explode as he is not the titan of strength and endurance for nothing. He spouts blood and shoots backwards, falling into the sand and painting the ground golden with his ichor, the gods' and Titan's blood. I wait for him to get back on his feet and slowly walk forward. He is slowly getting back up again and looks at me with anger and surprise. He didn't expect me to be this strong. Well, while I could use that much force and much more as well, I didn't do it that way. This was his own force used against him. Atlas is back on his feet. 2. He spits a clog of ichor to the ground and cracks his neck. He is like a brawler. Good, I wanted to try this out anyway. He runs towards me again and punches me in the stomach. I block his attack and move towards him. With fast hands, I strike his chest with several punches and strikes. Boom. Bam. Bam. Boom. I continued my assault attacks and moved around Atlas blocks and retaliation strikes with increasing ease. I felt my martial arts improve and grow beyond what I had learned up to that point. Moving like water was something that came naturally to me. So it was obvious for me to use the pools of inspiration and attain everything I could about the martial art from One Punch Man, the water stream rock smashing fist. I continued using the martial art, and as I used it, it started to change and grow alongside me. My punches grew more powerful and quicker, my movements more unpredictable, and I felt myself turn more and more into a liquid as I rained down punches and kicks on the sad Titan. I started to reach a barrier, but thanks to my essence, I passed the barrier like it didn't exist, and with it, an understanding reached my mind and body. I was beginning to understand the flow of the fight. The flow of movements and the flow of how to punch, kick, and use more powers. Flow, what an interesting concept, and a widespread one at that. The flow of this fight was slowly being figured out, without using the essence. And suddenly it clicked and I saw the outcome of this fight. Without realizing when it started, other aspects of my divinity began to mix with my moves and do more damage. Atlas was a training dummy at this point and wouldn't be able to stand after what happened today. I feel the vibrations of my own movements and start to take them in, instead of letting them out. So instead of making vibrations on the ground and the air, I absorb them. This wonderful idea had great consequences for the fight. I no longer felt any resistance to my moves. I felt myself approaching another barrier, and it was a grand one at that. Bam. 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 My fist started to rain down on the long unconscious Titan, and just before I felt myself pass the barrier, my body moved without me thinking about it, and just in time. A massive beam of light hits the position I was at just a moment ago. I look into the sky and see another Titan floating there with eyes shining brightly, full of divine energy and his divinity of light. Hyperion. The Titan of Light lands on the ground next to Atlas and observes his nephew, who is in a very sad state. He was punched and kicked into a near-death state by me, so it is natural that he is unrecognizable at the moment. What an embarrassment you are, nephew. To think that you are one of the generals in this war, truly a disappointment, he says and kicks the Titan lying on the ground. Sigh. He turns towards me and looks at me with contempt. Despite his performance and my disgust at his loss, he is still my nephew, so doing this to him is unforgivable. You will pay for this, boy, he says. Hyperion has his hands behind his back and looks like a distinguished royal with his flaming eyes and the shining glow around him. But he doesn't intimidate me in the slightest. On the contrary, he ruined my breakthrough, so it is better he offers himself up for that. Bling. Boom. A fist hits my face with the speed of light and makes me shoot through the desert at incredible speed. Before I cross the entire desert, my movement stops abruptly. I once again absorbed the vibrations I was emitting and with it the waves emanating from my body. I neutralized the kinetic energy by absorbing the waves and stopped my body from flying further back. Instead of pain, I feel energized. This was the first time I absorbed the energy waves coming from my body like this, and I was eager to see whether it would work. Apparently it did. Whoosh. Hyperion appears in front of me again with a surprised look on his face. Impressive of you to stop your momentum like this. But what does it matter? You won't be able to hit me at all. But I hope you don't give up anyway, Hyperion says with an evil smirk on his face. Third-person POV. Poseidon gets into position. His hands move in a circle in front of him. Picture. Hyperion's figure disappears, and while it may look like he teleports to those who have slower reaction times, Poseidon is not one of them. His expression is focused completely and his body moves instinctively. Like a tidal wave, his fists blur and move forward, finding their target and creating waves of energy that attack Hyperion's approaching figure. Picture. Vroom. 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 The fist of Hyperion moving at the speed of light versus the hundreds of thousands of fists flowing like liquids also moving close to that speed, clash against one another. Hyperion understands that his momentum is ruined and also begins to attack Poseidon using his immense speed to punch him. And while his speed is faster than Poseidon's in the beginning, the moves of Poseidon make it hard if not impossible to hit him. Picture. That wasn't all. As the clash goes on, the evolved form of Poseidon's water stream rock-smashing fist did more and more damage to Hyperion. The problem was that at the speeds they were going, Hyperion couldn't do anything but power through or take massive amounts of damage. The continuously growing martial art of Poseidon results in the release of powerful shockwaves that surge through Hyperion's body, causing devastating internal damage, which can't be healed fast enough by his healing factor. The shockwave generated by this technique is so potent that it starts to pulverize surrounding debris into fine powder and is also starting to do the same thing to Hyperion's bones. But it is still not finished. Something else starts to change in Poseidon's fists. They start to shine with bright light and a bugle begins to form around it, starting to distort the surrounding air. And then, it happens. Poseidon's fist reaches Hyperion's face. Vibration knuckle. Picture. CCRRRRAAAAACCCCCKKKK. The air in Hyperion's face cracks and then breaks apart, exploding into a shower of brain matter and ichor. From the beginning 2 titans, only one is still alive. Atlas has managed to prove why he was the titan of endurance and is once again standing. He looks at the dead body of his uncle, Hyperion the Titan of Light, and mourns slightly. He knows the repercussions of this fight will be felt in the coming time when Kronos grows furious. He does not accept failure, and what he and Hyperion showed this day was nothing short of embarrassing and pathetic. But that wasn't really true. Poseidon was a different beast altogether, and he simply overpowered them with skill and power. The power the god of the sea and earthquakes has shown this day will be remembered as a new age of battle. No weapons were used, only unarmed combat and pure skill and use of his divinities. But Atlas wasn't done yet. His short sadness was replaced by fear of his uncle Kronos' reaction and anger. He was fuming and used his top speed to zoom towards Poseidon. His steps once again could be felt through the ground and the air, but Poseidon was not paying around here. He still remembered the comment Atlas made at the beginning of their fight. What was it you said before? You are at your weakest here in the desert. If there is no longer an ocean, I can simply create one, Poseidon says and takes a deep breath and looks at the ground. Great exploding water colliding wave. Whoosh. From his mouth, he spews out a massive amount of water, which starts to accumulate and cover the entire area around them. The sandy desert starts to fill with water and a ferocious tsunami forms, rising hundreds of meters into the sky. Picture. Atlas stops running and looks at the ginormous tsunami in front of him. All his will to fight disappears like a candlelight in a hurricane. Disbelief, confusion, and fear are seen on his face, and he doesn't even react as the wave collides on top of him. All of the Titan's bones are crushed completely and his entire body breaks, turning him into a piece of paper with gore and ichor splashing all around and painting the water golden. As if that wasn't enough, a trident pierces the poor sod's back. the little ichor that is left in his body and inside the water around them, is drained from the Titan's body and absorbed by the trident, ending his life once and for all. Chapter 9, Titanomachy 3. A/N I changed the name of his Zanpakuto's name to Greek instead of Japanese. That was a mistake on my part. Poseidon POV. After I had killed the two Titans, I used my powerful and continuously growing connection to the life force and played with it a bit. I knew that the Titans would simply reform in Tartarus after they died, but that would take a rather long time. I didn't care about Hyperion, but Atlas would play an important role in the future. That was also why I used my trident to absorb his ichor and his essence. My Zanpakuto or Soul Cutter sword is special in a way. In the sealed state, it allows me to fully use all of my powers, especially the life force, the fundamental force of this universe. I have gotten a very deep connection. Using it, I absorbed the ichor and essence of Atlas, in order to both play with it and grow more proficient in manipulating life and bring him back. He would be out of the war, most probably, because after what I am going to put him through, literally playing with his life and manipulating his soul, he won't be in any fighting condition. I have used the pools of inspiration to have the life force enhance me further and further while using another one to deepen my understanding of it. The fundamental forces of the universe are very powerful if you use them right. And as my understanding passively increases, I grow more proficient in manipulating life and also gain more and more life force, or vitality. I feel my body being forced to adapt and grow along with the increased density of life force inside it. That is perfect for me. So I get to work. I take the divine soul of Atlas, which my trident has absorbed, and manipulate the life energy contained inside it. I recognize the intricacies and the secrets it contains. The topic of souls is an interesting one. And with Otsunumeya's knowledge, I already know how to create Asachis, but I can use more knowledge of them. Either the Soul King from Bleach, Lucius Socrates from Black Clover, or Mahito from Jujutsu Kaisen would be a good idea. But more on that later. I can also learn from this. It takes a few hours for me to be satisfied, and after that, I control all the liquid inside the corpse of Atlas, which hasn't dissolved thanks to me, and fix him. The broken bones are only fixed minimally, and then I use the power of life force and fuse his soul back with his body. Quite a complicated process, but it does work nonetheless. Then, I wait for Atlas to wake up again. I can feel that he is alive, but he is not yet conscious. His divine Titan body is slowly healing him, but there seems to be a stir inside his soul. The connection between body and soul seems to shake like a fragile tree branch. Atlas' eyes flutter open for a second and he looks at me. WWIS, go no, he stutters something and then loses consciousness. Seems like he fell into a coma. Oh well, that's none of my concern. After fighting and killing Hyperion and almost killing Atlas, my name started to become more and more famous. But not just in Greece or Europe, even though this didn't exist yet, but also in other pantheons. My control over the oceans and seas was increasing constantly, and I was already more than strong enough to fight god kings easily. That was concerning to other pantheons, as some of them didn't have a god king yet. Like the Greek pantheon, the others were created at about the same time as ours was, and that meant that there were only very few, apart from the primordials, who had that type of power. There was the Hindu pantheon, which was truly powerful. There was also Amaterasu and Ra, who were very powerful, but I, as a very young god, was already in their ranks of power. My control over the domain of water, seas, and ocean was higher than any other god of the seas on earth, and it was only increasing. I am certain that if it continues this way, there will be a war between pantheons, and if my guess is correct, Zeus would rather help them than stand at my side. It is to be expected. He won't be happy with the results of this war. For that reason, I will need two things. More power, as you can't ever have enough of that in this universe, and powerful supporters who were loyal to me. I already thought about the supporters and loyalists before. That was also the reason why I started to gather information about the devil fruits from One Piece. And the soul sharing, or distribution power, was also a reason for that. But I knew that soul distribution is a very dangerous thing to do here. I don't want others who have more power than I do to use this against me. Therefore, I had to come up with a solution to stop anyone from interfering with my soul. And what did I do? Obviously use the pools of inspiration. Soul immunity, immunity to soul interference and manipulation of any kind, except my own. I will improve and strengthen my soul over time, so I will need to have access and be able to manipulate it. I let this one pool do just that. Give me soul immunity against outside interference and let it be. After these years, I believe it is time for me to do what I had planned before the war. So I went to the ocean again and traversed the seas for suitable subjects. All the wildlife and especially the sea life loved me. So after a while, I found who I was looking for and decided to raise them from their usual selves to something much greater. The first one I chose was a shark. The ancestor of the great white. I connected with the shark and transmitted my thoughts and plans to him. Without even thinking about it, the shark agreed to everything I wanted. He didn't even listen to all I had to tell him. No matter the pain, the risks or even death, he would do whatever I wanted. So I conjured a fruit in my hand and fed it to him. His body began to slowly change, and after a while, the shark gained 4 limbs. 2 arms and 2 legs. He also gained a neck, and his neck moved a bit. His muscles began to bulge and he looked like a bodybuilder but on godly steroids. Picture. Instinctively, he knew what I had just given him and he tried to kneel. But kneeling is hard in the ocean unless you are at the bottom. He bowed his head and then spoke. "You are too magnanimous, my king. This servant thanks you for your most valuable gift," the shark said. "Your name shall be the Riptide. What I have given you is called Poseidon's fruit. It contains a tiny part of my soul which gave you the abilities you now possess. The ability to walk on land, speak, and the script. Use your powers well, for we will soon have to battle again, I tell Riptide." "As you command, my king," Riptide says, and goes away to find other sharks and increase his army to prepare and fight for me. I combined the human fruit from one piece with soul distribution and also added a script to the soul piece. This gave him a letter with holds power inside it. The Riptide is an ability which suits a shark well. He will be able to recruit other sharks to his cause and can either share his powers with them, to create a massive army of sharks that are incredibly enhanced, or take their powers and fuel himself, making him even more powerful. Apart from that, Riptide will continue to grow larger and stronger the more he eats. The more powerful something or someone is, the more power he gains. It is quite a powerful ability and fitting for one of my generals. The second general I found was an octopus. I sensed a great life force inside him and decided to add him to my army. I told him the same thing I told Riptide and he agreed as quickly as Riptide did. The process was the same, and instead of a normal octopus, a similarly ripped giant of a man stood in front of me. He gained more tentacles now and he could regenerate them at his pleasure. He was now powerful, both physically and with the script I gave him. Picture. "My king, I am deeply honored for this gift. If you would please give me a name," he asked me. "Your name shall be, the Inkwell. You have a powerful ability, use it well," I told him. He left after that to go ahead and recruit more of his kind and increase my army. I decided to give my generals the ability to share their power and create strong soldiers under their commands. It was very useful and made it easier for me since I didn't have to do it. The Inkwell had a very powerful ability and I knew where it came from. You see, ever since I used the pools of inspiration to passively increase my attributes, I also used one to constantly increase my skill, proficiency, and understanding of my divinities. I had one for my divinity of the sea and water, one for all the other liquids there were like blood, milk, alcohol, oil, gasoline, acids, poisons, creams, mercury, magma, mud, hot wax and ink. Another pool focused on vibrations, earthquakes, waves, and so on. Now, there was something that interested me greatly. And that was ink manipulation. I saw the true power and potential behind ink manipulation. You use ink to write. And what do you write? Letters and words, of course, or you can also paint. Words, that was an incredibly powerful concept. Words held meaning and therefore words could hold power. There was one man who used this power to the extremes and that was Achib Hyasub. Manako Osho, or the monk who calls the true name. His power went beyond mere ink manipulation, of course. He held power over linguistics. And that's what I wanted as well. It was the next step to grow stronger and step into a higher level of power in this universe. The good thing was that it was very closely connected to my divinities. Because the flow or waves were also connected to it. The way words flowed and the brush on the paper, the meaning of each word, it was closely connected. But let me come back to Inkwell. The reason he gained the power that he did, was because I was delving into the powers of Achib Hyasub and was already growing beyond even that. But what were Inkwell's powers? The power Inkwell held was the power of ink. Like Achib's Zanpakuto Ikemanji, Inkwell's ink held the power to wipe away not anything physical, but spiritual. The Inkwell was the power to cover up the powers of others and render them useless. It was not the power to take away the powers, but it was rather temporary. The powers were mute, so to speak. It wasn't like Ikemanji where the name would be taken away or erased, which took away the powers for good, but a watered-down version of it. Inkwell could cover up the powers of others using his ink and make them powerless. After Inkwell, I found another candidate for a general. A jellyfish. The name I gave him was very fitting, in different ways. He became the Tentacruel. His powers resolved around poison and water. His poison was so strong that he could seriously harm and even kill a titan, but that would need the titan not to be very strong. He wouldn't affect Kronos much and also Hyperion, Oceanus, and Iapetus wouldn't die from it. But the minor ones or weaker ones would be seriously endangered. Unlike the other two, Tentacruel wasn't buff. He stayed slender and agile. He was quite lucky on that front. I'm sure a lot of water nymphs would want to have a go at him. But it is unlikely that they would succeed in seducing him or forcing him into anything. He was more powerful than any water nymph now. Picture. After that, I found a few more. I found a whale, who gained the sea, the calm. I didn't call him that and instead called him Mistral. His power revolved around calmness, which had many applications that would surely come to play an important role in the war to come. His body didn't change that much. He only gained a golden horn which held great power and was connected to his script. I saw something interesting in him and would soon go into that, but not right now. Picture. Finally, I found 2 krakens in the deep ocean. They had woken up a while ago after feeling my growing connection to all life, but sea life specifically. They sweared loyalty and submitted to me. I did not give them a script, but they were still granted a small piece of my soul and the Poseidon fruit. After that, well, see for yourself. Picture. Chapter 10, Titanomachy 4. Poseidon POV. The war has been going on for years now. I have been using this chance to scout the oceans for a place to build my kingdom. I wasn't planning on meddling in the annoying stuff Zeus will create. I did anger Gaia when I killed Hyperion, but she seemed to understand that he attacked me first. Not that that would matter. She loves all her children and will also be angry when Zeus deals with Kronos. But she is none of my concern. Right now, I am becoming more and more invaluable to her. That's right, I am slowly growing to be indispensable to Mother Earth. And the reason for that? My connection to the life force. The fundamental forces of the universe are, as the name suggests, fundamental, and the multiverse can't function without them. They form the tapestry that is reality. My connection to the life force is growing so much that I am already the being with the most control over it. It is like a domain of gods. I, as a god of the seas, have to compete against other gods of the sea on Earth. Oceanus was the strongest contender. But my rise to power has forced all the others to the back as I took more and more of the domain and made it my own. This is why I am so disliked by other pantheons who have gods of the sea like ours. Oceanus is a rather timid titan and a rational one as well. He didn't want to fight for Kronos as he saw how bad of a king his brother was. But now he is angry as he grows weaker in the seas, the more my control over the domain increases. The life force is similar in the way that while it might be limitless, there are those who hold greater understanding and therefore control over the force. Gaia had a connection to the life force, which was what connected us the first time I met her. It was the reason she looked at me favorably. But that has now changed. I have become a danger to her and all life. As the personification of Earth, she is a strong giver of life. The animals, humans, and the plants prosper because she allows it. Yes, I also do that, and Demeter is also helping, but it is all happening on Gaia. She is the foundation of all life on Earth. But things are now different. She no longer holds the strongest authority over the life force. While it was strong, Gaia didn't really hold much power over the life force anyway. She didn't understand just how widespread and limitless it truly is. I never limited myself, which is why I have grown so powerful during this war. If Gaia were to just attack or even kill me, she would set off the balance of life not just on the planet, but in our entire universe. That was how far my reach had grown already. I couldn't snuff out all life in the universe, I was still far too weak for that, but I could feel the life. My vitality was constantly growing by being fed the life force, and my body sometimes underwent metamorphosis. My army was growing throughout the war. I found more powerful soldiers, but finding capable generals who gained power for me wasn't easy. Only powerful animals and those with talent could withstand the enhancements and power I offered. I did find some though, and I was happy with what I found. Picture. Nonetheless, I was using my time to start research about other things that had nothing to do with fighting or war. I was going to create my own dimension that connected to Earth, but could also be cut off if I wanted to. I was using one pool of inspiration for that and another to learn about architecture. I wanted to have an entrance, so to speak, in a place where the chosen few could come and even fewer could enter my kingdom. That was why I was currently using the control over water and magic. I had to change its atomic structure and create the beautiful material I wanted to start building. I kept things simple as I didn't want to make it too big here on Earth. In my dimension, I will go nuts, make it ginormous, and add all types of water-themed things. It took me a while, but after thinking about it, I managed to finish a small city underwater in one of the deepest parts of the ocean. I added multiple magic formations to allow breathing for anyone who couldn't breathe underwater. I was also thinking about adding public transportation to move around. But that would be in the future. Or maybe I could have others deal with that problem. Picture. After spending a long time designing the small city, I focused on the most important part of it, the portal that would take you to my dimension. I had to use my magic and divinities to the maximum for this one. Especially my power over waves was used with this. I wanted to connect the dimension to the portal but make it safe. I implemented a security seal that would shut the portal off immediately when danger was felt. I created a marvelous portal that seemed to fit with my power and looked aesthetically appealing. Picture. So after a few months of working, everything was ready for my personal dimension. My kingdom. The place where I would rule from and where my followers and most importantly, my family would live. So I used a lot of time to start building there. I wanted to keep the water theme, which I loved and which was what I stood for. There were seas, lakes, rivers, and anything that had to do with water or liquids everywhere. I divided my kingdom into different biomes. I created a very advanced biome that used a lot of technology and would be used for education and research. Jobs weren't necessary in my kingdom as everything you needed was provided here. I will only allow a select few to come and live in my dimension. And everyone that does, will have something to do there to pass the time. The advanced technological biome also offered a lot of ways to spend time by watching movies or playing games and the like. Picture. Another biome was a place for the people to live and spend time. There were resorts or medical wings to relax and many more that I started to get into. I forgot the time and simply continued with what I was doing. More and more ideas popped into my head and made me go faster and faster. Picture. I really forgot that we were actually supposed to be fighting a war when I stopped and noticed that a couple of months had passed. Quite funny, but now I have to deal with the approaching presence I am feeling. Someone was coming and he was rather strong, well compared to others at least. I felt the sea life and the vibrations tell me all about it, and to make sure I didn't damage that small city I built, I moved away from it and waited for him to arrive. Wooshhh. A tall man with a full beard and ripped physique arrived in front of me, looking all around himself and marveling at the architecture. Do you like it? I ask him. Not really, he says and looks me in the eyes. I know he is lying, but that was to be expected. He can't say that he likes it, since we are supposed to be enemies after all. So what are you doing here, Oceanus? I ask the Titan. I am here to kill you. Your time has come and Kronos wants your head. I am also beyond angry with you for trying to steal away my domain. I am the ruler of the seas and not you. I am Oceanus and I will not be pushed away by a youngling like you who thinks he can take whatever he likes, Oceanus roared. I am unimpressed. I am not taking whatever I want, I take what is rightfully mine. In this world, the strong survive, while the weak are preyed upon. You are weaker than me, so I can take control of the domain and you can't do anything about that. If I were weaker, you would crush me to please your brother. I am not faulting you for that, as it is the way the world works, but don't come here and accuse me of pushing you away when you do the same to all the others who have a divinity of water or the sea. You little shit, Oceanus shouts and attacks me. His fist approaches me, but my powers are very different when they are in water, compared to when I am in the desert. In the desert I killed Hyperion and could have killed Atlas as well, so what does he think he is doing? His fist stops millimeters in front of me. Cool. He can't move forward as I am using the water to block him. We are surrounded by water and he thinks it is smart enough to challenge me, who has a much higher affinity with the domain than he does. He is truly impulsive. I guess that's why he has so many children. Damn you, Oceanus shouts and starts to punch the water in front of me. Bomb. 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 But the barrier of water doesn't move one bit. Seeing as he has no control over this, he uses his divinity to force himself through, making me smile. He has to use a tremendous amount of divine energy to get through the barrier I created by simply controlling the water without my divinity. Boom. He finally breaks through and shoots towards me. I don't attack him and just dodge all of his attacks. This is fun to do every once in a while. I forgot that we were fighting a war and immersed myself in the dimension. But it is good to fight every once in a while. It keeps my body in top shape. I focus on Oceanus as he starts to use some of his fighters to attack me. Those are mostly his children because no sea life would dare to act against me at this point. So this is a sad story for him. But I am not emotionally attached to him as an uncle or them as my cousins that I would spare them or go easy on them. This is a war and if they enter the fight, they have to be prepared for death. Die, they yell and think that they have me. I wave my hand in front of me, letting it pass through the seawater and focusing my intent on what I want. 1,000 feeding sharks. The water transforms and from it, a giant wave manifests. Yes, it manifests underwater. The currents pick up and at the top of the wave, thousands of sharks appear, ready to swarm down and devour all my enemies. Picture. The attack is greatly successful as the children and soldiers of Oceanus are suddenly attacked by thousands of sharks and have to defend themselves. But that won't help them that much, because even Oceanus struggled with my water manipulation, so they will have an even harder time. And there are 1,000 sharks. Aha. No. Help, father. Oceanus is in shock as he observes the giant wave underwater form and the sharks attack and rip apart his soldiers and also children. His children are hanging on, but that won't be for much longer. So he decides to not help his children and instead attacks me and tries to kill me. Because he believes that by killing me, the attack would stop, but that's wrong. "How dare you attack my children?" he screams as he attacks me with everything he's got. I block all of his attacks by creating barriers and hard objects using the water around. He has no chance at all, but his anger is clouding his judgment. "You attacked me, I am simply finishing this." Great waterfall technique. Picture. A large volume of water is directed from all around. I use my will and focus on the amount of water I want to use for this attack, and once I do just that, it cascades towards the Oceanus and his soldiers, resembling a giant waterfall current crushing anything that is in its path. I see Oceanus wide-eyes as he understands what will happen. Chapter 11, Titanomachy v. Poseidon POV. The day had come when we finally attacked Mount Othrys and engaged Kronos directly. This war has been going on for long enough, and while I did enjoy fighting, polishing my martial arts, creating my own dimension and growing more powerful, it is time for something new. The Titans don't have anything that interests me anymore, so this is for the best. Gaia was fuming at the fact that I used my Zanpakuto or Soul Cutter sword to kill another one of her sons, Oceanus. That was now 2 and almost 3. Atlas has finally regained his bearings somewhat. There was bound to be some heavy trauma after what I did to him. But what was Gaia to do about it? She has undoubtedly already started to plan and prepare for the gigantes that are to target me. I am not sure whether she will also give birth to the antithesis of the other Olympians like in the myths, but that doesn't matter to me. I am just interested to see what pops out of her Vigo. She has some real talent as a broodmare, that much is certain. Besides that, she is as annoying as anything. Luckily I have my own dimension now, so I won't have to bother with her. Lately, there have been other pantheons that pay very close attention to me. The reason for that is the concern and anger of their respective sea, water, or storm gods with me. And there are many of those for some reason. For example, Susanoo, Shinto god of storms and the sea, has visited the waters of my underwater city and tried to gauge my strength by provoking me into a fight. But our pantheon is currently busy fighting the Titans, so I don't want another war right after. But I was interested to see what Susanoo had to boast about. And he was rather powerful. Susanoo and his siblings Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi are rather interested in me and my growing power. I didn't fight Susanoo though, there was no point. Why would I fight him if he has nothing to offer me? I am superior to him in every way, and while that enrages him, I can see that Amaterasu told him not to start a war right away. Amaterasu is a smart woman in that regard. She knows that if her brother fights me one-on-one, he will lose, as not even the combined might of Hyperion and Atlas could bring me down. Oceanus was embarrassingly easy to deal with, and he was even more humiliated after I used my Soul Cutter sword to take away everything he had. His power, domain and even his ichor were absorbed by my trident. So having her brother fight me would be unwise. But a war was possible. She could easily ally herself with the Titans and then deal with the Olympians, but she wasn't certain how the end result would be and if she would like it. After all, Kronos was a pain for all of Earth and not just Greece. Tsukuyomi was also interested in me. The moon had a close relationship with the seas, but he wasn't interested in fighting me like his brother Susanoo was. That's good, he was even weaker than Susanoo anyway. Amaterasu, on the other hand, is someone I am interested in fighting. She is a godhead or god queen of her pantheon and as such holds great power, making her an interesting adversary for my tastes. Another god who was interested in me and someone I was interested in as well, was Indra, king of the Hindu gods, god of weather, and bringer of rain, thunderstorms, and clouds. His power dwarfed Zeus and Amaterasu respectively, making the idea of fighting him very interesting to me. But the Hindu gods didn't really care about others, and the conflict we had was not something Indra would ever interfere with. The growing control over the domain of any liquid was concerning him though, I knew as much. So there might come a time when he will do something about it. And fighting the Hindu pantheon will be hard for us, well, not for me, but for the Greek pantheon as a whole. The Hindu pantheon is so much more powerful than ours. But since I am here and will only grow further, we shall see. Calcayotlicu, Mexican goddess of water, lakes, rivers, seas, streams, horizontal waters, storms, and baptism. She had many divinities, while mine was simply the seas and ocean, but now also liquids as a whole. This made me that much more powerful and inconsequential, as much as she hated that fact. Now the ones who interested me though were the Ennead, or Egyptian pantheon. Not the pantheon as a whole, but one person. There were many gods there who had some divinity over water or rivers, just like we had in the Greek pantheon. Tefnut, goddess of water, moisture, and fertility. Berthai, goddess of water and more. But the one who interested me was Ra. And that is for good reason. Ra, unlike what I thought and read about, was female here. And yes, I am aware the genders aren't fixed amongst gods, but there is an original gender that we all have and hers is female. I am reminded of a character from a Korean webtoon I read, Ennead. The history was similar to the story I read and I thought it was funny. Set, the god of war, had killed his brother Osiris and has begun to rule Egypt. For some reason, I had gained the attention of Ra, the goddess of the sun and probably the strongest one at that, stronger than Amaterasu and stronger than Hyperion, now that he was gone. I don't know how it happened, but I can feel a gaze on me whenever I move out of the seas and follow me everywhere. I have traced the gaze back, and that was how I found out about RA. I started to use my pools of inspiration to hide from such gazes, and after a while, I managed to do just that. It was annoying, but after I did that, I saw certain animals that kept an eye on me whenever I rose above the water. Seriously? How could she be this obnoxious? Gods and their boredom, and now I am the one getting bothered. If this goes on like this, I will be the one to start a war with the Ennead and not the other way around. My body starts to form on Mount Olympus in the war tent where the others are already preparing for the fight to come against the Titans. The final attack in this far too long war. The water in the air forms my body and I appear there. I'm here, I say, and Zeus nods his head. I can see the displeasure in his eyes. He hates the fact that I don't take the war seriously and almost never attend. But that is none of my concern. In the few days I actually fought in the war, I did more than all the others combined. If he wanted to be remembered as the one who won the war, he should be stronger. Glad you could join the meeting, Lord Poseidon. We were just discussing the final push for Mount Othries, Métis says. Where were you, brother? Chasing after Oceanus' daughters, now that you killed him, Hera asks me with a smirk. I find it impressive that you think you can talk to me that way when you are as weak as you are. Being funny takes strength, something you clearly don't have. But go on, we'll see how strong your face is when it meets my palm, I tell her. Gasp. That was uncalled for, Poseidon, Hades says, unable to contain the smallest of smiles. Throughout the war, I have gotten closer to Hades and we have spent some time together just drinking and talking. He appears as a tense man, but he is the best of the Olympians, no doubt. Not strength-wise, of course. Whatever. Can we start the discussion now? This war will end today and that is final. I have no interest in continuing any longer, and this is our best chance to fight Kronos. We will defeat him once and for all, Zeus says. Thank you, Zeus. Now, the plan is rather simple. The Hecantokyres and Cyclops will stay here and use any object they can find, boulders and other heavy things, to throw them at Mount Othries. They will be the long-range attackers, to keep them occupied. Hades will attack Mount Othries from the north and attack the ground troops. Zeus will fly in the sky to deal with any airborne threat we may face and to keep them from attacking Mount Olympus. Finally, we have Poseidon, who will attack Mount Othries from the south. You will use your power over the sea to attack them and flood any troops they might have, Métis explained the attack. I have no problems with that plan. It's a good plan. Any plan would be good now that we have Mount Olympus and can send Zeus through the air to attack them. I could have flooded or frozen Mount Othries as well, but that would have been too easy for them. I don't want them to think of me as too helpful. Just enough to ensure we win. Good. Then good luck to all of you. Third-person POV. Poseidon was in the sea in front of all the troops he had amassed during the war. He was more than ready to destroy all the Titans now. He had been ready long ago, but now there was no doubt in his mind that this would be a quick fight. He summoned his trident and pointed it towards Mount Othries where the Titan Iapetus was located. Atlas couldn't face Poseidon anymore as he had a trauma after their fight. It was embarrassing. All of the troops started to attack and all of them rode the ginormous tsunami wave Poseidon created and swept across the lands until they reached Mount Othries. It was a massacre. There was no fight involved and Poseidon didn't even look at Iapetus as he controlled the liquids in his body and made the poor bastard explode into guts and ichor. He was quick to use his trident to absorb all the ichor and power of the Titan. Without even looking at him, he continued on his way. A water throne was conjured that looked exactly like the one he had in his soul space. He controlled the water and rose towards the top of Mount Othries. He observed as his generals wiped the floor with the Titan's forces and decimated everyone standing in their way. Iapetus might have posed a problem to them, but Poseidon was just far too powerful and didn't want to play. He rose higher until he reached the top. He could feel the other battles taking place but didn't care about them. He continued on his way until he reached the throne room. He floated on his throne and appeared in front of the figure of his father Kronos. His father had his scythe next to him and was looking at Poseidon with fire in his eyes. So you finally appear before me. Have you come to destroy me, Poseidon? Kronos asks. Indeed. You were stupid. Everyone knows that prophecies are self-fulfilling and doing something about it is stupid. You were better before, but let your power get to your head. It is your stupidity that killed you today. We shall see. Indeed we shall. Boom. Chapter 12, Titanomachy 6. Third-person POV. Poseidon was still sitting on his throne which was floating in the air. Kronos grabs his scythe and swings it towards him with his tremendous speed. Poseidon can feel the vibrations through the air and takes control over them. He absorbs them through the air and stops them, effectively stopping Kronos' momentum. But something strange happened. Instead of stopping, Kronos' scythe was suddenly right in front of Poseidon, threatening to split him in two. But Poseidon's trident appeared right in front of the scythe, stopping it from cutting him. Boom. A strong wind blows everything away as the two weapons hit each other. Poseidon has already been using the pools of inspiration to find out Kronos' weaknesses and how to defeat him. That's how Poseidon knows what just happened and is not as surprised as he might be if he didn't know. This might have been the end of the fight if he had not been able to block the attack. Poseidon had many ways to not die from this attack. He could turn his entire body into any liquid he chose, but this was still a different situation. The scythe of Kronos was gifted to him by Gaia herself and could permanently kill gods. If his head had been cut off, Poseidon would have had a hard time keeping up with the powerful momentum Kronos gained. But Poseidon was nothing if not a rising star. He prepared enough for this fight and knew what to expect. So when Kronos suddenly skipped through time and bypassed all defenses, Poseidon was ready and defended against the attack. The power of Poseidon's trident is growing as Poseidon is growing. They are connected and therefore grow together. Poseidon has been using his trident in his fights to learn how to use his power and make the most of it. Cling. Bang. Boom. The trident continued to defend against Kronos' attacks, without Poseidon wielding it physically. This is the effect of Poseidon's high connection to his weapon and indirectly his soul. He can control his soul cutter sword using his will alone and doesn't even have to lift a finger. Poseidon is using the pools of inspiration to gain more information about the scythe Kronos is using. He can sense the power it contains and knows what will happen to it. The moment his analysis is complete, Poseidon opens his eyes, which had been closed, and he smiles. But that smile immediately leaves his face, when Kronos cuts through his body and splits him in half. Your arrogance is astounding, son. I admit, I was surprised that you managed to block the first attack and could even keep up with my speed and strength, but you didn't see anything yet. I am Kronos, the Titan of Time. Do you really believe that you can defend against an attack that has already happened? Kronos asks and shrugs. It doesn't matter anyway. You're dead now and it is your own fault for facing me alone. Are you sure about that? Poseidon asks. He raises his finger, points behind Kronos, and then his body turns into water and dissipates into the air. Impressive. I agree. It is impressive. Poseidon's voice is heard behind Kronos. Boom. A fist hits Kronos in the face, but the King of Titans manages to block it with the handle of his scythe at the last moment. Kronos shoots back, surprised by the power Poseidon possesses. To stop his momentum and be out of this fight, Kronos swings his scythe and cuts into the ground, creating a crater as he slowly loses his momentum and comes to a stop. Boom. Another punch from Poseidon arrives in front of Kronos, but this time it is not his fist, but a fist made out of water. Kronos scoffs at the speed of the attack. Speed is relative to Kronos as he has a divinity of time. Nothing is too fast or too slow for him. He holds control over this aspect, which is why he is unimpressed by Poseidon's attack. The figure of Kronos blurs as he raises his scythe and cuts through the fist made out of water. But that isn't the only attack coming towards him. Another fist arrives from the right, trying to hit him with a right hook. Another one from the bottom with an uppercut. A cross, a jab, another right hook. More and more attacks made out of water reach Kronos and force the Titan to use his divinity and increase his speed. His figure turns even more blurry as he swings his scythe so fast to create shockwaves in the throne room. But Poseidon is unconcerned about all of this. He has once again taken his seat on the throne and is forming more and more attacks to bother his father and push him to his limits. He wants to see how far the power of Kronos goes. Time manipulation is a very powerful thing to have, and Kronos is powerful, but it doesn't make much sense for him to hide up here when all of his loyal brothers and sisters are fighting down there and losing. His arrogance is astounding. Poseidon would never do something like that. He wouldn't bother with weak enemies either, but he would first make sure they were truly weak and not sacrifice his soldiers like lambs to the slaughter. Boom. Shing. Boom. 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 Shing. Different objects and creations made out of water start to appear and attack Kronos. Water vines ensnare his feet to stop his movements, sharpshooters attack him from a long range, sharks, sea lions, killer whales and other predators attack and try to bite him, and still thousands of fists and tridents made out of water are fighting him as if Poseidon himself were there. Poseidon has taken his martial arts to the next level. The one he managed to reach when fighting Hyperion was no longer that impressive of what he was now capable of. Poseidon was using his own variation of water stream rock smashing fist, Poseidon style, mixed with water breathing from Kimetsu no Yaiba. Water breathing was different from the manga, it used actual water and it also didn't only use a katana. Poseidon created his own variation where he could use his trident to fight. Water style, vibration knuckle, X. CCRRRRAAAAACCCCCKKKKK. Poseidon has managed to use his martial arts with his constructs and control water and any other liquid to the point that he could even add vibrations to them and perform the vibration knuckle with it. That was beyond hard normally. To create a construct out of water, you have to keep the water stable and not have it move around independently. This is the exact opposite of the vibration knuckle, as the molecules have to vibrate and send out those vibrations to damage the opponent. To combine them both together was a monstrous task. Poseidon had to practice after he used the pool of inspiration to come up with a way to combine both things. Naturally, he mastered it, right in this fight. But the best thing is that this isn't even his final form. There's more to it still. Krareakak. Reality seems to crack like glass as the thousands of vibration knuckles hit Kronos. But then, the world suddenly skips and all the attacks disappear from existence. Like they were never there to begin with, and what we're left with is Kronos holding a small ball in his hand. There is a cruel smirk on the Titan's lips as he throws the small dark ball of energy towards Poseidon. Poseidon breathing, 7th form, drop ripple vibration thrust. Poseidon for the first time takes his trident into his hand and pulls it back. He knows what is coming and what this attack is and has to respond accordingly. He performs a precise, fast and accurate thrust with his trident using his own Poseidon breathing. Picture. The ball made out of time energy was meant to turn back Poseidon's time and make him weaker. Kronos knows that making Poseidon older would be as stupid as killing himself. Making Poseidon older would not decay his body as he was a god, instead, it would only make him stronger as Poseidon would age and grow more powerful with age. That is why Kronos opted to make him younger, and then have him disappear entirely. But Poseidon was prepared and used his trident, combined with his Poseidon breathing to thrust a hole through the attack. But that's not all, the power of the thrust continues after it penetrates the ball of time and reaches Kronos. But the Titan of Time has already seen this attack in the future, just in time to block it with his scythe. He is once again pushed back by the force of the attack. But this time, things are different. He can't stop his momentum the same way, and what's more, Poseidon has appeared behind him. The scythe begins to shine in a green light and power emanates from it. The force pushing him forward suddenly grows weaker at an astronomically fast pace and dissipates. He sped up time to remove the force and stop his movement. Just in time, the grinning Kronos turns around to receive the attacks coming from Poseidon. A green hue of divine light covers Kronos' body and he smirks as Poseidon's fist comes closer towards him. Boom. Kronos continues to stand there. No damage can be seen on his body. Poseidon narrows his eyes and then punches again. Boom. But the result is the same, nothing happens. How sad you look, Poseidon. To think that the strongest of my sons has to lose in this fashion. Embarrassing. You can't hit me because we aren't even at the same time right now. I have separated myself from your time stream using my divinity. You can't hit something that doesn't exist in your time. Kronos explains what is going on. Impressive. But success is my only option, failure's not, Poseidon says and attacks again. This time he is using his unarmed martial arts. Boom. 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 His fists pick up speed and Kronos simply watches him embarrass himself and grins. He likes to see this as he wants to see his son lose all hope of defeating him. Poseidon uses his martial arts and then adds something else to the mix. The peak of his martial arts has surpassed what was thought possible in this life. Poseidon took inspiration from another amazing manga to create his strongest martial arts yet. The fist, which is coated in a vibration bubble, has taken on a different color this time. It seems to be pushing something. Kronos, seeing this, only shakes his head in amusement and watches as the punch reaches his green energy. But then, recoilless, vibration knuckle. Boom. Kaak. The punch actually connects with Kronos' face and hits him out of his separate time stream. Kronos' brain was rattled, to say the least. This attack was pure martial arts and not one speck of divinity, and yet it managed to pass through the time barrier and almost smash his head in. It was unheard of and thought to be impossible. Kronos stands back up. He turns back time on his body and makes the pain and damage disappear. Time manipulation is truly convenient. He looks at his son, who is looking at him with a completely apathetic face, devoid of any emotion. Kronos sees red. He interprets that look of his son as him looking down on Kronos. Raahhhh, Kronos shouts. Boom. Vroom. His full power and divine energy explode out of him, pressuring all around them. The throne room and the entire mountain begin to age and decay or turn back into nothingness. But Poseidon only stands there unaffected by this display. You will pay for your arrogance, Poseidon. I will kill you and then you will grow at my feet. I will pe your mother in front of you and slowly pick apart your brothers and sisters. This is my world, Kronos shouts and attacks Poseidon with his most powerful swing yet. Sigh, how pitiful, Poseidon says and sighs. He takes his trident and points it at the approaching Kronos and for the first time says the magic words. Surge, flow and destroy, kappa upsilon nu delta omicron nu tau alpha tau omega nu rho omicron nu tau omega nu upsilon gamma rho nu, fong of the flowing liquids. Chapter 13, Titanomachy 7. Chronos POV. Surge, flow and destroy, kappa upsilon nu delta omicron nu tau alpha tau omega nu rho omicron nu tau omega nu upsilon gamma rho nu, fong of the flowing liquids. I hear his voice and then the world changes. Water and other liquids begin to flow from all around. We are inside a storm with him looking at me with his usual apathetic expression. I can still feel my power and spacetime hasn't changed, but it is weird. It feels like instead of looking at the real thing, I am seeing an image, which could change at any moment. What is this? I ask confused. This is the initial release of my trident. Although you might be confused about what weapon I am really holding, the truth is far more confusing. You might think it switches between being a sword, a trident, a spear, a brush. The truth is, it is all of those things. The power of my trident is to control the flow of all things. Everything has a flow, water and other liquids, gas including breathable air, and energy such as heat, electricity, and sometimes kinetic energy and light. Even the smallest of drops can eventually erode the hardest materials, and that is what will happen here. By using this power, I am giving you a great honor. So rejoice, you may see this marvel of a weapon firsthand, he says. I watch in disbelief as his weapon changes into a sword-like form and he swings it in a horizontal arc. I swing my scythe and block his attack, but Poseidon suddenly disappears from my view. Shing. Cack. I feel my neck being cut and immediately use my power to reverse the damage which was done. I look at him and narrow my eyes. You look confused. Is something wrong? He asks me. You are arrogant. But that will change. You haven't seen anything of my power yet. Let me show you why I am your daddy, I say and use my power in its maximum form. Time stop. Crack. What dash? Are you confused? You tried to stop time just now, but it didn't work. When I use this power, nothing is in stasis, everything flows and is constantly moving. You will have to try something else. Again, I see his weapon change from a strange sword into a spear. He twirls the spear around in his hand and tries to stab me in quick succession. His speed is faster than before, tremendously so. I use my power over time and slow it down for me and him. He grows slower and I faster. With all my physical strength, I swing the scythe at him in an overhead strike. The scythe approaches his head and threatens to split him in half, but at the last moment, I see my blade bend around him and miss him entirely. Whoosh! I move my head back and tilt my upper body, dodging another attack. He got faster again. How is this possible? I use more of my power to slow down time more than before and make him slower while I get even faster. Now it is getting harder for my mind to keep up with the speed as well. To help with this problem, I use my time manipulation to speed up my thought process and calculate everything easily. To think that someone other than my father could push me like this. He is impressive for a runt. I focus on my palm and concentrate my power on it. I bend my knees and take some water we are fighting on in my palm. Using my experience I saturate the water with the power of time and add the effect I desire. To think I have to go to such lengths. I then throw the handful of water towards Poseidon and watch as it hits him. I watch as the place where the water hits his body, everything disappears completely. The water passes through his body like it was air. It passed through his body after colliding with it, no matter his sturdiness and durability, completely shredding and goring his body, leaving behind nothing more than an unrecognizable pile of flesh or a bloody mist. I like the look on his face. This is a basic, but very taxing ability of my time manipulation. I pick up objects like dirt, sand, pebbles, water or even the air and stop their time. Then I throw them forward at my enemies like I just did with Poseidon. As the time of these small objects was stopped, the objects effectively acted as anomalies in the world, being cut off from the flow of time. These attacks can't be stopped and kill every time. I look at the shredded figure of Poseidon and laugh. You wanted to defeat me with fluids? You will need more than that, boy. But let me show you something good before you die, I say, and kick the water underneath my feet. By kicking the water which is everywhere around us, I aim to unleash a devastating tsunami. By freezing the water all around in place using my power over time, I can pick it up with my hands, similar to having a mat made out of water. The billions and trillions of tons of water weigh nothing in my hands. I pick up the seemingly infinite amounts of water and other fluids and throw them towards Poseidon, creating a giant tsunami. The tidal wave crushes everything in its path and does not stop until I cut it in half, destroying it in the process, together with Poseidon. Boom. Boom. Darkness overwhelms me and I feel pain suddenly. After my eyes finally manage to open, I see that I am flying through the air. With a hard splash, I fall into the water. Something just punched me out of nowhere and I feel that it did a lot of damage. My face is broken and my neck is as well. If I wasn't using my power constantly, that would have defeated me just now. I turn back time and heal myself. After I stand up, I finally see who punched me. At dash, I say but stop when I see a fist in front of my face. Instinctively, I use the move that helped me defeat my father back in the day. Time stop. Crack. Boom. I forgot that he said, no stasis works here when his power is activated and gets punched in the face again. To think that someone as low as my nephew would dare to punch me in the face twice. You grew stronger. But do you think that this is enough to defeat me? Atlas, I say to the Titan standing in front of me. But he doesn't answer me for some reason. He can't talk. I hear a voice behind me and turn around to see Poseidon. What? How are you, Dash? Alive. I told you everything already. I control the flow of everything. That includes the flow of energy, the flow of life and death. Do you really think that water could ever defeat me, the god of the sea? What is this? Why would Atlas betray me? I ask him. Betray? Oh, you must think this is the real Atlas. Not really. You see, my trident in its sealed state has the power to absorb all types of liquids as well as channel my tremendous life force. When I fought against Atlas, I used my trident to impale him and absorb all of his ichor. This allowed me to materialize him now and have him fight for me. The only downside is that he only has the power he had when I defeated him. This will change in the future, but for now, this is the case. I can however use his powers better than he does, as I understand the flow of his abilities much better than he does, and therefore can use his divinities so much better. My mind almost stops working out of surprise. He can call upon those whose ichor he absorbed using his trident, and he can have them fight for him using their full power. Wait. If you have Atlas, then that means... VRROOOOOOOM. A powerful ray of light hits my stomach and drills a hole right through it. Cough dash. I cough blood and quickly use my power to turn back the time on myself and heal the damage done to me. As I thought, he has Hyperion here as well. That is already 2 Titans, and since he defeated Oceanus as well, he will turn up soon. Splash. I move to the back and dodge a sneak attack coming from the depths from Oceanus. As I thought, he used the fights against the Titans to grow his own power. He never cared about the war, since he knew he would win either way. Eventually, he would have been prepared to fight all of us one-on-one. He has to die, right now. I can't keep postponing this any longer. So I start to channel all of the power I have left. Constantly healing myself and defending myself from his attacks that come from all around, has used more of my reserves than I imagined. But no more. I have to go all out and defeat him and these traitors all at once. I use all of my power to slow it down as much as I can and then go on the offensive. I swing my scythe and attack them, but as I try to cut through Hyperion, who is the biggest threat right now, he simply disappears from my view and a kick at light speed hits my neck, almost killing me there. I control the flow of all things, Chronos, even spacetime. You never stood a chance. I hear Poseidon's voice, which sounds like we are underwater. I dodge another attack from Atlas and bend time to stop his attack from hitting me. But the flow of time changes once again and the attack lands. A tsunami crushes me underneath itself and pushes me underwater. There thousands of monsters await me and attack me at the same time. I get cut, punched, pierced, hundreds, thousands of attacks try to kill me and force me to use my powers to revert all damage. Time is no longer under my control, at least not fully. Reality is slipping from my grasp and I feel as if I was slowly drowning and falling deeper and deeper into the depths of the bottomless ocean. As much as I love my initial release of my soul-cutting trident, there are still flaws I will take care of in the future. The enemies I absorb using my trident can't grow when I manifest them with my powers. That is not really good. They will only stay as strong as they were when I killed them, and that is not good. But I have a plan to change that. The true release of my trident doesn't have that power. You see, my true release washes everything that makes my enemies who they are away. They will lose everything and it will be absorbed by ye liquids and tides of my powers. So be happy, you get to see it for yourself and join my side, as I take everything from you. My eyes widen as his power explodes out of him and pressures me, making me kneel in front of him. And then he says the words which would be my last. Shinachi, cup of flowing existence. The world and all the fluids turn completely and utterly black. Poseidon disappears and I feel myself being pulled in by a growing current. The current begins to grow stronger and it pulls all of the dark liquid into something. I look up and realize that I am inside a ginormous teacup, and holding the cup is Poseidon. His stature has grown to the size of a planet, if not larger. He smiles at me and then raises the cup to his mouth. The last thing I see is his mouth as he swallows all of the liquid inside the cup in one go. Poseidon POV. Aw, that was good. I didn't know that time tasted this spicy. Quite amusing. My Bankai, or rather Shinachi, or true release takes many forms. But the main form is the form of a teacup, which drains reality of all of its water and liquid and turns it into a delicious drink, which I can swallow and make my own. It allows me to gain the powers of those who are inside this liquid and give me everything that makes them who they are. But there is another benefit. I will for the Titan of Time to appear before me. And a moment later, Kronos stands before me. This is Kronos but formed from my power. It is the real Kronos and not just a projection of his powers, which I absorbed. This one is the real deal and serves me loyally. Apart from gaining all his powers and memories, soul and everything else, I also can have him form and fight for me. And the best part? He can grow stronger in this state. Now I only have to start my plan. The future is changing and I will have a hand in it. Chapter 14, New World Order. Third-person POV. Kronos lies on the ground, cut apart into hundreds of pieces. Zeus had to somehow vent his frustration and anger, and this was apparently the only way for him to do so. Poseidon had allowed this to happen. Of course, he had. This had been the plan all along, because if he hadn't allowed that to happen, he would have had to answer a lot of questions. But his plans were deeper than just that. The Kronos he had created was the real one with all his powers and abilities, but it was Poseidon's creation. Poseidon's Bankai, or Shinichi, allowed him to consume or drink anyone and anything. It allows Poseidon to absorb everything about someone and make it his own. Now, using this power, Poseidon can also manifest those who were absorbed and have them fight for him. These people have the great advantage that they are alive and can actually grow stronger through training, and as long as Poseidon also grows more powerful. Kronos has a job to do. He knew that he would be split into hundreds of pieces and then thrown into the Tartarus. But that was something Poseidon wanted. He needed Kronos in the Tartarus so that he could then have him work from inside. The Tartarus holds an infinite number of monsters which get reborn and are free for the picking. Poseidon could use them for some things he has planned for the future. That's why Kronos will be there to help him acquire them. What now? Hades asks after Zeus got his anger and frustration out of his system. The man-child will never change, Poseidon supposes, and his anger when he found out that it was his brother who defeated Kronos proves that. Nevertheless, Poseidon doesn't care about that. Now, we decide what to do with the Titans and what to do with the open positions that opened up, he tell him. What do you mean? Well, getting rid of the Titans is impossible now that the scythe of Kronos has disappeared. Not that killing them would have been the smartest choice anyway. In fact, getting rid of them will create problems. After Aurena's defeat at the hands of his children, it was the Titans who held up the sky, and now should we banish them to Tartarus, we will have to take care of that. That makes sense, somewhat at least. Then who do you think will take their place? Hades asks. Who knows? But what is certain is that Zeus has a sadistic side to him. He will most definitely want to rule our pantheon. And he will find cruel ways to deal with the Titans. You think he will be king? What about you then? Don't you want to rule as well? Hades asks Poseidon with interest. I already am a king. I have my own dimension, which has a connection to Earth and the god sphere. And you also have the underworld where you will most definitely stay. So you also think I should be banished to that disgusting place? Hades asks a bit aggressively. Why would you not? If it's disgusting now, then change it. You will be the Dimension Lord anyway, so you decides how it will look. And as soon as Zeus becomes king, you don't want to be on Olympus, trust me on this one. Then you will also not live on Olympus. Not a chance. I am leaving and don't want anything to do with our youngest brother. He will *CK things up and I don't want to take care of his problems. You don't have a high opinion of Zeus. How can you judge him before he even did those things? Instead of answering, Poseidon just looks at Hades for a moment. He closes his eyes, and when he opens them again, he has 3 pupils in both eyes instead of just one. Picture. Because I have seen it. Just like Poseidon had predicted, or knew it would happen, the Titans were sent to Tartarus and the poor fool, Atlas, was condemned to hold up the sky for eternity. After this judgment was over and Zeus could satiate his bloodlust and ego, Mount Othrys was destroyed by him. He wanted to destroy everything his father stood for, and so he would not accept a memory of him. Now it is time for us to choose our next ruler. As the destroyer of Mount Othrys and the one who ended the war against the Titans, I vote for Zeus to be our next ruler and the king of Olympus. It was Métis who said that. Ever the clever woman, she managed to tell the truth and still make it seem like it was Zeus who won the war on his own. Not many knew what happened to Kronos, and from the words of Métis, one could come to the conclusion that it was Zeus who killed him. Poseidon was looking at the happenings with a smile on his face. He was amused by this scene. If he was weaker, or more petty, he would have said something. Had he been interested in ruling the Greek pantheon, he might have done that, but he didn't. He had no interest in dealing with their problems in the future. I vote for Poseidon to be king since it was he who defeated Kronos and allowed us to win this war once and for all. Murmur. Poseidon looked to the men standing on his right. It was Hades who spoke surprisingly. Hades, who preferred to stay hidden and in the background, spoke up for his brother. What are you doing, Hades? The fact that you see such problems coming is enough for me to try and steer the other way. I have no interest in submitting to the faults of my brother. I vote for Hades to be king, as he is the oldest among us brothers and has the most talent in keeping calm. He also has the rare and mythical ability called common sense, so he would be the best choice. This time it was Poseidon who spoke with a smile on his face. It was true, Hades was the eldest brother among them. And if Poseidon spoke for him, then he had to be good, right? Well, the other gods were not sure what to think anymore. Among them, there were two who didn't look amused by this development. Those were Zeus and Metis. Zeus' arrogance couldn't see himself as anything less than the king. He had to be king or he would be left out. There was no way he would ever bow to anyone, he was the strongest after all, right? Not even slightly. The truth of the matter was that Poseidon simply didn't care enough about Zeus to do anything about him. He would live separately from the Greek pantheon, while still having some connections to it. He would do his own thing and not care about the shitstorm that was bound to come. He had his own set of problems that would surely arrive. I disagree. It was Zeus who ended the war and brought an end to this war. He has been taught how to rule from birth and will surely lead us to a great future, Metis says. I call for a vote, someone shouts. Very well, let us vote. The vote happened and except for Hades, there were quite a few others who voted for Poseidon. But it seemed only saying that Poseidon defeated Kronos and not showing it, was not enough to convince all the other gods. And since it was Hades who said it, it held even less weight. But that was all right for Poseidon. He didn't really care about winning here. He would have declined the result, had he won either way. Hades also didn't get voted king and so it was Zeus who narrowly took the win to become the king of Olympus. But the festivities and the swearing of loyalty to their new king didn't go as planned. What do you mean, you won't swear? Zeus asks his brother with narrowed eyes. His anger is palpable. It was obvious that Poseidon was not impressed, not in the slightest. The pressure Zeus was generating with his divine power was but a fleeting gale for Poseidon and not interesting. The fight with Kronos was an overwhelming victory for Poseidon. Everything was under his control at all times. So this was nothing. Poseidon smiled charmingly and in amusement. I think I was clear. I won't swear loyalty to you as I don't recognize you as a person of authority. You won't be a good king and I will not be a part of anything you do here on Olympus. I am your king and as such you will give me the respect and loyalty I deserve. Zeus is fuming. You have nothing. Your privilege is the dirt you stand on and the flowery words those weaker than you tell you. But if you want to address me, you have to know how to play in the big leagues. You're behaving like a child, but this is a man's world. So don't talk to me about what you think you deserve or don't. Stay in line and know your place. Zeus was livid. He knew that the voting was technically a farce and that he was weaker than Poseidon, but his anger and ego were clouding his judgment. In his anger, he releases his power and materializes his master bolt. With a powerful swing, he shoots it towards Poseidon. Poseidon on the other hand just stands there and watches as the massive lightning bolt approaches his position. He points his finger towards the lighting and just before the lighting hits his body, it freezes completely. While it may look like Poseidon just used his newly acquired power over time, he didn't. He stays true to his power and uses his divinities of water and vibrations. The other gods and Zeus look at the scene with wide open mouths and eyes. Did you know that to generate lighting, the separation of electric charge and generation of an electric field within a thunderstorm is required? But I also know that ice, hail, and semi-frozen water drops are essential to lightning development. Storms that fail to produce large quantities of ice usually fail to produce lightning. And you think that it is smart to throw a lightning bolt at me? There are so many ways I can deal with this attack. All things follow certain patterns. Even randomness follows a pattern, as it is the opposite of a pattern. I know this might sound complex, but don't worry, you're just not smart enough. I pity you for your foolishness, Zeus. But not as much as I pity all those who will have to suffer because of you in the future. If you attack me again, Zeus, I will give you the same treatment I gave our father. I will take everything away from you and give you the most cruel of endings you can imagine. After saying that, Poseidon taps the lightning bolt with his finger and makes it break into billions of pieces, illuminating the sky above Olympus. I wish you good luck. All of you, you will need it, Poseidon says and then dissipates into the smallest of water drops. Unknown to everyone, a certain someone watched the scene and this someone smiled in ecstasy and delight when he or she saw this. For now and for a very long time, Poseidon would not set foot on Olympus again. Poseidon materialized on the beach of Crete. He looks towards the water and thinks back to the first time he was here. After being rescued by Zeus and punching Atlas, he came here and connected with the fundamental force of the universe, or rather the multiverse, the life force. The clear, sometimes called the blue, is a force which connects and pervades all aquatic life and oceanic-themed elements including the water elementals in general within the universe. The life force is much broader than the clear and encompasses all life in the multiverse as it is a multiversal force. The clear was something Poseidon got a hold of and made his own very quickly. It came very quickly and easily to him as it was like a part of his divinity. Poseidon stood at the beach when he felt the presence of another god appears next to him. He didn't turn around and just continued doing what he was doing. It is quite a view you have here. The soft but at the same time, powerful voice of a woman can be heard as it tickles the ears of Poseidon. Indeed, Poseidon says. What is the god of the sun and former god king of the Ennead doing here? R.A., Poseidon asks the woman and turns around for the first time. Picture. Chapter 15, R.A. Third-person POV. On the hill spouted above the river of chaos, the self-created sun god birthed, the god of moisture Tefnut, the god of air Shu, the god of abundance and fertility Batet, the god of love and beauty Hathor, the god of truth and justice Mot and the god of catastrophe Sekhmet. His children Tefnut and Shu loved each other. They gave birth to the god of the sky Nut and the god of the earth Geb. Nut and Geb were in love as well and wanted to have a child. However, a prophecy was told during that time, Geb and Nut's child shall rule Egypt. After hearing the prophecy, the sun god became jealous and cursed Nut never to bear any children. Nut, saddened by this, sought out the god of children and wisdom Thoth and asked for assistance. Thoth took pity on Nut and made a wager with the sun god over a game of Senet. Using his wisdom, Thoth won the game and made the sun god cover his eyes for 4 days, as per the agreement of the wager. Using these 4 days, Nut and Geb were sanctioned and they gave birth to the god of life Osiris, the god of magic Isis, the god of harmony Nephthys and the god of war and desert Set. For gods were birthed by the sky and the earth. The god of the sky Nut and the god of the earth Geb. Dividing the sky and the earth were the god of air Shu and the god of moisture. Together with the sun god, creator of all things, these 9 deities were named the Ennead. Hold up, Poseidon interrupts Ra's speech. What is it? I love a good story as much as the next guy, but what does this have to do with why you're here? Oh ho ho, I was getting to that, love. Now where was I? Oh yes. Set, the god of war and deserts ruled the sands and protected Egypt from outside enemies. Nephthys, the god of harmony, opened the people's ears and mouths and put conflict to sleep. Isis the god of magic married Osiris, the god of life. For him, Isis promised to never let the Nile River run dry. Osiris with his influence over life, gave humans longevity and prosperity. The humans fell in love with his absolute power and irreplaceable glory. In front of Osiris, not even I, our goddess of the sun could interfere and soon enough the rule of Egypt passed over to Osiris. However, one day, the god of catastrophe came to visit Egypt which had only known peace. Catastrophe whispered jealousy into Set's ears. Gripped by jealousy, Set chopped his brother into 9 pieces and dumped them into the Nile. He then went to Isis and called himself king of Egypt and demanded to share her bed. However, having seen Osiris' corpse within the Nile, Isis rejected Set and cursed him. In the end, Isis was imprisoned in a labyrinth for that crime. Hearing this, the god of harmony Nephthys went to find her and whispered to her the way out of the labyrinth. After knowing the correct path, Isis escaped and hasn't been seen since then. Again, why are you telling me this? Poseidon asks her. Haha, I thought it would interest you. This way you get to know me and we grow closer. Aha, and pray tell, why would I want that? Why wouldn't you? I can see it in your eyes, you are very much interested and I am as well, so why don't we skip all the useless foreplay and just admit it and spend some time together? Poseidon looked at Ra. The moment she had appeared next to him, he had started to use a pool of inspiration to gain information about her. And what he saw was indeed interested him. He saw that she had some real character and while she wanted to stay king of the Ennead, she was not petty. Like most gods, she was rather bored, but she didn't go and have intercourse with anything she saw. She didn't have any intercourse at all, for that matter. She carries her emotions on her face and likes to laugh over what the other gods get up to. She's very wily, and jokingly attempts to tease out confessions from others. She doesn't respect personal space, and often moves quickly into the spaces of others to intimidate them or like now, show interest. All in all, Poseidon was interested, that much was true. A small smile appeared on his face and shortly after a similar smile appeared on Ra's face. Hey, very well. Since I got to know something about you, I guess it is only fair that you get to know something about me. I was born . I already know that. You do? Well, then how about my fight against . Already know that as well. Really? Then what don't you know? I know almost everything. The only thing I don't know is what you did when you worked on your trident. Like many others, it used to be a divine weapon, but after you did something, it changed and became something else entirely. It has the same feeling to it as you do. So what is it? Ra asks very interested. Now, that's just an invasion of privacy. My trident is a soul cutter weapon. It is basically a representation of my soul in the form of a weapon. That's it. Truly. Magnificent. Say, could you create one for me as well? Why would I do that? We don't know each other nearly long enough to present our souls to one another. Oh. But you would do it then, after we know each other for longer. Who knows? Now, I am going since I want to visit my kingdom. It was nice to meet you, Ra, Poseidon says and is about to walk into the water, when a hand stops him from leaving. Where do you think you're going? I am obviously coming with you. Why is that obvious? Did you not hear? I am going to my kingdom. You would hold no authority there and would be very vulnerable against attacks from my side. That's rather reckless of you. I have decided to do it. As for the reason, that is mine alone. Aha, well if that is the case, then come, Poseidon says and materializes his trident. With a wave of his hand, the trident turns into a large calligraphy brush and he begins to write in the sky. The word he wrote was, portal. The ink transformed and inside the circle, the space started to get distorted. After a moment, the view changed and a beautiful palace was seen. Please, after you, Poseidon says and motions for Ra to walk in first. She smiles and does just that without questioning him or looking scared. She just walks in. What greets the two is the kingdom inside the separate dimension Poseidon created for him and his followers. Picture. Wah, what is that? Ra asks in surprise pointing at the ginormous structure in the sky. Oh, that's the first ship from my personal navy, Poseidon says with pride. Picture. That is a ship. That, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha, that suits you perfectly for some reason, Ra says and starts to laugh. She seemed to be really amused about something, but Poseidon could tell that it wasn't just the ship. It was something else, like she could laugh for the first time in a long time. No matter how cliché it sounded, in that moment, when Ra laughed genuinely, Poseidon thought he saw the sun rise in the dimension. However, unlike a cliché, he by no means fell into a daze like some love-struck fool. He smiled seeing her genuine reaction and then continued the tour. Yes, I think I will like it here, Ra says after they finish the tour. Huh? What are you talking about? Isn't it obvious? I am going to live here. Do you think you can invite yourself like this? Who do you think I am? I think you would like it if I lived here. Whether or not I will like something is not for you to decide. I will invite you when I choose to and only if I choose to, not a moment sooner. Don't take me for another weak god like my siblings or your children, Poseidon says and his aura explodes out of himself. Ra also uses her aura to counter Poseidon. The clash causes the realm to shake. Neither of them backs down and they both increase their powers at the same time. But not even Ra, goddess of the sun and former god king of the Ennead, has limitless energy and power. Poseidon is another beast entirely. And after a while, his aura dwarfs Ra's. However, before Ra gets hurt, the clash stops and calmness returns to the realm. I never expected you to allow me to live here right away. Good, 'cause that won't happen. How about a drink? Ra asks. A drink? Yeah, as the host, you should offer me some refreshments. That's common decorum after all. True, that is how it usually goes. What would you like to drink? Ra POV. Time passed in the world and the years ticked by without anyone noticing. During that time, a lot of things changed in the Greek pantheon, but not in mine the Ennead. Set was still killing humans whenever he wished and the rest were far too weak to do anything about it. As strange as it sounded, Poseidon and I grew closer and had many dates, as he called it. Poseidon wasn't interested in a quick sexual relationship. He could get laid whenever he wanted if that was his goal, but he had other plans and projects that interested him. From the moment I first felt the change in the world, I knew he would be special. It was what made me watch his life like mine dependent on it. He was indeed special. I was a very persistent woman and I just wouldn't leave Poseidon alone. No matter how powerful Poseidon got, it was seemingly impossible for him to dodge me or ignore me. I would always find ways back into his life and continue bothering him. It was the only way he would give me any attention. I was working towards something different, without even realizing it, but it wasn't really working. So Poseidon would be the one who showed me what he was working on and the new things he added to his kingdom. It was those moments that I enjoyed the most. The kingdom was continuously growing and more people were asking Poseidon for mercy and to let them live in his kingdom. The reason for this was obvious. After humans grew to become the dominant species on the planet, the gods found out about their faith and the power it brought. For this reason, they didn't eradicate them and instead just abused them whenever they wanted. Humans were cattle to them and the gods would punish them or *PE them or kill them whenever they wanted. The god of the sea, earthquakes, vibrations, waves, life, linguistics, and horses, Poseidon was the only exception to the rule. He and his brother Hades, but the humans feared the god of the underworld far too much to respect him. All those who wanted to live in Poseidon's kingdom had to swear fealty and absolute loyalty towards him and his family. He used his power to enforce those things and even set up documents to prove them. In the documents, he introduced very harsh punishments for those who broke the contracts. As the god of linguistics, Poseidon had great power over words of any kind, written or spoken. I don't understand how he did it, or where that power came from. I know that he believes it comes from his divinity of the sea and his power to control all liquids, as well as ink. From manipulating ink, he got the idea of using it to write and add power to the things he wrote. And somehow, he thinks that was enough to gain another divinity. I do agree though, he was magnanimous enough to grant the human speech and language, written and spoken. I am still waiting for him to finally notice me for real. In my long life, for the first time, I am working towards something, someone that I want and I can't just take. Osiris took the throne of Egypt from me, but I didn't really care about it enough to do something about it. But now, I see something that I want and I will not stop until he at least thinks about it. I hope we can connect more like we have during this time. But I won't force anything, it wouldn't help anyway. Imagine a FML with character and real emotions. This is not a quick romance. I don't want that. Chapter 16, New Additions. Hephaestus POV. What are you two working on? I hear Ra's voice as she sits next to Father, putting her arms around his neck. I call it Fishman Island. A place of harmony where everyone is welcome who adheres to the rules we set up, he says. And since you don't allow anyone inside your kingdom, who you or someone you trust didn't personally allow inside, that won't be a problem, Ra says and smiles. What do you think? Poseidon asks her. Picture. It is remarkable like everything you do, Ra laughs and pecks him on the cheek. I have come to appreciate Ra and her antics. She is a sunshine, which makes sense as she is the mighty sun god of the Ennead. How two gods who represented such different aspects of reality and weren't even in the same pantheon, could find one another, is beyond me. But for some reason, it works and they're very close. I see them as my parents and why wouldn't I? It has been roughly a decade since I was born. Zeus the god king of the Greek pantheon was an unfaithful husband to his second wife, Hera. My mother, the goddess of marriage, suffered greatly from the many sexual relationships and children which resulted from those. After one time, when Zeus once again lay with someone, Hera was very angry and quarreled with him. And because of this strife, she bore me without union with Zeus. Hera threw me off of Olympus because of my congenital impairment. Can you imagine? Your own mother throwing you away. When I suffered much at the time of my great fall because Hera wanted to hide me for being lame, I was saved. I fell for an entire day into the ocean and my soul would have taken damage had I not been saved by Thetis and Eurynome. Thetis, daughter of Nereus and one of the 50 Nereids, and the Oceanid Eurynome, daughter of the former Titan Oceanus. They cared for me and treated me as well as they could. But after a few days, they decided to bring me somewhere safe, as they called it. I had no idea where they would bring me and I was a bit scared when I heard them talk. For some reason, Eurynome wasn't happy about the idea Thetis had. I could tell that she was scared, and now in retrospect, her fear made perfect sense. She was there when her family and soldiers fought against Poseidon and were utterly decimated. I could understand her deep-rooted fear, but when I first met the men, I couldn't understand it. Thetis and Eurynome brought me into the ocean and swam deep down, further down than even light was able to shine through. After swimming through the deep water, we eventually reached the deepest bottom and the most wonderful sight greeted me. An underwater city. It was almost a metropolis and the design and architecture baffled me. I was in awe the entire way. I was amazed that I could breathe and see normally, but still swim around as if I was underwater. There were lanes for public transportation and all kinds of inhabitants. After we made our way through the city, we arrived at a heavily guarded area. Thetis told me that was the only way into the kingdom of Poseidon. When she said that name for the first time, I felt that there was power inside the name. Like saying the name carelessly would have consequences. I asked Thetis and Eurynome about it and they confirmed my suspicion. Only those worthy of it can say his name and still keep their voice. Unworthy would either lose their voice or get punished more severely. The reason why Eurynome didn't say his name was that she was scared. As a daughter of Oceanus, a former enemy of Poseidon, she didn't dare see if she was worthy. She also didn't live in the kingdom of Poseidon and only resided in the city of Hydropolis. The guards who protected the portal were some of the most powerful I have ever seen. To this day, I don't think I can defeat them without my most powerful tools, and even then, I am uncertain of the outcome. I found out later that the guards can grow stronger as well as long as they train. It was thanks to Poseidon that they had this ability. After testing Thetis with a device, I still don't know how it functions, we were both led inside. And what I saw. It blew my young god's mind. I malfunctioned for a moment and even Thetis was surprised at the changes in the short time she wasn't there. First, Thetis brought me to one of her apartments. It was a very lovely complex of rooms she could design herself after a template which was provided by Poseidon himself. Picture. Thetis told me back then that there were billions of templates to choose from. And she went with that one. After getting a better dress and getting me special clothes as well, we were finally off to see the infamous Poseidon, whom I had heard so much about. I couldn't help but wonder at the extravagant dress Thetis wore, but she just said that it wasn't enough and she hoped she could still look somewhat presentable. We moved to an official building that had many officials inside it who handled most things concerning the organization of the kingdom. I was surprised to see all forms of creatures there, not just nymphs or nereids. There were animals, beasts, and even minor gods, who worked. Gods. Yeah, that is nothing unusual in this kingdom. If you live here, you are also working. It doesn't matter what you are working on, it could be anything. Flashback. Yes. How may I help you? The woman at the desk asked Thetis as we approached. We would like an audience with His Majesty, Poseidon, Thetis says. After she drops the P word, it is like she cursed the most terrible word in existence and everyone looks at her. Now I am interested in that reaction. Is the King Poseidon a terrible person? Should I be afraid now? Did Thetis trick me? Will I get hurt again? And the reason for such a request, the woman asks. Tell him that his nephew is here to see him. It is of utmost importance, but only if he can make the time, Thetis says. Naturally. Let me have a look. That's strange, the woman says. What's wrong? Thetis asks. It looks like you are already expected. What? Are you? I see. Very well, so what should we do now? The best course of action is to take the royal train and meet the representative of the king there. Everything else will be discussed then and I have no information about it. Understood. Come, Hephaestus, this way, Thetis tells me and we are led to a vehicle that doesn't apparently is called a train. I don't know why it has that name since it doesn't look like a train and I should know, as crafts are my thing. It looks like a strange ship, but elegant. Picture. Thetis and Hephaestus, is that right? A man asks us after we enter the ship. Yes. Please this way, he says and leads us to a special room, with a marvelous view. If you would like, this is our restaurant. Usually, the royal envoys dine here, so the food is remarkable. If you prefer to rest now, that is also possible, the man tells us. Thetis looks unsure about what to do and looks at me. I must have a hopeful look on my face as I have never had any food except the seafood Thetis and Eurynomy gave me. So this is new for me. Very well. The ride was the best thing that has ever happened to me. The food was so good, I almost cried and everyone was so nice to me and Thetis. Everyone seemed to be happy about their lives here and I couldn't help but hope for the best. Thetis and Hephaestus, I hope you had a nice stay with us. We have arrived at the official palace of His Majesty. The view is remarkable, if you would like to have a look, the man returns and informs us. We walk on the balcony and look outside. He is right, the view is unbelievable. Picture. How can the ship move up the waterfalls, I ask. Whatever our king does, works without fail. His power is higher than we can imagine. So we stopped asking how things work, Thetis answers. She is in awe as well, I can tell. She was never here it would seem. Something within me is urging me to find out how things are created. After a short while, we arrive and are led to a grand hall, where we wait for an official of Poseidon to arrive. Oh, visitors. How nice, we hear the feminine voice of someone and look up. One of the most beautiful women I have ever seen stands there, more beautiful than mother. She has brown skin and a sensual body. Every move of her screams elegance and power. She reminds me of the rising sun for some reason. The woman arrives in front of us, in her beautiful blue dress and looks me in the eyes. Picture. Now who do we have here? She smiles. Flashback end. That was the first time I met R.A. She is very playful, especially with Poseidon. While he is a very charismatic man, Poseidon is more of a quiet and powerful observer, at least that's what it appears. Unlike other gods, he is very active and is doing something most of the time. He spends a lot of time with R.A., and while I have no idea what their relationship is exactly, they are most likely in love. But I could be wrong about that. I met Poseidon sometime after R.A. She was the one to introduce us. He smiled when he saw me like R.A. did as well. They didn't care about my appearance or the limb, they saw me for who I was and accepted me. Poseidon took me in and taught me almost everything I know. He is my father and R.A. my mother, in all but name, and I will be thankful for them both my entire existence. I was given more and more responsibility. Our newest project, Fishman Island, introduces a home for the new race Poseidon created, the fish people. Fishmen and fishwomen. And it has turned out amazing. Father's imagination seems boundless and he likes to add themes to everything he does. And until now, not one thing has the same theme as another. He is so creative and I hope to one day be as creative as he is. Picture. So do we have a house here? R.A. asks playfully. Why would you need a house here as well? Aren't the other mansions enough for you? Father answers her just as playfully. Pooh, you know I am a flexible woman in need of change. Come on, show me. Haha, all right. I might have created a home for us to live in, Poseidon smiles. Aha, I knew it. So Poseidon and I spent hours showing off what we had created. It was mostly Poseidon's work, but he told RA that I was also involved in the process. RA saw right through Poseidon, she always did, but that wasn't a problem for him. He wasn't like other gods I had come to learn about, who felt threatened whenever someone was better or smarter than they were in an area. He wasn't petty at all and enjoyed Ra's antics. He once told me that every victory of hers was also one of his. Despite not being clear about their relationship, they have to love each other, right? I don't know. Our enjoyable time is interrupted however as a messenger arrives. My king, a message has arrived. Hermes. Yes, my king. He claims to have news for you from his father, Zeus. Should we send him away? No. Teleport him to the throne room. We will await him there and add the security seals to him before you send him there, Poseidon says. As you command. Oh, are you going to meet someone in the throne room again finally? No. No. We will. We. What do you mean? Come, I'll show you, Poseidon says. He grabs her hand and they disappear from Fishman Island, leaving me alone here. I should find someone as well. Chapter 17, Humanity's Peril. Poseidon POV. Over the course of my life in this century, I have continued to use my pool of inspirations to their fullest. I am not arrogant to think that now, as the Greeks' most powerful god, I am something special. After the Titanomachy, I was not even at a primordial level in power. I was a bit of a special case though, since I had used 2 of my pools of inspiration to increase the quality and quantity of my divine energy. So while my power output wasn't as great as a primordial's, my energy levels and quality were already up there. My connection with the fundamental force of life, the life force, grew constantly thanks to another pool of inspiration. I was glad that I could use them passively, as it would have robbed me of a lot of my free time. I had projects to do and people to meet. There was no time for me to isolate myself and train. Besides, there was another thorn in my side that would have never allowed me to isolate myself. R.A. To call her a thorn is wrong of course, but she was always there since the day I first met her. I knew that she used to value her former power as God King, but for some reason, she didn't care anymore. Without noticing, I found myself enjoying her company and over the years, even needing her presence. Not in a simp kinda way. More in a way you need the sun to rise after a good night's rest. You would live without it no problem, but it is just more enjoyable with it. After realizing her intentions and understanding my feelings, I allowed myself to let go of my reservations somewhat. Just so much, that some trust could be built. And I haven't regretted it in the slightest. She was indeed the heat to my cool. While we aren't officially married yet, we are as close as can be. Soon, I will make a move, but I still have time. At least that's what I believe. Unlike what I used to read, RA doesn't pressure me into doing something she wants. She is not pushy at all and I like that. Despite her look, she isn't interested in betting every hot piece of ass she sees. I can tell that she is indeed interested in me and I am as well, but she prefers to take things slow. Which is what we did. We both enjoy the setting sun and most of the time we eat or drink something while we enjoy the last rays of it. For my wedding present, I will create her own soul-cutting sword. There are a few ideas I have, which will prove to be very powerful. But more on that later, when the time comes. Apart from the life force and my divine energy, I used the pools of inspiration also to gain the powers and abilities of other characters I knew about. All of them had something to do with my divinities. I hadn't really invested much time in developing my ice powers. The ice aspect of my divinity was neglected somewhat during my time in the Titanomachy and I wanted to change that. So I used the pools to gain the abilities and powers of 2 very powerful ice users. Toshiro Hitsugaya. Picture. And Rukia Kuchiki. Picture. But I of course took things to another level and improved upon everything until I was satisfied. Now, freezing any liquid to absolute zero is as easy as snipping my fingers. I also got all the powers of Ichibe Hyasub, Monako Osho, the monk who calls the true name. Picture. I was able to advance my divinity further and reach into a completely new one, the divinity of linguistics thanks to that. Finally, I used the pools of inspiration to gain the abilities of another person. I knew this character from another story called Legend of the Northern Blade. The person I used the pool on was the strongest character of the story, at least when I read it. Moyon Yulcheon, the invincible warrior. Picture. He used the power of vibrations by giving his energy that property. It is an ingenious way of martial arts and I enjoyed it. Besides it gave me chi, the energy they used in that world and his martial arts, 9 everlasting spirit divine art. Chi immediately fused with my power and the life force I held inside my body. The biggest change that happened was that my power and divine energy were now completely separate from the faith of others. I will continue to grow with faith, but as it fades, it won't make me weaker anymore. Yeah, that happened. Since I gained Moyon Yulcheon's abilities, I started to use a similar long pipe. But instead of smoking, I puff steam through it. I don't know why, but it just is something I enjoy doing. I add pleasant smells to the steam. My body has also gone through a metamorphosis and now, I am much more lean. My muscles are as compact as can be. Overall, I grew much more powerful over the years, as I also advanced the power I held over the aspect of time. But more on that later. This is the throne you created for me. Wait, why is the throne? Ra looks at the throne I created for her in confusion. Since placing the throne next to mine like that is equal to seeing her as an equal. And in my eyes, she has waited long enough for me not to admit it. She is equal to me, not in power, but in authority at least. The throne is not yet fully linked to her power and the kingdom as a whole, but that will be taken care of in the future. She understands the implications as well and embraces me tightly. We share a moment and then sit down on our thrones. I allow for the space to be breached and in the next moment, Inkwell appeared with an ink-covered Hermes in front of us. My king, I have brought the one you wanted, Hermes the messenger god, Inkwell says and then disappears again. The ink of Inkwell renders the powers of anyone mute for as long as his ink is on them. And since both Ra and I are here, there is nothing to fear. I look at the herald of the gods in amusement and let out a large amount of steam from my mouth, filling the room with sweet-smelling scents. But the steam has another ability as well. It seals the space we are in completely. I don't want Hermes to run off and do any damage, so better to take care of it beforehand. Well, what can I do for you, nephew? I ask. Hermes POV. Well, what can I do for you, nephew? I hear Poseidon ask. He looks at me with that apathetic look that I have known since the first meeting we had. He has never shown another expression, at least to me. Aunt Hestia told me once that Poseidon used to smile and care for his siblings and for some he still does. Hades is very close to Poseidon, according to Aunt Hestia at least, while Zeus has fallen from Poseidon's good graces. Nothing is connecting Father with Poseidon anymore, except their blood. I make sure not to mention Poseidon when I am in Father's presence. This task I have been given now, to speak to my uncle, was hard for Zeus. I think he ordered me to do this because he likes to order Uncle Poseidon around. I am old enough to know that it won't work though. Uncle, I come bringing the god king of the Olympians, Zeus' message. He has, well. Go on, Hermes. Tell me what the Zapper told you. Well, he has asked for you to come to Olympus for an important business, I managed to say. Ask? Zeus has asked for me to come. Ah, yes. That's right. Is that so? Well then, I guess since he asked, I can decline. Good talk, nephew, and thanks for coming. Huh. You may leave, Poseidon says and waves his hand. I can feel his power about to shoot me away and try to run away before it can hit me. The task I got from Father was clear, but I couldn't do that if he threw me out at this moment. However, as I try to use my speed, nothing happens and I realize to my dismay that none of my powers are working. I looked up to meet my uncle's eyes and realized that he knew what I wanted to do. I begin to sweat and can't stop under his gaze. It feels like a mountain is on my shoulders. I admit that he didn't say asked but ordered. However, I knew that you would never come if I said that, so I changed it slightly. And how can I believe any of your messages if you change them slightly? So why don't you tell me honestly what is going on and why I am ordered to arrive on Olympus, he asks me. Gulp. As you wish. It all started with Prometheus some time ago. Zeus realized something of great importance to the gods. He understood that we grow more powerful, the more humans believe in us. Their faith makes us grow more powerful and this is something my father, Zeus wanted to take advantage of. So to do that, he asked Prometheus to create more and make them prosper just enough to give us gods more power. Prometheus succeeded in doing that. But then things took a turn for the worse. As it happened, Prometheus took a liking to the humans and started to love them. He helped them more than he was supposed to and even asked Zeus for more things to make them proper. Zeus agreed to most things but then, Prometheus asked for the humans to have fire, to keep them warm and cook their meals. That was too much and Zeus disagreed. No matter what Prometheus said, Father didn't budge on this matter. Prometheus wasn't happy with that and knew that without fire, humans would have a very hard time. So he went to Olympus and stole some of our fire. Zeus was furious. He was so furious that he decided to punish Prometheus. Prometheus is to have his liver eaten by an eagle every single day only to have the liver regrown and then be eaten again the next. For a time, Zeus watched the humans and saw that they had, potential. He took a liking to them at first. But then, the humans stopped giving him as much respect as he deserved and Zeus grew increasingly angry. Recently Zeus was disrespected and has therefore decided to do something about humanity as a whole. As you are well aware, he asked you to hand out his son to him, so that he could work for Olympus but you disagreed. The reason Zeus wanted that, was that he had plans to create a woman. He found others to do it. The Cyclops and Hecantochires were willing, after Zeus talked with them. So now, Pandora, that is her name, has been created and Zeus wants all of us to give her some gifts before she is let into the world. Phoo. Poseidon exhales more steam and makes me sweat. The woman next to him, who had been smiling until a moment ago, is now looking rather serious. I don't know why she is looking at me that way, as I am just the messenger, but I am afraid she will jump on me. Ah, is there a problem, I ask. Why? Should there be a problem? No, but you look like you want to hurt me. Oh, you have a good eye. Wait a minute. I am just the messenger. Well, too bad for you, because here, everyone is held accountable for what he or she says. So that excuse won't help you here. What? I look at Poseidon, who is still exhaling steam. Finally, he says something. So it seems, Zeus' pride has suffered so much that he wishes to punish all humans for it. And Pandora will be manipulated to bring peril to humanity and then blame herself for it. Yes, that does sound like something he would do. Pity, I hoped he would change over the years. Come now, love. You know he wouldn't. A figure of speech. I know he wouldn't, but still hoped he would. You may leave, Hermes, Poseidon says and waves his hand again. I feel the immeasurable pressure push me away and I arrive outside of the portal again. Boom. Ah, I hate coming here. Chapter 18, My Box. RAPOV. I look at Poseidon as he stares into the distance. I can tell that he is unhappy with the situation, but over the years he has gotten into the god mentality. Nothing much phases him anymore and he prefers to think about everything and not act hasty. It is surprising to me that to this day, so many gods act on impulse and feelings despite being immortal and living forever. But he is different. He has started to smoke, or rather to steam, as he likes to call it. At first, I thought it was ridiculous until he smiled at me like he does when he finds out a secret or knows more than I do. A smile I came to love. After he realized how I felt about it, he added scents and special effects to the steam. Now his steam is less dense when he is around me and has the sweetest smells. He also added special effects to the steam, like it being able to lift one's spirit or calm one's mind. I know he has more ideas on how to use it, and I do too, but it was too soon. Now things are looking different. He created a throne for me, next to his. That is equivalent to proposing, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Again he had that smile on his face. I almost devoured him right there but managed to stop myself using all my willpower. The messenger god was ejected from the kingdom and now Poseidon is thinking about the situation. He is not thinking about whether or not to go to Olympus, he is far too powerful for that. He isn't really part of that pantheon anymore. But he still has a close relationship with Hades and Hestia. I find it marvelous how he can look so apathetic but have so much charisma that he manages to befriend Hades, who is a god of the dead and underworld. I am certain that despite his words, he would also have a closer relationship with Zeus and especially Hera, but they don't allow it and are jealous. And despite his charisma, Poseidon is still a powerful god and naturally has his pride. He wouldn't allow anyone to walk over him. Finally, I see the light in his eyes. He has decided. You decided what you want to do, I ask him. I did. And it involves you, he smiles at me. What did you plan this time? I believe it is time for the world to know who my woman is, he says. Is that so? So you are finally committing. What are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about. That mind bitch of a niece you have has the hots for you ever since she saw you the first time, I say casually. I try not to sound jealous, as that is not attractive and doesn't suit a former god king like I am. But he sees right through me. You mean Athena? Come now, you know that she is merely interested in our large library and the knowledge it contains. I know you aren't that dense, Poseidon. And if you are, then let me tell you. As a woman, I can tell that she is eyeing you badly. No matter what nonsense she is spouting about being a virgin goddess, she would jump at you the first chance she gets. And I believe you know that, which is why you want to take me with you, I smile at the end. You are the smartest woman I know. So are you ready? Sure, let's go. Pandora POV. Darkness, that's all I know from before I opened my eyes for the first time. My father, Zeus, is amazing. He gave me life and allowed me to see what he rules over. I can't help but marvel at his beauty and the strength I feel from him. I look around the marvelous hall I am in and don't have anything I can say. It is beautiful. Hello, child. Your name is Pandora, my father says to me. Pandora. I created you, so that you may go and live among the humans. You are a present to them and you will carry great importance in the future, father tells me. What should I do? Nothing. Just live among them and enjoy yourself. Everything will be revealed in time. I see. I will do as you wish, father. Before you will be sent to live among humans, you will receive gifts from each of us, Father tells me. He holds his hand above my head and I feel his power affect me. I have already gifted you life, but I will also beauty, charm, and the ability of persuasion. But this is the most important gift of all. This box. Protect it with your life. Now everyone else may also gift you something, Father says and looks at the other gods. A beautiful woman steps forward. Each of her movements is filled with grace. She touches my cheek and smiles strangely. I am Hera, the queen of the gods and Zeus's wife. I will gift you with curiosity and clothe you in beautiful garments, Hera says and waves her other hand. The most beautiful garments appear around me and clothe me. Beautiful, I say. Indeed, child. After this, another beautiful woman approaches me. Unlike Hera, she feels like she is full of knowledge and wisdom. But she also feels like she is strong and powerful, ready for a fight. I am Athena, the goddess of wisdom and warfare. I will gift you Pandora various skills, including making wise decisions and how to weave. My mind felt freer and I gained the knowledge of weaving and how to make clothes. I bowed my head to the two women and then saw another one approach. Thinking about the other two goddesses, she is even more beautiful, which is hard to believe. I am the one and only Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. I will grant you grace and desire. You will be known as one of the most beautiful women to walk the earth. Thank you, goddess, I say in a daze. Before I can realize what is happening, another male god stands in front of me. He has wings on his shoes and is very fast. He smiles mischievously. Hermes is the name, the messenger god. I shall give you a cunning mind and the ability to deceive. After that, no one comes forward anymore and I stand there next to Hermes, the herald of the gods. I look around and see the rather angry look of Father as he observes me and Hermes. Hermes. Did you do what I told you? Father asks. Indeed, Lord Zeus. I visited Poseidon in his kingdom. I told him about your summons, but I am unsure whether he would truly arrive here, or when. He will come. Despite his apathetic appearance and arrogant eyes, he cares about humans and will not allow them to go through this alone. Otherwise, he would go against his words and that would wound his pride. He will come, Zeus says. I don't understand, what do humans have to go through? And why does Poseidon have to be here? I agree, Poseidon will arrive shortly. It is in his character to arrive for this moment, Athena says. Oh. If the smart prissy Athena says so, then it has to be true. Ha ha ha. Silence, Ares. We can't all be mindless brutes like you. You better not open your mouth before we see the cobwebs you have for a brain, Athena says and closes her eyes. Vroom. A powerful pressure is released from Ares and his eyes burn with fire as he looks at the goddess Athena. Say that again, wench. Call me wench one more time and I shall cut off your testicles, idiot, Athena threatens and releases her own pressure to counteract Ares. Before I am about to pass out, a loud bang is heard. Boom. Enough, shouts Zeus and flares his own power at his children. His eyes shine bright blue in anger and lighting dances around his body. Just as this is going on, something else happens at the other end of the big throne room. A lot of steam materializes from nowhere and in the next moment, puff. Well, 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 are you demonstrating your control over your loving family, brother? A very pleasant voice is heard from the steam. The large hall is filled with a pleasant scent that permeates from the steam. It feels like I am sitting at the beach and a cool breeze gently touches my face. I am filled with happiness and vigor after smelling this and can't wait to see the person who did that. After the steam rises into the air, another throne becomes visible. And on the throne, two people sit. A man and a woman. The woman sits on the man's lap. The man is sitting on the throne in a relaxed manner, almost lying there and has one hand behind the woman's hips and in his other, he holds a pipe that emits steam. Picture. The woman looks beautiful and powerful at the same time. She is a tall and muscular woman with warm brown skin. She has long, dark hair that cascades down her back and waves nearly to her ankles, and two tresses of her hair rest over her shoulders and end in round golden scrolls. She has gold, red, and black markings around her eyes, and wears thick red lipstick. Her nails are painted black and her eyes are golden and seem to glow. She wears a beautiful one-piece sea blue dress that accentuates her curves perfectly. Poseidon, Father says in a low growling voice. It seems that Father doesn't like Poseidon for some reason. Poseidon is a tall and very muscular man. His face is completely apathetic and devoid of any emotion, with golden blonde hair as well as light blue almost white irises. He dons an ornamental patterned golden choker and dark blue clothing with a golden border that covers the entire upper half of his body, revealing his very ripped abdomen and chest. Despite not having as big muscles as Ares, his are much more defined and ripped, while being rather lean. There are tattoos on his body that seem to tell different stories. Additionally, beneath the coat, he wears a pair of baggy pants that match the cloth on his arms, tucked into a pair of seaweed-colored boots with designs similar to those of ancient ruins in the ocean depths. I see his gaze moving around the room like a ball on top of the water until his eyes land on me. Both the woman and Poseidon stand up and walk towards me. So you must be Pandora. You're quite the beauty. Leave it to Zeus to create something he would *ck, Poseidon says and pats my head affectionately. The woman kneels to my eye level and cups my cheek. Similar to how Hera did it. But this time, I feel her care for me unlike before. You are truly a beauty. Say, do you want to come with us, she asks me. Without realizing what I am doing, my head moves up and down. Boom. Chapter 19, Yoink. Pandora POV. Boom. I suddenly feel power unlike I have ever felt fill the hall and pressure me into the ground. Unbridled fear overcomes me and I feel how my body is about to break into thousands of pieces. But before that can happen, a hand touches my shoulder and as quickly as the pressure arrives, it is gone again. I see the woman smiling at me and the steam coming from Poseidon's pipe surrounding me and holding the pressure off. Eh? What's the matter, Zeus? Poseidon asks while looking disinterested. You dare to come here late and then you even dare to bring this woman with you. A goddess from another pantheon, Zeus shouts and his power shakes the halls. So. I don't see a problem with that. I am your king. You will do as I say. Huh. You really need to relax there, Zeus. Because I thought I told you last time that you don't have a right to anything. I will do as I wish and those under my care will be under my protection. Poseidon starts to walk towards Zeus with slow steps and continues to smoke. She will go down there and do what I created her for. Zeus' eyes shine bright blue and sparkle with electricity. You will not take her anywhere. She has her own free will. She can decide where she wants to go. She does not. I say what she does and what not, Zeus says through clenched teeth. Truly. I see. Then how about my wife and I give her some gifts as well? What do you think, dear? Poseidon asks the woman. Sure, love. Let's do that. Wife. She is a former god king. From another pantheon, Zeus shouts. What? Why? You can't do that, this time it is Athena who says that. So. I fell in love with her and don't care about her heritage. Her origin is no concern of mine. All I care about is that we care for each other and that's enough. So you better deal with it, cause you might not get invited to the wedding at this rate. I warn you, Poseidon, Zeus says but Poseidon just waves him off. You're right. You're already not invited. Too bad for you. I look at father and see that he is fuming. Not much and he will explode. You go first, dear, Poseidon tells Ra who is smiling very brightly. Very well. I, goddess of the sun and soon-to-be queen of the kingdom of the rising tides, gift you Pandora with a strong heart and the ability to rise when the night seems unending. May your dreams burn brightly inside your heart and fuel your endeavors. A bright light could be seen when she said those words to me and a warm feeling spread inside my stomach. She is so gentle and nice to me and I don't even know her. A great gift, my love. Then let me add to that. Since my wife gifted you a strong heart with burning ambition, I shall grant you a strong mind and will, to stand tall against all odds. I shall grant you the ability to use your will and weaponize it, fighting against your destiny and being free, to never stop and follow the flow of times. You will do no such thing, Zeus shouts and shoots towards Poseidon, with speed so fast, that I don't even see him. Boom. Athena POV. That was too much. I listen to the gifts of the sun god Ra and then Poseidon grants Pandora and understand something. I know that Zeus' plan would either not work or at least not as intended. Those are powerful gifts for a mere human like Pandora. I feel Zeus' power explode out of him and he shoots towards Poseidon. Boom. His speed is more than half the speed of light right now. I know he has gotten faster and stronger over time. The reason for that phenomenon is unknown to me, but I'll find out soon enough. Boom. Both of them crash through the walls and destroy the room. Apollo, Ares, Hermes, Aphrodite, Hera, and I move to watch the fight. Zeus shocks Poseidon with his lightning while pushing him through the floor and all sorts of buildings on Olympus. Boom. Boom. Bong. They are moving too fast for me to see their facial expressions but I can feel Zeus' anger as it affects all of Olympus. I see Ares next to me having a maniac and almost euphoric look on his face. He loves this. I find him disgusting. I look over to Ra, that foreign pantheon wench, who managed to get close to Poseidon despite me fitting him much better. And now he wants to marry her. She reminds me more of Aphrodite than a former god queen. As I watch her, she suddenly looks at me and smiles. That slut. She's making fun of me. I turn away from her and continue to watch the destruction going on. Honestly, I am disappointed in this fight. But just as I get more and more disappointed, something happens. Poseidon plants his feet on the ground, stopping his momentum and bends his upper body back 90 degrees. He grabs Zeus' arms with his hands and then uses Zeus' momentum against him to throw him away in one fluid motion. Zeus crashes into the building behind them and Poseidon stands there as if nothing happened. His clothes don't even look damaged from all that lighting Zeus was using. Poseidon still looks at Zeus with his usual apathetic face, but this time, I also see a hint of amusement. Zeus jumps into the air from the debris, lighting is coating his entire body and crackling in the air. He pulls back his fist and then descends on Poseidon's position. Boom. An explosion takes place, but Poseidon isn't hit. Instead, Zeus' fist hits the ground and Poseidon moves to the back using the smallest movements. His expression doesn't change at all, he doesn't even defend himself or block the attack. Zeus moves towards Poseidon and delivers an uppercut. Whoosh. Without bothering, Poseidon moves his head to the side, letting the fist pass by without touching him. One of his hands is behind Poseidon's back and with his other, he blocks the thousands of punches aimed at his head. Picture. Whoosh. 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 Boom. Bang. Boom. I can tell that the speed of Zeus' fists is getting faster and faster, almost reaching the speed of light right now. The lighting is dancing around his body and charging the air, heating it up. The speed picks up once more, but it doesn't change anything. Poseidon uses his palm to hit the fists coming towards him out of their trajectory. It looks like Poseidon is moving around like water. A dance where one misstep could mean pain or a loss, but nothing seems to stop him. I try to memorize his moves and then replicate them, as this has to be the most powerful martial art I have ever seen or can imagine. Suddenly Poseidon stops moving backwards and no longer just blocks. He uses his palm to clash against the fist of Zeus, causing shockwaves to permeate the surroundings and cause a lot of destruction. Boom. 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 I suddenly notice something as I watch them fight. The way the fight is going has changed. The flow, if you will, has shifted. Poseidon knows what's coming and acts accordingly. What's more impressive is that Poseidon isn't moving as fast as Zeus is, he is moving slower, and yet, he can not only block but even pressure Zeus. Come now, Zeus. All this work and you still can't do anything. Here, let me show you, I hear Poseidon say. He pulls his arm back and then waves it in front of him as if he was waving away a fly. Picture. WWOOOSHHHHHH. A powerful shockwave is released from the wave of air and pushes Zeus back several meters. Unlike you, I have spent years and years training myself. Alright, that's a lie, but I still trained. I worked on myself and still do, which is why I am thankful for this little respite you granted me. A little way to move some muscles. Otherwise, I'll get rusty, Poseidon says. He has taken a strange position, which I can only attribute to his martial arts. He still has one arm behind his back and the other in front of him, facing upwards. The air around him has changed completely. Zeus is looking at him with more anger than ever before, and the power of his lightning is melting the ground and charging the air. I can feel his raw and fast power, while Poseidon. I feel nothing from him. Come, don't be shy. Here, let me show you again, Poseidon says. He turns his palm around so that it faces Zeus. A bright blue circle of what feels like various energies forms in front of his palm, and then. Picture. Whoopee-boom. Picture. Impossible, I say after the dust has settled somewhat. No, child. That is not even close to impossible, I hear Ra say beside me. I look at her and see that she is smiling gently and in a relaxed manner. She doesn't look bothered or worried at all. Like she knew this would happen. I look back and see Zeus standing back up. He is all bloody and battered, but he has entered his strongest form. In that form he absorbs all of the lighting into himself and basically becomes lighting and adds enormous defense to his incredible speed. His hair stands up from the charge and the air smells of ozone. I see him take one step and then he disappears and appears in front of Poseidon again. Boom. Normally, at our birth, we essentially have nothing. Our actions define what we do with our lives and what we achieve. We as gods are a special case, since we represent different domains and hold power connected to those domains. Our power and immortality naturally make some of us arrogant and bored over time. You are a special case. You are the youngest amongst us siblings and enjoyed the best life had to offer since the very beginning. You were cared for by beautiful ladies, enjoyed the best food and drink, and then appeared as the savior when you tricked Kronos. You became king, not because you were better suited for it, but because you had help. As the god of the sea, liquids, and more, I have come to understand how to read the flow of all things. Poseidon spoke to Zeus while he was dodging and blocking all of his attacks. Zeus wasn't able to land a single hit. But I noticed that as his anger rose, so did his power and therefore his speed. He was growing mid-fight. The threads of fate, the fates use thread to weave the fate of our pantheon and even a bit beyond. They are feared normally for the power they hold, and rightly so. You are on the receiving end of the fate they weave, which explains your life and experiences to this point. You were always meant to rule, and that was the reason you were voted to be king. It is also the reason you are growing stronger as we fight. Not that it matters, not really, but it explains why the others will have no chance of ever replacing you, at least if it weren't for me. Poseidon continues and chuckles. Baboom. Lightning strikes from the sky and Zeus enters a new stage of power. I can feel him just passing some kind of threshold as he stands there with his master bolt in hand. His eyes shine with power and lighting, and even I have trouble breathing. I only see bits and pieces of his movements, and it looks like he is moving in slow motion, despite me seeing the past already. That's how fast he has become, faster than light. With a powerful throw, Zeus shoots his master bolt towards Poseidon. I see Poseidon hold his palm like he did before. The master bolt suddenly explodes into pure energy and blinds Poseidon for a second. When I can see again, I see that Zeus has used this fraction of time to appear in front of Poseidon. His fist, charged with his top speed, multiple times faster than light and containing all of his power, is right in front of his face. Picture. Picture. Can you still not tell? You can't even make a small scratch on me. The funny thing is that I am not using more power than you are, I am just better at using what I have than you. What you are seeing right now is my power over vibrations and waves in effect, combined with my martial arts. I am pushing you away from me and creating a barrier around me. Picture. That's what the foo dash. Even I have no words to say what I am seeing right now. What level of power has Poseidon reached to do this to Zeus, a god king? Zeus materializes his master bolt again and uses it like a sword to swipe at Poseidon. Boom. But instead of dodging or blocking, Poseidon just grabs the bolt with his bare hands. I think we will end the dance here for today. Before I go, I will tell you what will happen now. I will show you what will happen if you don't have a cheat and take away the thread that keeps you in power. I will change the flow of the tapestry of fate. Oh, and we will take Pandora with us. I see Poseidon hold his hand in front of Zeus' stomach, and the same circle of power materializes on his palm again. And then. Recoilless, 9 everlasting spirit vibration palm. Picture. VVROOMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMM had arrived, finally. The kingdom of the rising tide was in chaos and anticipation for the upcoming event. A marriage is going to take place. Poseidon, god of the sea, earthquakes, life and linguistics, was marrying Ra, goddess of the sun, order, and the sky. Everyone in the kingdom was allowed to attend and some special guests were invited as well. A grand area was used for the occasion and everything was arranged by the minor gods and goddesses or nymphs, nereids and oceanids who lived there. Even the humans were allowed to attend. Poseidon and Ra didn't differentiate between those when it came to celebrations. There weren't that many humans in the kingdom yet, because either Ra or Poseidon chose them personally and wouldn't allow anyone to enter. The processions were starting and just like a rather modern marriage, Poseidon arranged both him as the groom and Ra as the bride to have one witness. He chose Hades as his witness and his sister Hestia, who was also invited, was the witness for Ra. None of Ra's family had arrived, but that wasn't important to her. She had waited far too long for this moment, to let it slip past her fingers, due to her family. Hundreds of thousands of Poseidon's soldiers were present as well. They didn't look like high society guests, but no one cared about that. The kingdom of the rising tide was not a shallow one. Actions were more important than appearance and everyone knew that. Then the moment arrived. Hephaestus arrived, dressed in formal and beautiful clothes. His limb was long gone after Poseidon had healed him with his power over life. It would have been so easy for Hera to ask him for help and he would have helped her. Despite his words to her, he cared for her like he would for a sister. But her arrogance made it hard to do it. Greetings everyone, men and women of the kingdom of rising tide, Hephaestus addressed everyone. His voice was magically loud so that everyone could see him. Due to magic, everyone could both see and hear everything that was going on. Despite not being fit for this job, I will take the role of prime witness today to have our king and queen married. We are gathered here today to have our beloved leaders, our king and queen, our god king and god queen married on this day and with it, see a new era arrive. Because this day is special in another way as well. On this day, the kingdom of the rising tide will no longer be a mere kingdom in a separate dimension. No, with this unity of Ra and Poseidon, a new pantheon will be born. Murmur. That's right everyone. You heard right. With this union, a new pantheon will be born. One that is separate from the Greek pantheon or the Ennead and will stand on its own, against all opposition. I was invited as well and naturally, I accepted. The invitations also went out to Lord Hades and Lady Hestia, but they are still undecided. But now for the main event. Do you, Lord Poseidon, take Lady Ra to be your lawfully wedded queen, to have and hold from this day forward, for good and better, for rich and richer, in health, to love and cherish, for all eternity? I do, Poseidon answered. And do you, Lady Ra, take Lord Poseidon to be your lawfully wedded king, to have and hold from this day forward, for good and better, for rich and richer, in health, to love and cherish, for all eternity? I do, Ra says. May we get the rings please, Hephaestus says. Hades and Hestia step forward to present the rings both Ra and Poseidon have prepared for one another. The rings were special of course and would hold secrets as well as authority and mark them as belonging to the other. Ra was the first one to step forward. I thought long about what I could gift you, my love. But I settled with creating a ring that burns as brightly and powerfully as my love for you. As long as you wear this ring, you will share my power and be able to do what I do, have the same authority as I do over my domains and feel where I am at all times. The ring will be warmer and shine brighter the more love it is fed, so keep it warm. Ra presented her ring to Poseidon. It might not have looked like much, but there was a massive amount of power contained inside the ring. It was pure love, melted down and made into a ring. Picture. Poseidon smiled at that and as soon as Ra put the ring on his finger, it started to shine as brightly as the sun. So much so, that he had to dim it using his magic. It's beautiful. I will cherish it forever. But now it's my turn. I also thought long about what I could give you. In the end, I want to give you everything but that might be a bit much for just a ring. So I settled with almost everything. With this ring, I grant you authority equal to mine in our future pantheon and the kingdom of the rising tide. Your word shall be my word and your decisions mine. Through wearing this ring, I also grant you a new divinity and make it, so that you may never feel weakness, no matter the environment you are in, Poseidon says. His ring was more feminine with what looked like precious stones inside. But those stones weren't really stones, they were water. This water represented the authority Poseidon granted Ra and the power she would gain after wearing it. It was also a rather unassuming ring, but as soon as she wore it, a powerful wave of water shot out from the ring and drenched her. When the water receded, Ra wasn't wet though and only smiled brightly understanding that she had gained a divinity over all kinds of radiation. Picture. Ra and Poseidon smiled at one another and she jumped at Poseidon kissing him deeply. The kiss contained all of the emotion these two held for one another. Well, we skipped a step, but by the power Poseidon so graciously granted me for this occasion, I now pronounce you king and queen. You may kiss. WWOOOOAAHHHHHHH. A loud cheering roared through the crowd as they witnessed the birth of a new pantheon. One that was founded with love and marriage between two god kings. The power these two held was higher than any other new pantheon. Right now, the power between these two was second only to the Hindu pantheon. But the three most powerful deities of the Hindu pantheon thankfully didn't really care about the others. But we shall see. The pantheon of solar tides was born. The celebrations were going on in full swing and unlike the parties on Olympus that were filled with getting drunk and orgies, this one was not like that. There was alcohol, but it was drunk sparingly and there were also other beverages. Everyone was talking to each other. Station didn't matter, divinity didn't matter. Hades talked to his wife, Persephone, but also others like nymphs and even a few humans. His image was slowly changing and it was all thanks to Poseidon. There was no one more powerful than the royal couple and since they were so familiar with everyone, it was not scary for them to see Hades or any other god. Poseidon and Ra ate with all the guests for hours, but then left the party to be alone. Poseidon led Ra to a new area, where he had created a new palace just for them. Picture. So you just created this in your free time? And how did I not see you do this? I was with you most of the time. That's right, most of the time. I work very fast. Besides, time has not much meaning when you can manipulate it, Poseidon says as they walk. I love it. I really do. Nothing will ever separate us again, after all, I hold your heart in my hand, Ra says with a mischievous smile as she caresses her ring. Ah, so you noticed. Of course I did. It has been a part of me for a while now, Ra says. Ha. Well, there is in fact another reason, I wanted to show you our new residence. Really? Yes. I have another present for you, Poseidon says as they reach their sleeping chamber. On the humongous bed, a small long box lay there with a sword on top. Ra looks at the weapon and then at Poseidon. A sword. It is a soul-cutting weapon. The shape of the weapon is not fixed and can become whatever you want. All you have to do is infuse your essence with it, Poseidon says. Ra approaches the weapon. She takes it into her hand and as soon as she does that, a bright light and heat emanate from it. As a powerful goddess, she has long mastered most of her abilities. Most, in the sense that she has development potential, and since meeting Poseidon, who never stopped growing stronger, she was motivated to also become more powerful and train. So the connection with her soul cutter weapon is a matter of seconds. A great change takes place inside the room, and the sun that shines in the kingdom shines stronger. Poseidon watches as his wife undergoes a change. Not just spiritually and conceptually, but also her clothes change. For some reason, the clothing style of Ra, where she wears the least amount as possible, carries over and she appears in a different state. Her hair becomes white and a staff appears in her hand. Picture. Ra smiles as Poseidon walks towards her. He moves very close. While he looks apathetic to most people, he doesn't look that way at all when Ra is around. And something has started to rise to see her like this. He gives her a deep kiss. We will never let anyone see you like this. And in the off chance that you do, make sure to kill them, otherwise, I will, he whispers into her ear. MHHH. I love that possessiveness and I agree. How about I show you my soul realm, Ra asks. Are you sure? It doesn't get more personal than that. Are you serious? I just thought I'd remind you. The two focused, and a moment later, they both appeared in Ra's soul realm. The place was shining brightly like the sun on steroids. The heat would kill anyone who didn't have a similar domain or resistance to heat. To put it into perspective, the core of the sun in our solar system is roughly 15 million degrees Celsius, and this is not even a fraction of the heat in Ra's soul realm. And the heat was rising more and more. Thanks to the new divinity of radiation, the soul realm also exuded all kinds of radiation, with an intensity that would instantly kill even superhumans. Not even gods would come out unscathed from this and would develop cancer quite fast, in fact. Poseidon looked around and saw Ra sitting on a golden throne. He could already see her true release being very overpowered indeed. It would make Yamamoto Shigekuni look like a candle or less. You know, love, I have the perfect martial arts for you, now that you have gained a major divinity over radiation, Poseidon says. I am interested to see it. What's it called? The all-life eradicating fist. MHH, I want to see it now. Say, how about we use this large bed for the first time? I suddenly feel like it would be the best time, Ra says after they return to their bedroom. Ra moves on the bed and lies down, looking back at Poseidon seductively. Picture. It was clear what would happen tonight and, the next couple of months. Poseidon smiles and joins her. The two finally consummated their marriage. I will be very bold, and the next arc war is on the horizon, and it will be glorious. I also decided on the number of women he would have at the end. I don't really like harem novels and rather prefer single female leads. But I have to change my way of thinking since he is a god. No more than 3, and I might not even do more than 2. But 2 are certain. Don't worry, I will make it somewhat realistic and give the women a character. Chapter 21, Ain't No Rest for the Wicked. Third-person POV. In order to understand the history of the Asgardian thunder god known as Thor, one must first understand the nature of the Asgardian people. Although their true origins are lost to antiquity, the Asgardian people, native to the dimensional realm of Asgard, have spent centuries as slaves to the mysterious being known only as those who sit above in shadow. These immensely powerful beings have utilized the Asgardian people to sustain and increase their ever-growing power. Generally, the people of Asgard had long believed those who sit above to be only myth. The only member of this pantheon who was aware of the full truth was Thor's father Odin, who for untold centuries has attempted to break the hold those who sit above have had on his people. This cycle of death and rebirth has since been called Ragnarok, or the twilight of the gods. This cycle has appeared to be part of the celestial axis of the zodiacal procession. Asgard and 8 of the 9 worlds within are linked to the planet Earth in another dimension via the celestial equator. Each Ragnarok cycle has been run roughly every 2,160 years. Each new cycle would occur basically the same with varying differences. Thor himself would relive his life over and over, sometimes different in appearance, sometimes different in overall character. His relationships with his fellow gods also varied from cycle to cycle. Generally speaking, most myths state that the people of Asgard had their beginnings with the birth of the frost giant Ymir, who rose out of the frozen waters of the Well of Life many millennia ago. This was followed by the birth of the cow known as Audumbla, who was protected and nourished itself from Ymir's body. From this feeding from the ice, Audumbla uncovered the first of the gods, Buri. Buri later married the frost giantess as a wife who bore him a number of children. Among these children was Bor, who begot more children with his wife Bestla. Among these children was Odin. Odin eventually became the ruler of the realm of Asgard and lorded over its 9 worlds. Odin, through his wife Frigga, had a single son, Thor, who grew to become the god of thunder and eventually wielded the mystical hammer known as Mjolnir. But this cycle things were different. In this cycle that we find ourselves in, things are very different. In this cycle, Odin decided that his son Thor should be born with a direct connection to Earth. In order to facilitate this, Thor sought out the Earth Mother Jord, also known as Gaia. Jord gave birth to Thor, and after a few months of weaning, Odin took the boy to Asgard where he was given into the care of his wife Frigga. It was not long after Thor's arrival in Asgard that Odin allowed his father Bor to seemingly perish battling frost giants by being turned into snow so that he could rule the kingdom himself. Growing up as a child, Thor often heard tales of his father's various quests. But what he didn't tell him was what happened when his father Odin went to Earth and met Jord in order to convince her to conceive his son. Several centuries ago, on Earth, inside a secret dimension that was only accessible to a few, a man appeared. It was the dimension belonging to Gaia or Jord, as the Northerners called her. The man was tall and powerful. His aura told of many battles and the mystical energy he wielded spoke for his role as a leader of his pantheon, the Sky Father Odin Borson. Due to his status as All-Father of Asgard, Odin is an extremely prideful deity, demanding respect from all gods and mortals. But his power might have also made him a bit arrogant, because only the most foolish or the most powerful would dare to enter Jord's domain like he did. And there weren't many who could even hope to get out of her domain alive like that. So there he stood, looking at Jord, Gaia, the Earth Mother, and she looked at him. The All-Father Odin bids thee greeting, Jord, goddess of the earth. I come to Midgard from high to seek counsel from thee, primordial, Odin speaks. Speak, Odin Borson of Asgard. And I shall see whether you may leave alive, Gaia or Jord says. I seek an heir whose power surpasses Asgard. You are the fertile spirit of earth, fair primordial, and I of heaven's glory. Were we to join in love, what majesty might be born of such divine union, Odin asks. You think highly of yourself, All-Father. But why would I ever care about that? I have more than enough offspring that are strong enough. Even the offspring of my offspring is powerful and continues to impress. So tell me, what can you offer me, for this, Jord asks. Odin thinks for a moment. He didn't see this happening. His missing eye is a testament to the wisdom he gained from Yggdrasil. So he thought that a powerful son, born of their union, would be within her interest. And yet, here she was wanting something. But what? What is it that you seek? What could I, Odin Borson, have that you desire? Speak and I might grant it. I do understand within my soul your burning desire for a son whose strength might derive not solely from your own. A son, unlike the gods of Asgard whom you gave form at the beginning of age, but I also desire something. And if you truly want that son of yours, then you will swear to me that you will grant it. What is it? Revenge. Revenge on the one who dared to go against the natural order. The one who stole the souls of my precious children and did the worst of crimes. The one who I can no longer touch on my own. Swear it to me, that you will get revenge for me, and destroy him. If you do that, then you shall have what you seek, Jord tells Odin. Odin thought about her words and finally nodded his head. An easy request. It shall be done, you have the oath of Odin Borson. Very well then. Come then, if you find the present guise of Jord most pleasing to your eyes which I as Mother Earth wear. Embrace me in your arms and I shall give you such a son as time has never known. And so, a child was conceived. Thor Odinson. Present day. In the halls of Asgard's throne room, sat Odin, the All-Father, the Skyfather, the god-king of the Nordic pantheon. He was in thought and knew that the time had come. The time for paying back debts he owed. Call Jord here now, Odin demands, and the guards immediately leave the halls to fulfill his request. Odin was in thought. He knew that doing what Jord asked of him all those centuries ago would not be easy as he first thought. But that was hardly a problem. On the contrary, he was even a bit excited that his son Thor, whom he had groomed and prepared for so long, could find some enjoyment in battle soon enough. Despite what he said to others, Odin loved battle as much as Thor does now in his youth. But Odin has learned when to fight and when it is better not to. The best time of attack was now, Odin knew. But he wouldn't go ahead and attack head-on, that would be folly. No, he had other plans and could see the outcome of certain actions. Having observed his target and those around him for years now, he knew that it was best to use the tactic he had prepared. The door opened and in walked Jord. He was dressed in his armor and bowed before Odin. You called for me, All-Father, Jord asked. Indeed, Jord. There is a crucial task I have for you. Over the centuries, things have started to take a displeasing turn for our pantheon and it is time to change that, Odin spoke in his deep authoritarian voice that demanded respect. What displeases you, my lord, and I shall change it. The pantheon of solar tides has gotten far too strong over the years and has even dared to venture into our territory. I fear that their greed will become too big in the future. Therefore, we will act now and strike them when they least expect it. The pantheon of solar tides. That is a big target, All-Father. How may I assist you? Go forth and attack their settlements. Destroy their human settlements, cause chaos, and make it seem like it was Poseidon's doing. The anger addressed at him will keep him busy, for us to strike them at their core and take them out. Are you certain that will be enough, All-Father? I stand no chance against Poseidon, from what I have heard and dash. Do you question my intelligence? You are to capture their attention and grant us a big window for attack. Don't worry, I have more than enough plans to see this through. Do your task, unless you don't feel up for the task. Of course not, All-Father. I will do what you asked, Njord says and bows his head. Things were going to be interesting, thought Odin. With a thought, Odin connected to another person, who would prove invaluable in his plans and who he could use as a meat shield, Mount Kailash. On Mount Kailash, overlooking the world, a single being is meditating. Next to him, a Trishula stands. A trident, representing the three aspects of his being, creation, preservation, and destruction. His hair flows in as if it were underwater, despite that not being the case. He has a third eye on his forehead, symbolizing his ability to see beyond the physical realm and destroy evil. The being with purple skin is deep in meditation. Nothing and no one could ever get him out of this, except very few things. No one knows what the being is meditating on, or for how long. Those things don't matter though. What matters is that he was here at the beginning and would be here to end it all and have things be created anew. The being is known under many names. Mahadeva, the great god, Shankara, the auspicious one, Rudra, the howler, a more fearsome form, Maheshwara, the great lord, and Nilakantha, the blue-throated one. But he is most commonly known as Shiva. Shiva is one of the principal deities in Hinduism and a member of the Trimurti, the holy trinity that includes Brahma and Vishnu. Together they form the most powerful gods on earth and are very, very high up on the multiversal scale of power. Shiva is known as the destroyer or transformer within the Trimurti, responsible for the destruction necessary for regeneration and renewal. Shiva's role as the destroyer is not negative but essential for the cycle of creation, preservation, and destruction. He destroys the universe at the end of each cycle, making way for new creation. He is a complex deity, embodying both compassion and fierceness. He is known to be easily pleased by his devotees and offers boons generously. Conversely, he can be fierce and destructive, particularly in his form as Bhairava. As it would have it, the calm of Shiva's meditation was disturbed. Not in a forceful quick way, but it felt as if something wasn't right. In case of danger, if such a thing was even possible, Shiva's senses would warn him and he would awake from his meditation. But this time his senses didn't warn him of danger. Instead, it felt more like something was bothering him, like an itch that you couldn't scratch. Being the powerful and old deity that he was, he had never experienced this. But it wasn't going away. So, after meditating for ages, he finally opened his eyes and what he saw caused him to raise his eyebrow. There in front of him sits someone, a young god from another pantheon no less. Shiva finds the situation amusing as he can see that the young god in front of him is seemingly in very deep meditation and undergoing some kind of process. His body and soul are changing and Shiva can sense something meaningful happening. After a moment, the young god, with golden hair, opens his eyes and the two look each other in the eyes. No words are needed to convey what they think. Both are strong enough to transcend the need for words. Greetings, O auspicious one, I am Poseidon, a neighbor of yours. Greetings to you too, Poseidon. Might I inquire about your reason for coming here? Did we not exchange words with our eyes just now? I thought that was the reason for our intense moment. Ho ho ho. I see now. You are overflowing with charisma. You are not laughing at my joke, are you? No. But the situation was amusing nonetheless. So will you tell me why you're here? Certainly, I am here to learn how to dance like you. Natraja. I see. It makes sense after all. We are similar in some ways. Are we not? Indubitably. I added some Marvel comic elements here, but that is not important. I will do something that I don't think anyone has ever done in fanfiction about gods. At least to my knowledge. Chapter 22, The Start of Something Unfathomable. Third-person POV. I am often called Natraja, the Lord of Dance, and for good reason. My dance, known as the Tandava, is a significant concept in our Hindu pantheon and represents the cosmic cycle of creation, preservation, and destruction. The two most common forms of my dance are the Lasya, which is the gentle form of my dance, associated with the creation of the world, and the Ananda Tandava, the dance of bliss, the vigorous form of dance, associated with the destruction of weary worldviews, weary perspectives and lifestyles and the universe as a whole. In essence, the Lasya and the Tandava are just two aspects of my nature, for I destroy in order to create, tearing down to build again. A concept I know you are familiar with. If I teach you my dance, I know you will be able to learn it very fast. Probably the first time you've seen it. I am also certain that you could learn it without me ever showing it. You have something that allows you to learn anything and improve yourself. I don't know what it is, but I know that no one simply develops new powers on the fly like you do. I don't care about that. What I do care about is that you came to me instead of just learning the Tandava. I understand you and you understand me, it would seem. This surprises me, which is rare and seemingly impossible, for I have seen it all already. I shall teach it to you. The flow of destruction and creation will come naturally to you. But there is something I would like from you, Shiva says. And what? I would like to know what you meditated on and learn your technique. This way we can exchange techniques and make it an equal exchange. I agree to this. What I just meditated on is what I call the Great Way of Poseidon. The name needs work, but it's all I have right now. You can also call it Mahayana, for I took it from Buddha and adapted it to myself, Poseidon says. Buddha. Truly. Interesting. I can imagine how he must have reacted when you made it more powerful than him. He probably didn't care and was happy too. Indeed. He only smiled when I did that. He's an enjoyable man to be around, Poseidon says. Very well. Shall we start? Yes, please. What followed was Shiva teaching Poseidon how to do the Tandava. He taught him both forms. Ananda Tandava, the dance of bliss, depicting joy and creation, and Rudra Tandava, the dance of destruction, associated with Shiva's more wrathful aspects. Poseidon, who was the god of waves and flow, naturally picked it up easily. He didn't use a pool of inspiration as they spent the time together. He immersed himself in the experience and dance. Picking up new things was a hobby of his since he was born, and learning something like this was enjoyable for him. Shiva was a chill dude, if you will. Rage and joy interwoven into one god and given form. Destruction and creation are connected like two ends of a rope that touch. Poseidon closed his eyes and let things happen. He danced on top of Mount Kailash together with Shiva. The worries of the world are forgotten right now, neither of them stopped doing what they were doing. The more Poseidon danced, the more he understood it. He only had to do something once to master it, but he was not stopping at mastery, he took it beyond that. After an unknown amount of time, Shiva opened his eyes and observed Poseidon's dance. What he saw shocked him. That's right, Poseidon, an infant in Shiva's eyes, shocked him to the core. It was his dance, he had created it and it represented him. But what he saw was Poseidon, not moving at all. He saw Poseidon's spirit or his soul leave his body, while the physical body was meditating on the ground. The spirit did the Tandava, while the physical body meditated. He had gone beyond what was thought possible and took the Tandava to another level. He was using the flow and manipulating it to suit his needs and wishes. He was like a surfer who used the waves but also manipulated the water to create the waves he wanted. He had created a perpetuum mobile in the spiritual sense. The more he followed the flow, the more he understood it and the better he got with the Tandava. His understanding deepened, his control rose, and the power he exuded shot through the roof into the unknown. Shiva stood there, taking it in and smiling. After a while, Poseidon stopped because he felt reality starting to crumble slightly. His mere dance, without any power involved, was destroying spacetime around him. The rigid parts of reality that were set in stone were destroyed as Poseidon performed his dance. He opened his eyes and looked into the distance. No one knows what he saw at that moment, only Shiva might have an idea. Then his eyes focused again and he looked at Shiva. One of the three most powerful gods smiled at him gently. That was beautiful. I will try to reach that stage soon. To think that you learned about it and then reached a transcendent stage before me. I am impressed, Poseidon. The world will belong to the solar tide pantheon, that is certain. Nonsense. The Hindu pantheon is powerful and will survive the tides of time. I have seen it. Did you? I did too. But time means nothing, and neither does fate to those who can either manipulate it or destroy it with a breath. True. So how about that great way of Poseidon? Can I learn it now? Shiva asked. Sure, let's do it. The great way of the Buddha, also known as the forbidden heavenly tome, is a forbidden divine profound art. It comes from Buddha and describes his way to reach enlightenment. It could help a human reach the legendary body of saints. Basically placing him on the level of gods and becoming one while not simultaneously. But that isn't really important. Normal humans cannot cultivate the great way of the Buddha without exploding, since it puts a heavy strain on their bodies. Only people who have inherited some bloodline or have some power inherently can cultivate this art. The great way of the Buddha affects your blood vessels, muscles, skin, and hair, and actually has not even the slightest of relationships with divine energy or divine power, since it relies on the strength of the soul and nature instead. Its cultivation is absolutely not from battle, but from comprehension instead. That is what makes the great way of Poseidon an arduous art to cultivate due to its extremely harsh requirements on the person's comprehension abilities, Poseidon started to explain. He had truly met with Buddha and learned his teachings, but he chose the great way of the Buddha from the novel Against the Gods. The great way of the Buddha has 12 stages. The great way of Poseidon, on the other hand, has no true limit, since it can increase the power of the body and develop anything about yourself if you understand it. But the initial phase also consists of 12 stages. The purpose of the first stage of the Great Way of the Buddha is to absorb the vitality of the world, and to allow the world's vitality to fill, refine, and transform your body, including the flesh, hair, blood, bones, organs, and marrow, allowing the body to be born anew. Every following elevation of the realms in each stage will also result in a new reformation of the body. If a mortal were to use this technique, every new reformation of the body signified a slight separation from the mortal realm. Their lifespan would also increase exponentially. The Great Way of the Buddha is a bit different from the one I created. First stage, provide strength of 2'000 kg. Second stage, increase arm strength by 4'000 kg. Third stage, increase strength by 10,000 kg, a body that is as strong as pure steel, and a healing capability that no ordinary person could possibly understand. Fourth stage, bestow a bodily strength of 50'000 kg. Fifth stage, 100,000 kg, you can absorb the energy of heaven's way. Sixth stage, 200'000 kg, peak mortal physique of saint body. Seventh stage, 400'000 kg, here you are able to restore important bodily necessities such as vision. Mine is different though. What good does 400'000 kg do to anyone? The Great Way of Poseidon is harder to understand but also grants much bigger rewards. You see, after you enter the first stage, your strength doubles. From the first to the second stage, the buff is not 2 but 4 times. From the second stage to the third, the increase is 8 times and so on. Shiva looked at Poseidon like he had 2 heads. Although that wasn't anything special for a Hindu god, so. Yeah. You are a strange man, Poseidon. But I am more than interested in seeing this cultivation you speak of. So tell me, how do I start with this? Shiva asks. Well, it goes like this. The two powerful gods spend a lot of time talking, meditating, and exchanging stories as they spend their time together. It looks strange for two such powerful gods to act like old friends who met after a long time and had a drink together. They were talking, and a surprising bond formed between them. As they were talking, another presence made itself known. Both Shiva and Poseidon looked at a spot where space-time shimmered and another man appeared. Shiva knew the person well and Poseidon knew him as well, but only from afar. The man had a blue complexion, symbolizing his infinite nature and cosmic dimensions, as well as 4 arms. And in those arms, the man held a chakra, discus, which represents the mind, and the weapon to destroy evil. A shankha, conch shell, this symbolizes the divine sound and life force. A gada, mace, representing strength and protection. And a padma, lotus flower, symbolizes purity and spiritual power. What are you doing here, Vishnu? Shiva asks. Vishnu is one of the principal deities of Hinduism, widely revered as the preserver and protector of the universe. He is part of the Trimurti, which includes Brahma, the creator, Vishnu, the preserver, and Shiva, the destroyer. Vishnu is known for his role in maintaining the order and harmony of the cosmos and is depicted as a benevolent deity. He is also the ruler of the Hindu pantheon in this multiverse. Vishnu opened his eyes and looked at Shiva and Poseidon. Shiva, I have come for your new friend here, Vishnu says. I thought as much. What can I do for you, Lord Vishnu? Poseidon asks. I have come to inform you, young Poseidon, about the disturbance happening right now. The balance of the world is uncertain and threatens to shift. The threads and plans have been laid out and are ready to be used. I am sure you are aware of what is happening, but are you truly ready? Vishnu asks. Are you talking about Gaia's plan to get revenge on me? If so, then yes. The Allfather and his band of misfits, as well as those he called for help, will break their jaws trying to bite more than they can chew. We are prepared, Poseidon says. I see great pride in you and understand that you have not let your power cloud your judgment. But time is fickle when so many gods and different pantheons are involved. What do you want to tell me, Lord Vishnu? Poseidon asks. I would like to declare our independence in the war to come. You need not fear for involvement of the Trimurti, Vishnu tells Poseidon. I thank you for that information. You also needn't worry about any form of attack coming from the solar tide pantheon, Poseidon says, and makes both Shiva and Vishnu smile. Not out of amusement, as funny as that might seem considering their power. They both know Poseidon's potential is limitless and boundless beyond compare. He will rise higher and there is nothing they can do about it, save for destroying the entire universe, and not even that might work anymore. Poseidon shook both Shiva's and Vishnu's hands and then left. It was time for a war. I have plans about the war to come and try to surprise you with it. I can't have Odin, the god of wisdom, create a bad plan now, can I? So no chapters tomorrow and probably on Monday again. Chapter 23, A War to be Remembered. A/N, yes, I know. Some of you are angry because I went on hiatus because real life was calling. But it is what it is. This is free and I do it because I wish. The next arc needs time for me to plan out in advance. The DC universe is large and I plan on making use of it, but that needs time. I hope you can still enjoy it. Third-person POV. As Poseidon finished his stay with two of the three most powerful gods on Earth, he got a feeling that something was wrong. Naturally, he knew what was going on as he was aware of the war to come. Time was fickle right now, as multiple divine beings were trying to exert their control over it as much as possible and use it to their advantage. Poseidon, it has started, someone told him telepathically. Who did they send? Njord, it would seem. He is destroying some of our cities on the continent and is about to go on further. Should we stop them? The soldier asks me. No. I will deal with Njord myself. He has been clouded and I think he deserves a warning first, before I get rid of him entirely. As you command, my lord. Poseidon's form disappears and he reappears on American soil, where Njord is about to destroy yet another city using a large tsunami. With a thought, the ocean calms itself and the situation looks as if nothing has ever happened. If anyone blinked for a moment there, he or she would have missed it. Njord looks around confused and angry, but mostly confused. His control over water was just nullified and forcefully taken away. He couldn't move the water in any shape or form right now, and that was both scary and confusing to him. He looked around and suddenly saw an attractive male sitting not far away from him in the sand and looking at him. He had blonde hair and the clearest blue eyes he had ever seen. What confused him, though, was that the man didn't have any aura about him whatsoever. It felt to Njord as if he was looking at a mortal. Excuse me, sir. Would you tell me what you are doing here? The time for fishing has passed, winter is coming, the attractive but strange man said to Njord. What? Who are you? You feel like a mortal, but I know that something is going on. Was it you? So you just arrive on the turf of another pantheon and don't even know what the leader of the pantheon looks like? That is very bad preparation, good sir. For a god of the sea in the Norse pantheon, I find that insulting. Njord's eyes narrowed and he jumped back. With a thought, a spear appears in his hands. I am Njord, god of the sea, seafaring, wind, fishing, wealth, and crop fertility. Lovely titles. I am here to fight you for your hubris and arrogance to think that you could threaten our rules. Prepare to die, Poseidon. Oh, so you do know who I am. Very well, attack me. Huh. Did I stutter? Attack me. I await your punishment. Nothing happened. Well, that's what it appeared like, but in secret, Njord was trying to regain his authority over the sea and the water around him without any luck. You can't do it, can you? Poseidon sounded cheeky right now. The god of the sea of the Norse pantheon can't use his divinity to do anything with it. Now that is embarrassing. How about we talk and you tell me what lies everyone's daddy told you? I will not speak. I will kill you. Njord shouts and rushes towards Poseidon. If he can't use his divinity, he will try to kill Poseidon with his spear physically. The physical power of Njord is impressive, but the one he is fighting is out of his league. He uses his full power to pierce Poseidon with his spear. He channels all of his power into the spear and strikes. Clang. Poseidon looks down like Baloo looks at Mowgli when he punches him. TSK pitiful. You need help, and I am not going to give it to you. I would like for you to stop attacking my land, or I'll kill you. You would never touch me. Doing that would threaten war with the Norse pantheon. You think that you can come here, destroy a city and then just leave because I am afraid of your pantheon? That is more pitiful than your attack right there. Allow me to demonstrate the amount of fear I have for your pantheon, Poseidon says. His aura suddenly changes, and like his divinity, a monstrous amount of power crashes on Njord, similar to a tsunami crashing on a human. VVROOOM. The sheer power causes Njord to crash into the ground and break all of his bones. His organs are turned to mush, and massive amounts of blood splash out of his body. I was about to spare your pathetic life, and yet, here you are groveling at my feet because you believe in Odin. And the irony of it all, you were tricked from the beginning. Odin never meant for you to survive. But that doesn't matter to me. Goodbye, Njord. I will do well with your pathetic little amount of authority over the sea. Poseidon takes his trident and raises it over his head. With a swing, he aims at Njord's head. Stop. A voice is heard, and Poseidon stops in his tracks. He looks up to see a goddess approaching. Freya, Njord's daughter. What is it? Are you here to beg me for his life? Poseidon asks. Yes. Please, he is my father and I love him. So. What? So what? How is it my problem that you love your father? Poseidon asks. I will take his place instead. You want me to kill you instead of him? What are you, stupid? No. Take me hostage instead of killing him. Odin doesn't know I am here right now. If he does, he can't do anything about it. If you take me hostage, he will be weakened. And you expect me to believe that you are willing to betray your pantheon because you love your father so much? Poseidon asks. She is the goddess of love and beauty, but not intelligence after all, a new voice is heard, causing Poseidon to smile. You came. Indeed. I couldn't have you take the attack on your own. Ra says. So they are prepared? Naturally. Odin might believe he is the smartest one, but his plans aren't as good as he may believe, Ra says. They knew Odin would attack and had prepared their army for the confrontation beforehand. The question was whether Odin would have something to surprise Poseidon. The sky darkens, and from the clouds, Odin appears, dressed in war armor, followed by his wife Frigga, many children, and others in his pantheon. Poseidon. You dare attack a member of my pantheon? Odin shouts. Would you mind terribly if we just skipped all the nonsense and got to fighting? I am ready, and so are you and your friends. I think we can agree to this, no? Poseidon asks. Your arrogance knows no bounds. You have taken for yourself and from others, and think yourself superior. For harming Njord, who belongs to my pantheon, I dash. He sure talks a lot, Ra says. Indeed. I think he likes to hear his own voice. Poseidon says. Not as much as Zeus, that's for sure. Oh, Hephaestus, you came. How are you feeling? Poseidon asks. Good. Ready for war. Hephaestus says. That's nice to hear. I think it's about to start, but the mandatory 10 minutes of advertising is still going on. Up in the sky, Odin has grown angry at the young god, Poseidon. He didn't think that it was a big secret, that all of this was a farce, but to be called out on his hypocrisy was too much, and the amount of disrespect he experienced made him glad that he agreed to Gia's suggestion. The pantheon of the sun's tide will be destroyed, and you only have yourself to blame for that, Odin says. Is that so? And how will you manage that? Throw your second eye at us. Talk us to death. Recite poetry. Prophesize our doom and then hope it happens in a few billion years. Poseidon asks. So arrogant, Odin says. The two rulers of their respective pantheons face each other and unleash their auras against one another. As the fight has finally started, Poseidon turns serious as he understands what will happen, and no matter how easy or hard a fight might be, if someone threatens anything that belongs to him, they die. Both of their auras clash, causing a lot of destruction. But Gia is still there, containing their powers to stop Earth from being destroyed. She can't get directly involved, but indirectly she can. Poseidon pushes more and more until Odin is required to use more of his power and dips into the Odin force to match it. Their divine energies collide and whip up massive amounts of wind G-forces. Then, both of them suddenly stop, causing silence to return to the battlefield. Let me guess, you are convinced that you can't take us on and have called upon others to help you, Poseidon asks, already having seen the other pantheons about to appear. I told you, the sun's tide pantheon will be destroyed, and there's nothing you can do about it, Odin says. You should have offered both of your eyes instead of just one. It's clear that Yggdrasil didn't give you all of its wisdom. Poseidon says and looks into the distance. Another golden light appears from high in the sky, similar to the first one, but this one is more pompous and extravagant than the Norse one. A large gate opens, and from it, a large marble room with many golden seats and a giant golden throne in the middle, with Zeus sitting on it. The Greek pantheon has arrived, and they are here for a fight. It was bound to happen at some point, but to think that they would help the Norse pantheon against one of their own was surprising indeed. Good to see you, brother. I was wondering what happened to you, and here I see you have taken on more than you can chew. Poseidon greets Zeus. Poseidon, you traitor. You have stolen my son and kept him as a hostage for years now. You don't deserve what you have created, and the authority you took will belong to me in the end, so why don't you give up and come back? We might even help you. So traitors are allowed back into the fold, if they have something to give you. Poseidon asks. No. You will be tortured until the end of time, but I might just let your lovely wife live if you surrender. Zeus says lecherously. Ugh, I would rather do what the one-eyed grandfather did than look at you longer than necessary, Ra says retching. Are you happy with your choice, Hera? I'm sure you are proud to have done as you did. Was Métis not enough of a warning for you? Poseidon asks. Before the queen can answer, another pantheon appears. This one might seem surprising for most, but Poseidon has also seen that one. It was bound to be this way. Odin was no fool, and he would have done everything to ensure his part of the bargain was taken care of. This time, sand appears from the golden light, and several men and women appear dressed lightly as if it were hot. Oh, my. If it isn't little Osiris and Seth, are you all friends and lovey-dovey again? Ra teases, seeing the Ennead arriving at the battlefield. It seems to get rather crowded, though, don't you think, love? Ra asks. Indeed. We can always call the herd. Poseidon answers. The battlefield is set, and the war to be remembered was about to start. Chapter 24, A War to be Remembered 2. Behind Poseidon and Ra, more and more of their fellow Pantheon members arrived. Most of the powerful members of the Sun-Tide Pantheon were his generals. But not all of them, of course. Others were powerful and capable of fighting, but most weren't. And the reason for that was because Poseidon himself and his wife Ra, and those who could fight, were simply unbelievably powerful that not much else was needed. The generals and their soldiers suddenly appeared from the deep waters: Tentacruel, the jellyfish with the power of poison and his fellow species; Inkwell, the octopus with the power of power nullification and his men; Riptide, the monstrous shark who grows more powerful as he consumes, and his fellow sharks. Finally, two massive krakens rise as well and stand in the far back, prepared for anything the others have to throw at them. More soldiers who have joined the army also appear and prepare for the fight. So the four pantheons are ready and face one another. The Norse pantheon, led by Odin Borson; the Greek pantheon, led by Zeus and the Ennead, led by Horus, or Seth, Osiris. The Ennead is in between a personal conflict as well, so they aren't sure who leads. There are no more words that need to be spoken, because Odin simply raises his arm towards Poseidon and his pantheon roars and attacks, starting the entire war. For Odin. For Asgard. Ironically, Thor Odinson is the first one to attack Poseidon, the leader of a pantheon. The young god of thunder is powerful, he truly is, and he swings Mjolnir, an immensely powerful weapon, towards Poseidon. The air cracks with lightning and gets charged up, igniting the ions in the air and making the air smell of ozone. Zeus is giddy suddenly and zooms forward, but not towards Poseidon, no, he attacks Ra. Her beauty and power have made the lustful idiot hot and bothered, and he wants to quench his urge. The Ennead doesn't attack just yet, as the other two pantheons are rushing forward, attacking the sun-tide covering the sky through sheer numbers. Due to the enormous number of participants, the battlefield was divided into three parts: the main field, where Poseidon was fighting and dealing with some of the strongest combatants; the second part, where Ra was dealing with her fighters; and finally, another part that was going to be occupied by more fighters. With Poseidon. Thor, god of thunder, roars his battle cry and descends from the sky, swinging Mjolnir as fast as he can and then bringing the hammer down, hard. Monstrous amounts of divine energy are released as he approaches Poseidon below, however, suddenly. What? Thor shouts as he feels the weight of his hammer decrease and looks at it. Parts of Mjolnir have been broken off. Thor looks down at Poseidon and sees him dropping broken parts from his hand. All of this happens in the span of microseconds, and Thor wonders just how and, more importantly, when Poseidon did that. No divine energy could be sensed, and he didn't see him move. Don't look so grim, Odinson. I paid respect to your power. Son of an Asgardian skyfather and a primordial, a formidable being, you are. So I broke it. In the future, Poseidon's words reach Thor. I see you don't understand, but it doesn't matter. Thor. Odin shouts across the battlefield. The Allfather acts immediately and hurls Gungnir through the air. The powerful spear is filled with the Odin force and passes through spacetime to reach Poseidon in time because he has noticed that in a picosecond, Poseidon's trident will pierce Thor and kill him completely. Boom. Gungnir clashes with the trident and stops it from piercing Thor in the last possible instance. Thor wakes up from his stupor and shouts again, roaring and swinging down his broken Mjolnir at Poseidon. But as he does so, he suddenly moves around Poseidon without wanting to. By controlling the flow of Thor's movement, he made him bend around him and pushed forward with the trident. Boom. Gungnir flies backwards and is caught by Odin as he moves forward. The two monsters clash their weapons against each other. A swirling mist of sheer power appears and covers this side of the battlefield, pushing the weaker fighters away. Poseidon. Die. Another participant has decided to enter the fight. Ares, god of war, is here and wishes to kill the strongest being on the battlefield for now. Ares is growing stronger as the fight progresses, and he can feel himself becoming increasingly powerful, fueling his ego and delusions. He swings his mace at Poseidon, who doesn't even look at his nephew. He holds out his hand and stops the mace from reaching him. With seeming ease, Poseidon swings the mace around and throws him towards the approaching Thor, causing the two to crash into one another. With Ra. The queen of the sun-tide pantheon moves to the side slightly, allowing Zeus to pass by her. She has been training and growing stronger since she got married to Poseidon. If she wants to keep up in bed, she realized she had to grow further, as funny as it sounds. She had trouble taking most things seriously and constantly made fun of the stiff and secretive gods of her own and others' pantheons. But she hated the fact that greed made these pathetic excuses attack her men and her pantheon. She was well aware that she had scored when it came to her partner, seeing the lustful dog that was Zeus. Oh my. Aren't you a quick one? And to think that you look this good and full, oh, I will enjoy this, Zeus says. You shouldn't say such things, child. Poseidon doesn't take it well when others leer at me or say such words, or even think them, Ra says. And indeed, the two suddenly feel the massive bloodlust coming from Poseidon, who is actually busy with his own fight. Zeus halts for a second and looks at Poseidon, whose eyes glow a very light blue. A flash of yellow light grabs Ra's attention, and she turns around, holding out her hand and blocking the attack from Apollo, the god of light and the son of the Greek pantheon. The young man is just as thirsty for Ra and willing to kill and rape her to acquire her parts of authority over the divinity of the sun. Sadly, he is far too weak, despite having the most divinities in his pantheon. You are still a bit young to play around with that, child, Ra says and slaps Apollo on the cheek. Slap. Boom. Apollo crashes to the ground next to his father, who looks at him angrily. What are you doing? Zeus asks. Helping you. She's powerful, and I want to kill her, to acquire dash. Silence. Zeus says and punches his son in the face. Boom. Apollo shoots away, and Zeus focuses on Ra again. He uses his top speed, more than during the Titanomachy. He has developed a technique to use against Poseidon, but he would have to use it now. A lighting trail is left as he appears before Ra and unleashes a series of attacks. But Ra simply moves to the side and dodges all of them. She takes out the blade at her side, her Zampecudo, and blocks a dark arrow flying towards her from a distance away. Artemis is angry at what happened to her brother and tries to catch Ra off guard. Stupid children. She's mine. Zeus shouts and uses monstrous amounts of power to punch towards Ra. The speed forces her to block the attack, which she does. Boom. What? Zeus's eyes widen as he sees Ra hold his fist in her palm. With a powerful pull, Ra rips off Zeus' arm and kicks him to the ground. Ra dash. Boom. One must be prepared to sacrifice everything to pursue their goals, Ra says as she blocks another of Artemis' arrows. Ra feels the danger and turns around, but before she can realize what is happening, a fist appears in her field of vision, the fist of Hermes, the god of speed and thieves. He found a path and reached her using his immense speed. He was just about to attack her when green energy covered him and stopped him in his tracks. Zeus looks at the scene with even wider eyes as he stares at the cold and unforgiving eyes of Cronus. What? How are you here? He asks. But instead of answering, Cronus simply grins savagely. Cronus has stopped Hermes' time and stopped him from hitting his queen. The fight was truly heating up. But another god appears on their battlefield. Osiris, having had enough time to observe, attacked Ra with a powerful wave of his energy. Ra unsheathes her Zampecudo and swings it casually, breaking the attack of her grandson. Ho ho ho, it seems you're a bit angry, are you, Osiris? Are you trying to keep things a secret? Ra laughs. With the rest. On the final battlefield, the other gods observe the fight as it is going on and choose to get involved as well. Dionysus, god of wine, Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, Hera and Hathor are all being attacked by the generals of Poseidon. Hera, who hates what is happening and the fact that she has to watch her husband go after Ra, whom he would fuck right on the battlefield if he could get his hands on her, and has to put up with the fact that her disfigured son, whom she threw off Olympus, is now here, holding a massive warhammer and looks good. Really good. Hephaestus swings his warhammer, which he created himself out of a powerful metal he calls eighth metal. The metal can amplify energy and boost mental abilities. Boom. A powerful explosion happens as his warhammer hits Dionysus's head and breaks it in one swing. Poseidon and Ra have, for the most part, adopted Hephaestus, who has been training and creating weapons and tools for a considerable time. The hammer he is using can absorb divine energy and augment itself with it, which makes it a perfect and lethal weapon when fighting other divine beings. The powerful young god blocks an attack from the sky, as Horus, one of the disputed kings of the Ennead, attacks him. Hera observes the fight with sadness, when she is suddenly attacked by a few massive sharks under Riptide's orders. She swings her staff around and blocks their attacks. However, it is hard for her, and she can't easily rid herself of them. Set has started to support his side by raising the dead, but his control is suddenly stopped, and he has to use more energy to do what he wants, because someone else has arrived. Hades. Wah, what are you doing? Aphrodite shouts in irritation. From the darkness, Hades rises together with his wife, Persephone. Daughter. Finally, he has freed you. I will come for you. Demeter shouts in relief and anger at seeing her daughter. No. I love Hades and have married him. This war is wrong, please, mother, don't do this. Persephone says. Hades reacts quickly and blocks an attack from Frigga, queen of the Norse pantheon and wife of Odin. She is a strong and capable warrior, willing to kill every single one she can. But seeing her daughter attacked doesn't please Demeter at all. What are you doing? She shouts. This is war, everyone who stands on the other side will die, Frigga declares coldly. Don't touch, my daughter. Demeter screams and starts attacking Frigga. This is unexpected for Frigga and most who aren't in the Greek pantheon, as they are familiar with Demeter's love for her daughter. Further back, several gods and goddesses have yet to take action and have merely been observing the start of this long fight. Athena, goddess of wisdom and tactical warfare, is one of them. She is evaluating the fight of the different groups and calculates the best strategy to win and who would be best to eliminate first. Then there is a trio of Norse magicians, Loki, the Enchantress, and Karnilla. The three of them are sneaky and backstabbing, but they are in the process of creating intricate magical formulas for a purpose only they know. Everyone is doing something, and plans within plans are still unfolding, including initiatives that Odin initiated and those undertaken by others. A sudden roar pulls everyone's attention to Poseidon's part of the battlefield. Nu. KKK, Ak. Poseidon has his trident pierced through Thor's stomach. Odin roars, but is assaulted by an enormous black hole that appears behind him and pulls him in. Everyone on the battlefield observes as Thor's body and blood start to be drained by the trident, which is no longer just a trident and Zanpakuto. Poseidon's trident has been transformed into something else as well, his very own Diuigkite. The mood was set, and this gave everyone a clear indication of what they were truly in for. All of them could die, permanently. I dislike it when characters can't truly die and keep coming back all the time. This is different. Naturally, some can't die, as I just don't want that to happen, but you never know with others. See you next week. Hopefully. Chapter 25, A War to be Remembered 3. Diuigkite is one of the many major elements in Dai's Irae. It is a sorcery created to spiritually merge an Ananurb with its wielder, thereby granting them superhuman capabilities. This form of sorcery is possessed by most characters in Dai's Irae. Most forms of sorcery use life force as their fuel, and it was rather common for sorcerers in the ancient era to use the blood or even the soul of a living being to enhance their craft. The phenomenon of an Ananurb choosing its wielder and seeking souls as sustenance was not uncommon since ancient times. However, these cases always end with the wielders being destroyed by their attraction to their own relic. In other words, there are virtually no benefits for someone wielding a relic. Diuigkite seeks to reform that. Its creation allows a wielder to form a symbiotic relationship with their relic. By taking in a vast number of souls, the wielder also grows stronger in return. The wielder gains life force equivalent to the number of lives they have devoured, greatly augmenting their physical capabilities while making it significantly harder for them to die. Possessing 100 souls means having 100 times more life force than a normal person. As such, the strength of such a person is fundamentally different from that of a human, therefore, not even the strongest military weaponry can leave a scratch on them. But that is all well and good. What we have here is something entirely different. Poseidon's trident is also a Zanpakuto and therefore part of him. He has turned his weapon, his very soul, into something unfathomable, a divine, Diuigkite, and he is fueling it with divine souls, absorbing their powers and growing stronger through that. And he has just fed his trident, the first one in this war, Thor Odinson. With Poseidon. Gasp. The different deities watch as Poseidon raises his trident into the air, with Thor Odinson pierced on it. The young god, with the blood of an elder god in him, looks surprised. He was so used to being strong, powerful, and mighty. He never lost a fight, unless it was against his father, Odin. He wielded Mjolnir, the hammer holding a galactic storm inside it, and was so powerful, and yet here he was, pierced on the trident of Poseidon. He feels his soul being absorbed, along with all his strength. There. Nu. Odin roars across the monstrous battlefield and swings Gungnir through the air, destroying the black hole, which has been holding him back and moving towards his son. But no matter how fast he moved and how much power he used, Odin didn't reach Poseidon. Not in time. With a haunting calm, Poseidon's hand tightened around the shaft of his trident. Thor's body twitched one last time as divine body and soul were absorbed into the trident. What was once the thunder god, bold and proud, was reduced to fragments of power and essence, used as fuel and sustenance. The trident hummed, its shape shifting, and suddenly, he held a long golden pipe in his hands. The same one he used all the time through which he channeled steam. Picture. Foo. Well, that was dramatic, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. So this is thunder, spicy. Odin crashed onto the battlefield with a boom that shook the crust of the earth. Gungnir spun in his hand, his eyes flaring with golden fire. The Allfather of Asgard, rage incarnate, landed like the apocalypse, yet even then, he was too late. Thor, he roared, a brokenness in his voice that no warrior's pride could hide. His gaze met Poseidon's, and the battlefield held its breath. You will pay for this. Poseidon exhaled slowly from his pipe, letting out a thick wisp of scented steam that glowed faintly. The scent was strangely calming, almost like sea breeze and sun-drenched beaches, but its presence now held something additional to it. I already have, Poseidon said calmly. The battlefield paused. Gods and monsters alike watched, uncertain whether the war had just escalated or if it had already been decided. The death of a god and one so final was rare. Ares was brimming with fury and drunk on his increasing power. Ares, though driven by fury, was no fool. The god of war roared and charged toward Poseidon, not out of blind rage, at least not solely, but out of principle. He sought to fight, destroy and reclaim glory, unable to stomach the spectacle of one of their side falling so pathetically. But as he lifted his weapon, Odin, still glowing with divine rage, unleashed a wave of raw power. Boom. The shockwave hit Ares like a mountain falling from the sky. He wasn't powerful enough to withstand the release of power from the Allfather. He was blasted backwards, skidding across the battlefield in a trail of dust and blood, his momentum halted by the overwhelming force of the Allfather and hitting someone else in the process. "Stay out of this, boy," Odin growled, his eyes still locked on Poseidon. This was no longer just a battle between gods. This was something greater. The pride and love of a father were now involved. Odin lifted Gungnir and swung it down full force. Poseidon, however, didn't move. The steam he had created earlier was special. As the divine spear fell, the steam condensed rapidly, taking shape in midair. To Odin's shock, a figure blocked his strike, a figure with golden hair and storm-charged eyes. Thor. But it wasn't the same Thor. He radiated with power, and his expression carried both sorrow and determination. He parried Odin's strike with Mjolnir, not just once, but twice, forcing the Allfather back with jarring blows, as his emotions were in turmoil. Odin hesitated. His son, no, the image, the imprint of his son, was defending Poseidon. The one who had killed him in the first place. His pain and rage mixed together. This is blasphemy," Odin growled. He roared and cut through Thor with Gungnir, with tears in his eyes. Killing the image of his son hurts him more than he can describe. However, when he turns towards Poseidon, Thor regenerates. Odin overpowers his son again, only to see another figure rise from the steam. Then another. And another. Bor Björnsson. Bestla. Vili Borson. V.E. Borson. Each face, father, mother, brothers and Thor emerged in silent rebuke, forged from the divine mist and shaped by Poseidon's command. They were Odin's blood, his legacy, his guilt, resurrected not in body, but in Poseidon's will. Each one bore the face of a loved one, each recreated with divine precision by Poseidon's will and through the steam infused with Thor's essence, not only looking like them, but also feeling like them. All carried remnants of their divine might. All remembered who had led them to their deaths. And all struck Odin down with blows that pierced not only his physical body, but his spirit as well. The battlefield trembled as Odin fought them, carving through family and memory alike. But with each one he struck down, another appeared, rising like ghosts from the storm. VRRRROOM. A surge of divine pressure expanded outward as Odin exploded and used more of his Odin force, fueling his power and attributes beyond the limits he had ever had. The steam finally receded somewhat, leaving the battlefield broken. But neither of the two was done. This was only the beginning. "I will destroy you, vermin. How dare you? What is it with you, fortunately created creatures of divine nature, that you believe you stand above the simple principles of action and reaction? Your actions have consequences, Odin Borson. You believe yourself to be above others, but you aren't. Your wisdom is not as all-encompassing as you thought. Remember, you started this." Instead of answering, Odin struck forward, swinging Gungnir through the air with all his might. The Odin force is augmenting him and increasing his power beyond what it was before. Time slowed down as these two monsters clashed. Space and time splintered like a fragile mirror as the spear and the trident clashed. Odin whispered words, using his power over runes as they fought, to try to hurt Poseidon and deal damage to him. Gaia worked overtime to protect their dimension and Earth from annihilation, as the battle grew to unimaginable degrees. The power of Poseidon's trident was unimaginable at this point. A soul-cutter weapon, and a Daiuikite, as well as a divine weapon, it was truly one of a kind. Odin cut through the air, splitting space-time as he did so. Poseidon moved to the side and swung the trident down vertically. But when their weapons were about to collide again, something unexpected happened. The trident became as flexible as water and bent around Gungnir and cut Odin's chest, drawing blood. Raaha. Odin moved back and then attacked again, pushing his body further. He used the Odin force and pierced Gungnir forward. Poseidon did the same. He pulled back the trident and infused it with the power of vibrations and waves. A turquoise bubble appeared around the three prongs. Then, Poseidon pierced the trident forward, meeting Odin's Gungnir in the middle. Broom. With Ra. Ra was dealing with more fighters than Poseidon or anyone else, and for good reason. Zeus was a horny prick, Apollo was as well, but he wanted Ra's authority over the divinity of the sun. Artemis had her own things going on. Hermes wanted to do something of worth and help his father as well, but was intercepted by Cronus. Several flaming arrows shoot through the air, aiming to kill her. Ra waves her hand through the air, making the arrows turn around and fly back towards Apollo. She has a displeased expression on her face, since she doesn't like the amount of lust directed at her. It makes her stomach turn to think about all those who were victims of the perverts. "You will need more practice, child," she says as she accelerates the flaming arrows and increases their potency. Before the arrows can harm Apollo, though, 3 arrows containing the power of the moon intercept them, being fired from Artemis. Zeus shouts in rage as his children dare to interfere in his fight. Poseidon has said it before, fate favors him and his story. This means that by being so below Ra in this fight, he grows more powerful as he stretches his powers and pushes himself further. One had to wonder what he could have achieved had he focused on training instead of *ping whatever had a hole. But he was still not aware of who he was facing here. This was a god king, from a powerful pantheon. Speed was one of Ra's strong suits, but compared to beings like Zeus and Hermes, she still fell a bit short. Poseidon had taught her how to focus on all aspects of her divinities and nurture them. But it took time. Unsheathing her soul cutter sword, Ra slashed through the air and cut through Zeus's fist, attempting to split his entire arm in half. However, Zeus' speed allowed him to pull back before that could happen, keeping his soul from being damaged further. Ra punched out, about to hit Zeus, when several attacks appeared in front of her. Someone had used this moment of weakness to strike her blind side while using Apollo and Artemis attacks. Hundreds of arrows covered the sky, forcing Ra to block them. Holding out her palm, a small sun appeared, growing in size. Ra threw the small ball of flames into the air, reaching the deadly attacks, before they reached her. The sun started to absorb the power of Apollo's arrows and reached critical mass. Zoom! The sun imploded and grew immediately, scorching the ground and the air, burning the lungs of all who were too close. But as stated, those attacks from Artemis and Apollo weren't the true threat that came from Ra's blind side. Athena's spear shot was about to pierce Ra's back. With the speed of a god king, she swung her sword through the air, about to block it. However, in that moment, Zeus' fist finally connected with her body. Her reflexes overrode her intention and blocked the strike of Zeus. Her forearm trembled under the growing power of the king of Olympus, while Athena's spear managed to pierce Ra's back. The queen bit her teeth together, biting through the pain she felt in that moment. Fire ignited in her eyes, promising pain, lots of pain. She grabbed Athena's spear so that she couldn't pull it out again. Then she kicked Zeus in the face with a front kick and sent him hurtling through the air, hitting Apollo along the way. Ra didn't push the spear out, no, she fucking pulled. The goddess of wisdom hadn't seen that coming, that such a beauty like Ra would injure herself further and be so savage. But that was all that mattered, the moment which Ra seized. Her right fist glowed with unknown power, she hadn't revealed it to anyone yet. Her anger had grown tremendously, and she released it now. All life-eradicating fist, nuclear fission. Using her divinity of radiation and the martial arts that Poseidon had taught her, Ra replicated a nuclear reaction and channeled it into her fist, enabling her to deliver a punch that triggered a nuclear explosion. BBBOOOOOOOMMMMM. I can promise that I will continue. Real life has a way of hitting you when you least expect it. Chapter 26, A War to be Remembered for. All life-eradicating fist, nuclear fission. Ra's fist impacted Athena's face. BBBOOOOOOMMMMM. It was at this moment that the great and wise strategist Athena realized that she had made a grave miscalculation. But one must understand that her thought process wasn't all that faulty to begin with. It made sense from her perspective and observations to think that Ra was the weaker part of the marriage between the rulers of the pantheon of the sun's tide, and she was. But Athena had very little to go on, since she experienced from her own pantheon that Hera was so much weaker than Zeus. So, Athena theorized that by taking out Ra and holding her hostage, they would get a great advantage over Poseidon and potentially get him to surrender. They were in love. Athena had checked with Aphrodite to see just how much they were in love. And when Aphrodite checked, she almost passed out, telling Athena that their love burned hotter than the sun and stronger than the greatest of ocean tsunamis all at once. That was all Athena needed to hear. Surely, Poseidon would surrender. The plan was simple, but not easy, of course. Athena waited for the right moment, watching Zeus grow faster and stronger over time. As she read the battle, she struck when Artemis and Apollo attacked simultaneously. She managed to pierce Ra, even if she missed all vital organs. But she couldn't expect what Ra would do. It was ungraceful and so unlike a queen of the pantheon to do what she did. And Athena paid for her ignorance and failure to understand the relationship between Ra and Poseidon. The feelings between them, even if they started a bit strangely, had time to grow strong. Both of them pushed the other higher and motivated the other to keep improving. Ra was anything but idle, despite the power she possessed. Athena crashed into the ground, her face a bloody mess of brain matter and cerebral fluids. How long it would take her to get back was uncertain, but it would take a while. Ra's wounds were covered in a green light and then healed on their own. Ra looked to the side and saw Cronus, who had used his power. Hermes was not looking good on the ground. The former king of the Titans was far beyond what the young godling could do. Ra smiled at that and shook his head. She realized that Cronus was more or less there to look after her and not as a powerful fighter for their side. She doesn't get time to concern herself about it as a wave of death rushes towards her. She slashes her sword through the air, cutting through Osiris's attack and getting back into the fight. With all the other fighters, Hades blocked an attack from Tyr. The Norse god of war was following the initiative of Odin and was pumped up, seeing the ruler of the Norse pantheon go all out. His sword hit Hades' bid-end, causing it to vibrate. Hades' feet were on the ground, slowing down his momentum as he was pushed back. But his attention was not on the fight. Instead, he observed his wife, Persephone, who Heimdall was currently engaging. His wife was not that proficient in fighting and battle. She wasn't fit for it, and it went against her nature. Hades had tried to get her to train with him somewhat, but seeing her pushing her feelings down, made him stop. Still, seeing the seriousness of their situation, Persephone managed to give rise to several plants and have them block the attacks from Heimdall. Focus! Tyr shouted angrily. Hades' attention was pulled back for a moment. He blocked the attack again and swung his bident through the air. He pushed harder than he did before, and pumped the power of the dead into each of his swings. As the god of the dead and the underworld, he was not the fastest, but Poseidon had told him that he didn't need to. There was something about the dead and the underworld that only Hades could replicate: weight. The word death or the dead themselves were always heavy. The idea of death was so final, and it weighed heavily on mortals and gods as well. Fear and that weight was what Hades had in reserve, and that's what he used. Ugh! Tyr pushed against the weight of Hades' attacks. He tried to increase his speed to catch Hades off guard, but it didn't work. An invisible pull slowed Tyr down, without him understanding how or what it was. His body felt heavy and slowed down, like wading through muddy terrain. And then, he finally slipped and couldn't block an attack. Swing! Hades' bident slashed through Tyr's midsection, making him bleed in surprise. And a second later, a powerful punch landed on his temple, sending the Norse god through the air. Hades looked to the side and disappeared into the shadows. He reappeared right next to Persephone and blocked an attack from Heimdall's greatsword. Hades! What are you doing? Persephone asked. I'm taking over, wife. Get to Demeter, that was the only reason I allowed you to come today, Hades said coolly. All right. Hades focused on Heimdall and looked at his sister, Demeter, as she was frantically trying to catch Frigga and hurt her. Hades doesn't have a problem with his siblings, contrary to what most people believe. Apart from Poseidon and Hestia, the others can't handle his godly nature. His divinities make it hard for most to relax in his presence. And while that makes it hard to be him, right now, it's what he uses to the fullest. Seeing that Persephone is away, he puts on the Helm of Darkness, his symbol of power. The effect is immediate and powerful. His figure disappears, and all sounds from him cease to exist. An intense fear begins to radiate off the helm, spreading into the surroundings and affecting the gods and soldiers in the vicinity. Heimdall is overcome with that fear. Despite being powerful in his own right, this feeling is another thing entirely. He tries to resist this effect, using his willpower and centuries of experience. However, even with his long experience of fighting at the Allfather's side and overcoming his fears, that is not the only effect Hades' helmet has. Heimdall is trying to keep his mind focused, forgetting Hades in the process, who has appeared in front of him. The bident shoots forward and reaches Heimdall's stomach. But he is saved in the last possible moment, by another man, shining somewhat, who pulls Heimdall away. The bident gives Heimdall a cut, which is deep but not quite fatal. The newest fighter suddenly shouts at Hades. For Asgaard. Fall ye back, before the blade of Balder. Balder swings his giant blade at Hades, who is surprised to see Balder know his position. But the god of the underworld still has his helmet of darkness on, pressuring Balder. A sudden bright light appears in front of Balder, blinding Hades and to his surprise, pushing the darkness away, making him visible again. There ye are. Balder shouts and attacks Hades again. The two continue to clash and move across the battlefield. Persephone rushed to her mother, Demeter, who was having more trouble with Frigga or Freya than she liked to admit. She was one of the Olympians and should have been more powerful, but Frigga was the queen of her pantheon and the goddess of the hunt. She was powerful in her own right and used to fighting, unlike Demeter. She bobbed and weaved through the vines and tree trunks that Demeter created and approached her. However, before she could harm her, a loud shout was heard, and hundreds of thousands of flower petals flowed through the air, hitting her. Mother! Persephone shouted. Daughter! You're all right. Finally, we can be together. Come, let us leave he. You're not going anywhere, Frigga's sharp voice was heard. I am Freya Freyrdaughter, and none of you will leave here alive. In a burst of speed, the queen of the Norse pantheon shot forward and cut through vines after vines. Demeter conjured to defend them. She was suddenly greatly worried about Persephone and used all of her power at once. But the goddess of the hunt handles all of it quickly and approaches them. Persephone ignores her mother's words of fleeing and supports her in attacking Frigga. With a wave of her hands, dark vines with an eerie feeling rise from the ground subtly and entwine Frigga's feet. Her time in the underworld had its effects on Persephone. She wasn't the same woman as she was before. The sudden halt makes Frigga stagger slightly, but just enough to matter. In a fight, the smallest of missteps count, and that was a great one. Demeter seized this opportunity well and created fields that surrounded Frigga, starting to entwine her limbs. Her arms, legs and her body were grabbed, and her movement was stopped gradually, while she tried to cut through all of it. She looks around desperately, keeping her cool, but looking for a fast solution to this problem. What she finds are the eyes of someone she knows well. Son. Demeter has a livid expression on her face, as if she had seen her daughter in harm's way. She makes the plants squeeze slowly, intent on having them suffocate and or break Frigga's neck. Before she can do that, though, a subtle energy settles on her head. Demeter shakes her head in confusion and looks up. Instead of seeing her daughter Persephone, she sees Frigga in her place and becomes angry again. You. How did you get out? And where's Persephone? Demeter shouts. What? Demeter starts attacking the woman she sees as Frigga, not realizing that a spell has been placed on her. An illusion of a high degree has her under its control, making her release the plants, about to kill the real Frigga and attack her own daughter. A second later, the same spell lands on Persephone and makes her attack her mother as well. Frigga falls to the ground, taking a deep breath and smiling, seeing Loki's spell. She shakes her head slightly, but doesn't waste this chance. Grabbing her blade, she charges and swings it through the air, about to decapitate Demeter. Her powerful and experienced senses warn her of danger. Using incredible dexterity and speed, Frigga stops abruptly and falls back, dodging a large slug of purple fluid. The purple sludge lands on ground, where she stood a millisecond ago and melts through it. You are not to harm, our lord's sister and niece. Lord Poseidon would not be happy about that, Tentacruel says. Frigga observed the newest addition to her fight. It was clear that he was a member of Poseidon's army. He looked like an evolved jellyfish of some kind. And she was right. Picture. Who are you? Tentacruel shot 2 balls of water at Frigga, making her dodge the attacks. Tentacruel was a member of Poseidon's army, so he was naturally taught not to waste time on playing the villain and monologuing. Tentacruel was a powerful general skilled in poison and water conjuration and manipulation. Frigga didn't waste time and shot forward, dodging the balls of poison flying her way and slashing her blade through the air, intent on ending this fast. Her blade slashed through Tentacruel as he was about to throw another ball of poison at her. This one was larger and steamed as it touched the ground. Tentacruel had a surprised look on its face as it fell to the ground in a puddle of water. His face was one of utter disbelief. Frigga looked down in disgust and then turned around, starting to make her way to Demeter and Persephone again. Her eyes widened, however, as she suddenly felt very weak throughout her body. It is unwise to turn your back on your enemy, the voice of Tentacruel said. Frigga turned around after having dropped her large sword. She didn't want to, but the weakness spreading and the poison which was affecting her caused her muscles to spasm and grow weak without her being able to do anything about it. From the ground, the dead figure of Tentacruel turned into water and rose again from the puddle, good as new. In another area of the battlefield, the figure of Ares was flying through the air, after having been blasted away by Odin's release of his full power. He tried to stop his flight, but hit someone instead. The raging god of war looked at the unfortunate being he had hit and looked into the ripped and muscular form of a blacksmith. Well, if it isn't the one Hera threw off Olympus. Did you enjoy your time with your new daddy, Hephaestus? Ares chuckled. Hephaestus held his heavy warhammer over his shoulder and cracked his neck with his other hand. I did actually. Thank you for asking. Pathetic, to see you fight for uncle instead of your own father. Zeus was never my father. Hera conceived me without Zeus' help. But she's unimportant now. Poseidon is more of a father than Zeus could ever be. Just look at you. And Ra is warmer than Hera. I don't fault her for that, though. Living with Zeus and you other cunts would make my heart stop beating as well. So you have a mouth on you, yes. Can you use that hammer as well as your mouth? Ares asked. Why don't you find out? Hephaestus asked. Ares laughed out loud, and then his anger peaked at being challenged by the outcast. With a mighty roar, he charged forward. He was like a massive bull, intent on ripping Hephaestus to shreds and quenching his rising bloodlust. Hephaestus looked at Ares and didn't move. He slowly raised his left hand, with his lips pursed and activated a hidden mechanism. A small portal opened up to his personal storage, and from it a golden chain shot out. The chain started to wrap around Ares from different angles and bound him more and more. The strength and durability of the chain grew stronger with the target having higher divinity. And since Ares was constantly growing as the war went on, this was the best thing for it. Ares looked at the golden chain and tried to pull as hard as he could, wanting to get free. But there was nothing to be done. The monstrous anger shot through the roof as he shouted at Hephaestus. What is this? Enkidu. Quite a useful tool. Poseidon gave me the idea. Fight smarter, not harder, he told me. But that doesn't mean I didn't train, on the contrary. Allow me to demonstrate. Hephaestus took a step forward, and with the power to break the earth, he swung his massive warhammer and smashed it against Ares' face. The sound was very satisfying. B-B-B-B-B-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-M-M-M-M. There are quite a few characters present right now. We'll call the herd eventually, don't worry. Also, respect the new Hephaestus. He's a beast. Chapter 27, A War to be Remembered v. Chapter, The Queen and the Tide. The battlefield was chaos. Water, fire, and other elements met, steel met flesh, and divine ichor and blood spilled freely on the ground. Hera stood on the fragmented edge of the war, her armor stained with some blood and debris. Her breath was short and came in angry bursts. Her staff, which she used as a weapon, was heavy in her hands, and her limbs ached from fighting. She hadn't done much of it, and her fighting wasn't that intense either. But since she was born, Hera hadn't really fought much. However, no matter what her body felt like, the ache she felt in her heart was far worse. Ares, her son, such a powerful god he is, had been humbled by Hephaestus. That sight, the sound of Hephaestus' warhammer cracking against his head, rang louder in her ears than the racket of the battle around her. She should have felt outrage. She should have gone to his aid and done something. But instead, she felt regret. Hephaestus. Her son. The son she had cast away, rejected for his flaws, disfigured and thrown off Olympus. Yet it was he who stood at Poseidon's side, proud, strong, and with loyalty and strength, without the disfigurement she had hated so much. It was Poseidon who had taken him in, offered him a place, and given him something no one else had, dignity and love. She felt it. Hephaestus saw Poseidon as his father and that woman as his mother. Not her. Not Hera, who had given birth to him. She saw it now. She had always seen it, really, Poseidon's mind. His decisiveness and pride. His refusal to entertain her arrogance or allow her antics to go unpunished. The way he called her out when she postured, when she schemed, when she masked pain in pride and rage. He was never kind about it. No. Poseidon had always been cuttingly sharp and cold. He was very proud, but he had been right. Now, seeing the raging, passionate storm that was his marriage to Ra, so different from the silent, pathetic ruin that was hers with Zeus, she felt the weight of every choice she had made. He had told her about it, warned her about Zeus, and shared with her what happened to Métis. She didn't listen. Suddenly, she was attacked. Dozens of sharks, large and disfigured, leaping from the water on the ground, tearing through the battlefield like scythes through wheat. Hera spun around, using her staff and striking them down one by one. She filled her staff with divine energy and managed to destroy them, but they just kept coming, circling around her, and testing her limits. One sprang out of the water behind her and lunged at her, its teeth biting into her arm. Ayaha! Hera screamed and drove her staff into its eye, but another grabbed her leg. Ayaha! And another tore into her side. Pain assaulted her brain as she felt herself weaken. The sharks were taking bites out of her and drinking her ichor. She dropped to one knee, blood leaking from her mouth. Enraged, she stabbed her staff into the sharks and killed them. A shadow loomed over her, blocking the sun. Kack. A clawed, large and powerful hand reached down and grabbed her by the neck, lifting her into the air. Riptide. Picture. The monstrous general of the solar tide's pantheon, the shark that walked like a man and consumed to grow in strength and power. His body shimmered with wet, white and blue muscles, his eyes glowing with intelligence. He looked at her with something almost like curiosity. You fight well, Queen of Olympus, he rumbled, voice deep and rough. As if it came from the deepest parts of the ocean. But this is not your war anymore. Hera choked and tried to struggle. Her limbs thrashed, sparks of golden energy flickering around her, but Riptide didn't flinch. Her strength was nothing to him, not after his soldiers had drained her massively and weakened her. Poseidon does not wish to see you killed, he said, tilting his head as though weighing her. Hera stopped struggling, but still held on to his arm with hers. Her chest heaved as she looked at him, really looked at him. Not the monster, not the general, but who he represented. Poseidon didn't want to see her die. So there was a warm aspect to him, which was directed at her. You, follow him. Her voice was strained. You die for him. I would, Riptide said without hesitation. We all would. But not out of fear. Because he makes us want to. He made me. There was a long silence between them. Then Riptide spoke again. Why do you fight for them? You know your king is a liar and are * pissed. You know what Zeus is. So why stand on his side? Hera didn't answer immediately. Her limbs trembled with more than pain as the anger wore off. The ichor dripping from her wounds drenched the remaining pieces of fabric she wore. She was healing slowly. There are things I can't control, she whispered at last, her voice brittle. Things. I started. Things I'm bound to. Maybe I choose this. But it's not that simple. Not anymore. Riptide stared at her for a long moment and then into the distance. Then, without warning, he opened his hand. Hera fell to the ground, coughing violently. I could kill you now, he said, turning away. But you're not my enemy. Not yet. Stop fighting, or I will return to kill you. I am interested in tasting Olympian flesh after all. Hera looked up at him, the war raging behind her, the sky split with lightning and flame, showing where Zeus and Hera were clashing and the others who were supporting either side. Riptide and the sharks left. On Ra's side of the battlefield, things were taking a turn. 60 Oceanids and 20 nymphs, the huntresses of Artemis, made it across the battlefield to protect and fight alongside their goddess. Their eyes burned with blind devotion, pulling back their strings and firing their arrows. Their target was clear, Ra. But the Solar Queen did not stand alone. Not even close. And the huntresses of Artemis weren't worth her time. Thetis, Eurynomy, and a wave of Nereids formed a protective line in front of Ra in her battle, standing in armor crafted by Hephaestus. The two who had saved him and brought him to the sun's tide pantheon were special to Hephaestus. They weren't born for battle, but they were now equipped for it. Each one carried a small water gourd on their hips, crafted by Hephaestus and enchanted to unleash jets and blades of water with every swing or motion, mimicking a style akin to the waterbenders. The two sides met. Oceanids shot arrows through the air like rain, the Nereids responded by waving their hands through the air and creating waves of water, which turned to spears. The ground was slippery and red. Water shot through the air, blocking arrows and flinging attackers aside, while creating simple constructs to attack the huntresses. For a moment, the Nereids held their own and were even pushing the skilled hunters back. But as it were, this was war, and the tides could change at a moment's notice. All it took was a single arrow. Whoosh! Eurynomy jerked, a look of shock could be seen on her face. A long, obsidian-tipped arrow pierced her chest. Eurynomy! Thetis screamed. The other Nereids hesitated, stunned as their sister, once a conquest and woman of Zeus, fell to her knees. Blood spilt down her chest and to the ground. Thetis dropped to her side, catching her before she fell. Eurynomy's eyes fluttered, her mouth working to say something, but before she could, another arrow came. And another. Whoosh! One pierced a Nereid's throat and flew out the other side. Another hit Thetis, but before it could pierce her heart, Eurynomy pushed her aside and took the blow herself. The arrow pierced her chest from the side and made her fall to the ground. No! Thetis cried, cradling her. From the back, a figure approached, clad in a lion's skin, bow still warm in his hands. Heracles. He lowered his weapon with casual disdain, his eyes scanning the scene with disinterest and arrogance. Heracles, the half-god son of Zeus, who was supposed to complete 12 labors, but hadn't done so, not yet. Zeus had called him to fight in the war, as he was powerful. The huntresses paused at the sight of him. Many of them hated him, some for his deeds, others for his arrogance and some because he was male. But he was here now, fighting on their side. He didn't care about the chaos or the pain. He simply knocked another arrow. The war moved on. But Thetis did not. She held Eurynomy close, ichor staining her hands, and deep sadness and pain could be seen in her eyes. Heracles took aim again and fired the arrow. As Heracles loosed his next arrow, the water on the ground suddenly erupted. From the water puddles and blood on the ground leapt horrors of fang and mussel, sharks, hundreds of them, commanded by their general after he saw the Nereids' need of assistance. Wherever water had pooled, spilt gourds from fallen Nereids, even the sweat-slick grass trampled underfoot, sharks emerged. They burst from the ground with jaws wide and only one objective, to consume and kill. The battlefield had become their ocean, their fighting ground. They appeared among the huntresses, crashing into their tight formations and tearing them apart like paper. One Oceanid screamed as a shark surprised her and bit into her stomach. The blood and a large chunk of flesh and intestine were ripped out, and left her momentarily shocked once more. Only for another shark to appear and bite into the left side of her chest and kill her. A nymph hunter spun around with her bow in her hand to fire an arrow, but was tackled to the ground, her scream ending in a gurgle as the shark bit her head off and then consumed the rest of her. The leader of the huntresses stood firm amid the chaos, her eyes sharp, fearless and calculating even as blood soaked the ground. She wasn't like the others, she moved with incredible skill honed over centuries, experience, and bloodlust. With a calm breath, she fired 2 fire-infused arrows directly into the gaping mouth of an incoming shark. It detonated in a splash of gore, sending teeth and bone into the air. But the moment of triumph was short-lived. Lyra, she shouted, seeing one of her closest companions paralyzed by fear as a massive shark burst from a nearby puddle. She leapt toward her friend, yanking her to safety just as the shark bit into her. Its jaws clamped down on her arm instead. She gritted her teeth, refusing to scream, even as the beast thrashed and tore at her. With her free hand, she pulled an arrow from her quiver and rammed it into the shark's skull. It spasmed and died, still locked onto her arm. Another shark surged toward her, refusing to give her any respite. Without hesitation, she ripped the same arrow from the corpse in front of her, turned, and buried it into the throat of the next attacker, dropping it before the shark could bite. But the first shark's jaws remained fixed on her arm. Breathing heavily, she looked at Lyra, whom she hoped to see safe, but widened her eyes as she saw her close friend look down at her missing stomach and then at her mangled limb. There was no time. With pure rage, she drew a short sword from her side and cut off her arm. The blade sliced clean through, and her severed arm fell to the mud, still held in the shark's mouth. Blood poured freely, but she acted quickly, using a cloth to close the wound. With the sword in her remaining hand, she continued fighting, now with twice the fury she displayed before. This hadn't gone as she had thought. The huntresses tried to regroup, forming defensive lines, calling out orders, but for each shark they killed, more seemed to rise from the battlefield itself. The Nereids saw the sharks fighting on their sides and attacked again, their water gourds hissed and burst with water, but there was no more strategy or order. Screams and blood filled the air. Heads vanished in a blur of crimson. Torsos were torn open. Arms and legs splashed into puddles, and shark corpses littered the ground, next to the huntresses and Nereids. From the back, the large, ripped figure of Riptide stepped forth. His presence announced another change in the slaughter. The earth quaked slightly beneath him with every stride. His eyes locked on Heracles, who smashed his club through another shark. The power of Heracles was enormous, and he didn't have the same problems that the weak huntresses had. "You've done enough," Riptide told the Nereids, who stood stunned among the dying. "Pull back. Let me handle this one." Heracles straightened and grinned at the new challenge. They stared at each other. Warrior and monster. Supposed Greek hero and predator. They said nothing. Then they charged. This war is going to take a while. If you don't want to read this, it will take quite a few chapters before it's done. Chapter 28, A War to be Remembered 6. The ground cracked beneath the thunder of their charge. Riptide lunged first, his large fist pulled back, and then shot forward. Heracles answered with a low grunt and swung his club with terrifying precision, meeting the shark general's strike head-on. Boom. The force of their collision sent a shockwave rippling across the battlefield, hurling nearby corpses, Nereid and Oceanid alike, through the surroundings. Riptide slashed his claws through the air, but they scraped against the Nemean lion's pelt, the indestructible skin deflected the blow and continued to protect the Greek hero. Heracles remained unfazed and pressed forward. He slammed his club down vertically, using his massive strength. Riptide darted to the side, using unnatural speed, which belied his size and lunged to bite into Heracles' side, but again, Heracles moved the pelt and the massive shark's teeth met the indestructible defense. Heracles narrowed his eyes. He saw the change. Riptide wasn't done, not even close. Heracles had a lot of experience fighting dangerous creatures, and so he saw Riptide as nothing more than another beast. The shark general's aura began to rise again, his muscles swelling from the power he had gained through the consumption of prey. The Nemean-clad demigod grunted in satisfaction and stepped forward. "You want to brawl? Fine. Let's see what your fists can do." Riptide didn't answer. He just lunged forward. Fists met fists. Boom. Their blows collided, sending out more ripples that cracked the ground beneath their feet. Heracles ducked a hook and drove his own punch into Riptide's gut, but the sharkman barely budged this time, biting through the pain and damage. His body had become tougher, denser than it was before arriving at this battlefield. He retaliated with an uppercut that connected and snapped Heracles' head back. The demigod stumbled a step, but only one. He grinned, the bloodlust he had inherited from his father showed right now, as he felt his fighting spirit soar. "Now we're talking," he shouted. They went at it. Blow for blow, flesh against flesh. One was a legend in strength and combat, the other a monster forged in the deep ocean, growing stronger with every bite and meal. Heracles' punches were like thunderstorms, shaking the air with each hit, and sending vibrations through flesh and organs. Riptide fought like the beast that he was, no refined style, just sheer power, aggression, and explosive savagery. And it seemed to work. For a time at least. A left hook from Riptide smashed into Heracles' ribs. A straight punch from Heracles dislocated Riptide's jaw, the force shaking his brain. Riptide grabbed Heracles by the waist and slammed him into the ground, but Heracles punched through the ground and reversed their position, landing elbow strikes into the sharkman's head from above, further cracking his head. Blood sprayed, but neither backed down. They roared and clashed again, two titans not physically, of course, but in the way of their actions and how they used their strength. But it was not as equal as it may seem initially. The demigod of pure strength was doing better than Riptide. And he improved. "You're persistent," Heracles boomed. Riptide said nothing. His glowing eyes narrowed as he felt the damage accumulating, while Heracles looked more or less the same as he did in the beginning. It was that damned Nemean lion. Its defense was impeccable, and there was nothing Riptide had against it. What's more, Heracles' strength seemed to be growing as the fight went on. It was as if he were digging deeper into his potential, now that someone had arrived who could give him a proper fight, the way he wanted. Knowing he couldn't break through the pelt, Riptide signaled with a shrill whistle for his soldiers. From the pools around them, where they had retreated to and awaited their master's call, the sharks rose again, 20, 30, maybe more, circling Heracles. They attacked him together. Their sharp shark teeth met hard resistance, however. They scraped across the unbreakable skin. Heracles spun in place, club swinging in wild, powerful arcs. Each swing hit multiple sharks, smashed bones, and killed beasts with swift ease. Blood and gore flew through the air and painted a violent picture. He moved like a force of nature, divine strength matched with brutal lack of mercy. One shark finally managed to latch onto his leg. Another onto his arm. But he didn't care and still continued to fight. Riptide used this moment and attacked again. This time, from behind Heracles, using his momentary lack of attention, he managed to sink his teeth into Heracles' unprotected upper arm. Blood sprayed all around. Rhea! Heracles roared. With a mighty flex of his muscles, turning them harder than stone, Heracles turned himself and grabbed Riptide by the neck. He pulled back his right arm and sent out a brutal punch, shattering Riptide's teeth. Then another one, causing multiple ribs to be crushed. Then, before Riptide could get distance between them, with both hands, Heracles drove his arm through Riptide's chest. Crack! Riptide gasped in pain and spat blood. Heracles' face twisted in disgust as he hurled the sharkman to the ground, like a sack of dirt. Disgusting creature, he muttered, stepping back. Heracles looked at the big heart in his hand and crushed it, dropping it on Riptide and already focusing on something else. Riptide twitched, his body bleeding and broken. Heracles turned his back, scanning the battlefield and looking for his next fight. Not far from where the two combatants clashed, Hera stood among the chaos, one hand clutching her neck where Riptide had lifted her earlier. The pain still throbbed, but it was the humiliation that stung sharper. Her body was healing, but the feeling remained. Beside her, Aphrodite's lips curved in a faint, satisfied smile. "You look good in pain," Aphrodite purred. Hera shot her a glare but said nothing. This was neither the time nor the place. She despised the most beautiful goddess like all the other females on Olympus did. Aphrodite, on the other hand, also didn't like the others, and while she usually didn't bother with them, instead filling her time and herself with male company, she did despise Hera. The battle raged around them, and Hera's pride would not let her descend into a petty spat, not yet. They both turned as a loud impact drew their attention. Atlas, the titan of strength and endurance, was in the thick of it, effortlessly swatting aside Norse warriors like they were little more than insects. Atlas had changed since he was alive. Each swing of his massive arm sent bodies flying and caused the ground to shake with every step. Aphrodite tilted her head, eyes glinting. She turned to Hera, looking at her in arrogance. "Watch and learn," she told the Queen of Olympus and walked forward. With a sway of her hips and a voice dripping with allure, she approached the titan. Her beauty radiated like a weapon in the battlefield haze, divine charm rolling off her in invisible waves. Together with her special belt, which made her look irresistible, she was confident that there was no one, especially males, who could ever resist her. Aphrodite saw herself as the peak of female beauty and the image of lust and desire. She addressed Atlas, her tone akin to a siren's call meant to bend even the strongest will. "Mighty Atlas," she cooed, her voice low and intoxicating, "put down your rage and come to me. There are sweeter victories than the slaughter of meaningless mortals." Atlas paused mid-swing, his gaze falling on her. He stood upright and stared at the goddess of beauty and lust without saying anything in return. For the briefest instances, it seemed as though Aphrodite might have his attention. She smiled and moved forward, approaching the titan. However, as she arrived in front of him, then his massive fist suddenly shot forward like a mountain, and in that heartbeat before impact, Aphrodite's eyes widened in surprise. The knuckles struck squarely into the center of her face with a sickening crunch, driving the skin and muscle back against the bone. The force warped her usually impeccable features as her head snapped violently to the back, ichor bursting from her lips, nose, and eyes in a golden spray. The sound of splintering bone cut through the cacophony of battle as her jaw crushed inwards, her golden hair whipping around her like a flag in the shockwave. The blow forced her head back, and her body followed, legs leaving the ground as the titan's power hurled her away. Boom. Aphrodite's body was catapulted backwards, zooming through the air like a rocket, before leaving the battlefield entirely, not being seen by anyone again. Hera watched the exchange with wide eyes, her expression unreadable. For a moment, she felt no satisfaction, only a grim reminder that here, strength mattered far more than beauty. But then, a small smile did make its way onto her face, thinking about what she would be able to say should Aphrodite ever think herself to be irresistible again. However, Atlas suddenly gains her attention as he takes a step forward. She doesn't get to think too much about it, though, as the ground begins to rumble. A deep, roaring crack split a large part of the battlefield, scattering fighters from both sides as a fissure tore through the earth. From the dark chasm rose an immensely large shadow, a figure so colossal it dwarfed even the Titans. A large hand shot up and grabbed the edge, scaring the weaker members of the Pantheons, and from it, the individual revealed itself. The eyes of almost everyone widened as they saw what Gaia had birthed and released on the battlefield. Giants. The eldest giant, Alcyoneus, the bane of Hades, emerged with a roar that shook the air. Doom! His towering form blotted out the sun, throwing a monstrous shadow across the area. His massive foot lifted before slamming down toward Atlas, intent on crushing him into the ground. The power the giant could unleash was unlike anything the Greek pantheon had ever experienced. While it was Poseidon who had dealt with Atlas, Zeus and his demigod son, Heracles were some of the most physically powerful members of their pantheon. Atlas braced himself and caught the massive foot. The earth groaned under the weight of the descending foot, but the Titan of strength held it with both arms, his muscles bulging as he pushed back, buckling to his knees as he did. Inch by inch, he stopped the crushing force, his muscles snapping with effort as he forced the entirety of Alcyoneus' limb upward. More cracks split the earth as more giants climbed forth from Gaia's cradle. Polypodes, the bane of Poseidon, the main enemy of this war, climbed to the surface, wielding a massive trident and a net dripping with green venom that sizzled where it fell. His eyes locked on the distant figure of Poseidon. Clitius followed, the bane of Hecate, his body wreathed in dark flames, capable of burning magic, his hands weaving spells of lethal intent already. Then came Mimas, the bane of Hephaestus, a walking fortress of molten rock and iron, his fists dripping with magma as he searched for the Hephaestus whom Gaia deemed as an equal threat as the others. Behind them, more giants, unnamed but no less deadly, poured into the battlefield, each spreading raw, destructive power, the exact opposite of the gods they were meant to destroy. The ground shook with their arrival, and the war shifted again, proving that Gaia was not a bystander in this war but was participating actively in her own way. And the children she had created this time were impressive. Chapter 29, A War to be Remembered 7. What's up, everyone? The battlefield had long since ceased to resemble anything normal. The earth itself screamed in protest as divinities and immense energies clashed, fracturing the surroundings and causing them to suffer. But Gaia herself was part of this war and made sure the planet held. Just now, she had sent her own warriors, her own sons, to battle. The Gigantes had arrived, and they were out for blood. Cracked earth groaned open beneath the weight of divine conflict, rough fissures glowing faintly with molten lava's red light. Storms roared overhead, where both Poseidon and Zeus raged, unnatural, layered storms of thunder grinding against thunder as if the sky itself were tearing its own throat open. Thor Odinson, who had been killed, had materialized on the battlefield as a puppet of Poseidon, angering the All-Father Odin and driving him beyond anger. He was livid. But what was he to do about it? Poseidon knew how to deal with anything the Runemaster threw at him and returned each favor tenfold. Divine ichor soaked the ground, gold and green and black mixing into something foul and active, pulsing faintly with stolen power. The divine energy, mixed with Gaia's residual power, as she used what was fed to her, turned it into abominations under her control. Atlas stood at the center of such devastation, a living monument to endurance and strength. His massive arms moved with the power of continental plates, every swing, cracking bones, bursting blood vessels and flattening gods and monsters alike. A proud Norse warrior evaporated by a backhand, reduced to nothing but red mist. A minor Greek god shattered against his forearm, bones folding like wet clay. And yet, Atlas did not slow nor tire. He was a relentless murder machine, on a quest to destroy all opposition. And yet, things changed when the ground opened up. A sound reverberated through the battlefield, not the usual thunder, not the impact of two fists, but something different. Deeper, coming from below, like a continent that groaned as he pushed away, instead of moving towards another plate. The earth split open, and from the large crack, the Gigantes emerged. The eldest among them emerged first, tearing himself free from Gaia's loins with a roar that shook the horizon. Alcyoneus. The bane of Hades had arrived on the battlefield. He rose to his full, impossible height, towering even over Atlas, his presence pressing down on reality itself. He was larger than the Titans, which wasn't supposed to be that way. But Gaia had taken her time and considerable power to bring them forth. His skin looked like stone, veins of dark green light, looking like poison roots along his arms. His eyes burned with inherited contempt. Doom. The first word out of Alcyoneus was a verdict. He said it so final that one might actually believe it. But unlike others, the eldest of the Gigantes could put his money where his mouth was. Atlas barely had time to turn before a foot the size of a fortress slammed toward him. The impact cracked the ground below Atlas as he caught the foot with both his hands. Both of his arms were locked around the descending limb. His muscles bulged grotesquely as the titan of strength was driven to one knee. The ground beneath him collapsed further, shock waves ripped outward and hurled cannon fodder's bodies in every direction. For a moment, it looked like Atlas might lose in a contest of strength. But then, he snarled and pushed back. He pushed against the ground, making the earth groan. Atlas forced Alcyoneus's foot upward, making his veins stand out like cables underneath his skin, as raw strength met the gigante's monstrosity. Ha 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 ha. You struggle well, Titan, the giant rumbled. But you cannot kill me. He leaned forward after Atlas managed to push him off. The gigante's shadow swallowed Atlas whole. I chose this land. Power surged outward from Alcyoneus' body, the ground itself responded, reinforcing him and anchoring him. Gaia's blessing had wrapped around him like an unbreakable vow. Immortality. Alcyoneus was immortal in the actual conditional but absolute sense. No one could kill him, not on the land he chose. And he had selected the land where he had appeared, the land where the war was taking place. Before the clash could escalate further, however, a new presence slammed into the battlefield similar to Alcyoneus before. Another strong and tall figure charged in from the side, his eyes glowing with excitement and fury. Vidar, the Norse god of strength. He did not shout or posture. He simply attacked Atlas right away, without warning. His fist crashed into Atlas' side with enough force to crack mountains, the impact detonating into a shockwave that blasted nearby fighters through the air. Atlas staggered, surprise flashing across his massive features as Vidar followed up with another brutal strike, then another, each blow fueled by his challenge and desire to prove superiority in terms of strength. I want a piece of you, Vidar growled. And I'll get it. Roar. Atlas roared as the battlefield around them further devolved into chaos. Atlas was a construct. Poseidon had created him, so he wasn't truly capable of speech, but still functioned as Atlas did when Poseidon absorbed his ichor. Alcyoneus was satisfied for the moment and turned away from the struggle. His gaze locked onto another figure, the one he was meant to oppose, meant to kill, to wreck and humiliate utterly. It was melded into his very being. Hades. The god of the underworld stood locked in combat with the honorable and brave Balder, the battlefield around them a strange mixture of burnt patches through Balder's light and frozen areas from Hades' shadows. Balder shone like a star, radiant and mighty, even as cracks appeared in his defense and he was pushed on the defensive. Hades advanced slowly, inevitably. He wanted to end this fight, but wasn't feeling very good about it. He had gotten a sense of Balder's character and realized he wasn't a bad man at all. He was full of bravery and loyalty as well as honor and truth, so much unlike Odin and his adopted brother Loki. But this was war, and no matter what Hades felt, he would not hinder their war effort by being indecisive. The helmet of darkness rested upon his head. Fear rolled outward from him in waves. Existential, like the weight of the inevitability of death. This gradually slowed Balder's movements, and his breath hitched. Stand back, Balder commanded. Your darkness will not defeat me. His voice trembled despite his efforts. He stood tall in the face of adversity, but he couldn't help but feel fear. It is not darkness that will defeat you, Hades replied calmly. It's your god King Odin who doomed you. Hades attacked, lashing out with several tendrils of darkness. Balder blocked, barely, his arms screaming in protest as the bident smashed into him. When this is over, you and your entire pantheon will cease to exist. No one will ever remember that you existed. Each second that passed, the helm of darkness fear bit at Balder more, eroding his certainty, strength, health, and causing his light to flicker. Hades was stronger, and Balder knew it, and he was growing further, the more fear he showed, and those around him showed. As the death toll increased, Hades was empowered, and his army grew. That was a little gift from Poseidon, a little something called a soul-cutter sword. It allowed Hades to harvest souls, and combined with his shadow manipulation, well, he was now a very dangerous god. Before the killing blow could take Balder's life, the earth shook again, interrupting their fight. A shadow fell over them both, and Hades felt danger. Alcyoneus loomed behind Hades, his presence like a molten giant pressing down on the underworld itself. Hades, the Gigantes rumbled with hatred. Little godline, today, you fall. The giant's fist came down. Hades swung his arm diagonally, throwing a curtain of darkness over himself, twisting aside at the last moment. The blow annihilated everything where he had stood. Hades turned invisible again and looked at Alcyoneus with apathetic eyes, something he seemed to have picked up from Poseidon. So the Gigantes had arrived. How inconvenient. Elsewhere, the waters and liquids themselves swirled and raged. Polybotes, the bane of Poseidon, marched forward through the churning battlefield, his massive trident dragging trenches through the bloody battlefield. A net of pulsing threads hung loosely at his side, dripping with green venom that sizzled and smoked where it touched water. Surprisingly, it had almost no effect on the ground itself. But anything liquid was. Polybotes' target was clear, Poseidon. He had been created to kill the god of the sea. Poseidon. Face me. In the distance, Poseidon tilted his head slightly. His eyes were full of pride and dismissal as he gazed at the gigantes briefly. Then he turned his head again, not bothering in the slightest. "Youuu," the giant roared, but was interrupted by someone else. Ahead of him, the monstrous stature of a kraken rose from a large puddle of water. The monstrously large krakens, towering far above the gigantes, hadn't had a chance to showcase their might in this war yet, since everyone had been taken care of already. That was the power of the Sun-Tide Pantheon. They could handle not one, not two, but three pantheons at the same time. Picture. They were enormous, carrying fragments of Poseidon's power within their colossally ripped forms. Polybotes sneered. "Good," he growled. "More to drain." He thrust his trident into the water below, and it changed. Green poison spread outward, corrupting everything it touched and spreading weakness to anything related to Poseidon. The krakens roared as the poison reached them, their movement slowing slightly as Polybotes' power reached out, draining the sea's authority from their very essence. But these were krakens, touched by Poseidon and turned into monstrous creatures. They weren't that weak to be defeated just like that. Polybotes cast his net. The enchanted threads wrapped around one kraken's leg, venom seeping into his very thick flesh and slowly bypassing his hide. The creature attacked the giant, roaring in rage as its power was nibbled away slowly. Polybotes blocked the attack and advanced, feeling unstoppable, every step a declaration of war against those affiliated with the sea. The second kraken was ready, though, and attacked as well. His massive fist, smashing against Polybotes' side and forcing him to block the immense force. He realized that he would have to concentrate, or he would lose this fight, despite his advantage. A distance away from the brutal physical fights, a different battle was taking place. Magic twisted reality in its purest form. Three figures stood apart from the carnage. Their hands raised, and their eyes glowing with mystic power as they used their most advanced spells and tricks they could. Loki smiled, or rather sneered in anger and disgust. He weaved illusions and conjured knives to attack. Enchantress whispered words of lust and promises of pain and torture, attempting to corrupt the woman in front of them. Finally, the witch Karnilla wove her cruel spells as well, adding to the agony of her enemy. Illusions flooded the battlefield. Demeter screamed as she saw Persephone before her, bloodied, wide-eyed, striking at her with murderous intent. She had been placed under an illusion and started attacking the person she loved most in this reality. And now, the illusion shifted to Persephone, making her attack her mother instead. This was the worst emotional torture Demeter could think of. "Stop!" Demeter screamed, pain and fury tearing her heart apart as vines erupted from the ground, binding her daughter. No, 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 no. The illusion shattered, and reality slammed back into place. Persephone collapsed, badly injured by Demeter but alive, gasping in pain. Demeter fell to her knees beside her daughter, with shaking hands. Tears fell down her face as she tried to stop her daughter's bleeding. Loki laughed softly. "Oh, that never gets old." Black ink suddenly crashed into Loki in a tidal wave. It swallowed him whole and turned all of his magic and the spells he cast off at once. The illusions evaporated like smoke, washing away with the ink that hit him. Demeter and Persephone blinked, awareness returning to the daughter. A figure stood nearby, ink dripping from his muscular arms. His eyes were calm and amused as he shook his head. He shouldn't, but he couldn't help but find the situation pathetically amusing. "Picture. Take care of your daughter," Inkwell said. "And piss off, I'll handle these." Demeter snapped at Inkwell, but did what he said. She embraced Persephone and backed away. Loki burst from the ink, screaming in rage and confusion. "What did you do to me?" "Muted you," Inkwell replied calmly. "Well, not your voice, sadly." Loki lunged at Inkwell, but realized that he couldn't use his magic at all. None of his spells worked. He roared and slashed his knives at Inkwell. Realizing the situation, the witch acted fast. She was cruel and calculating, knowing that Odin wouldn't truly care about Loki right now, and if she could get this general of Poseidon's army under her control, he would most likely reward her. So Karnilla created a spear of condensed magic and shot it through the air. The powerful magic pierced Loki's back, plunged into him and out on the other side, piercing Inkwell right after. Both of them looked at the witch in surprise. Karnilla. "You." Ink spilt out of Inkwell's chest, where his heart had been. The surprise on his face gave way to an impressed look. A second later, octopuses formed from the spilt liquid, leaping up and attacking Karnilla, their suckers burning with the same nullifying power as all of Inkwell's ink did. Surprised that he wasn't dead or incapacitated, Karnilla was hit. Her spells fizzled out. Inkwell touched Loki's wound. Ink flowed inside the wound and closed it a moment later, healing him with the ink, but also taking him under his control. "Hypocrisy suits you, adopted cunt," Inkwell laughed. Enchantress stepped forward. "Let's see how you handle this, monster." Her hands glowed green as she activated her magic. It was supposed to be seductive, overwhelming the male's senses and will, a compulsion designed to enslave all men to her will. Inkwell walked toward her. His eyes shone in a green hue. Seeing this, the enchantress smiled triumphantly. However, just as he stood before her, he splashed ink directly into her face. "Ah, she screamed. Ha 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 ha. Loki broke free from the ink as Karnilla cast a spell, freeing him from it. His power came back, and he unleashed spell after spell, conjuring weapons and casting illusions on the general. But Inkwell met them head-on. His ink collided with magic, nullifying each attack. The three sorcerers furrowed their brows in unison. They layered their magic together, creating tetraspells of illusion, compulsion, and destruction. Inkwell countered 3 of the 4, but the last one detonated in his face. Ink blasted from his body as the explosion threw him back, his body turning to ink briefly before reforming into his previous stature. The 3 sorcerers and witches could press the advantage, but the battlefield changed suddenly. 2 new presences arrived at their side. A loud howl from the wolf Fenrir split the sky, and the temperature dropped, growing eerie as the goddess of death's cold gaze seemed to freeze the battlefield. Loki's children stepped forward, power rolling off them. Inkwell straightened. He was in no way scared about this, but he knew that the situation had turned harder right now. Handling not only 3 magic practitioners, but also Fenrir and Hela at once, was hard. Thankfully, he wasn't alone for long. Another figure appeared beside him, surprising the powerful general of Poseidon. Hecate. Her mere presence made the ambient magic bend and sing. She felt ancient and powerful, like a different existence than the Norse gods. Hecate had a very special place in the cosmology of the multiverse, and Poseidon knew that. She had expressed her desire to join the Sun-Tide Pantheon, and he had accepted as long as she also signed the same contract that everyone who wanted to join did. And now she was here, ready to fight at her Pantheon's side. She looked at the witches, the wannabe Asgardian, Fenrir, and Hela with something like pity. "Children," she said softly. "You play with sparks and call it fire." She raised her hands, and magic danced to her desire. Spells turned inward, changed their nature, became null and appeared once more, changed to her will. "I shall demonstrate what it means to use magic." The battlefield trembled as Hecate rewrote the rules of sorcery itself. In the vicinity of their battle, she changed the rules to her liking, curb-stomping the fledgling magicians. From another battlefront, someone else arrived. A member of another pantheon, the Ennead, was also interested in adding her strength. Isis, the Egyptian goddess of magic. Her magic rose to meet Hecate's ancient power, colliding with it as the war entered a new, terrifying and rather final phase. "We are entering the final phase of the war. After that, we're finished. But everyone needs some screen time." Chapter 30, A War to be Remembered 8. Hermes screamed. Not in fear, not anymore, that took a backseat in this exchange, but in rage and humiliation. He should have chosen a different enemy to face. Kronos was just ridiculous in a 1v1. His body was slammed again and again into the hard ground, time itself halted very briefly after each impact. Every strike came too early or too late, his reflexes betrayed him, no matter how fast he was, or how fast he thought he was. Space refused to obey him, and time worked against him. His speed and his divinity of thieves didn't help him in this. Or did it? Kronos did not even look angry or tired. He acted like this was the easiest fight he had ever been in. The Titan of Time held Hermes by the throat with one hand, the god's feet dangling uselessly above the shattered battlefield. Kronos' other hand lazily twirled his scythe, its edge leaving faint afterimages, echoes of strikes that had already happened and would happen in the future. "You are fast, little godling. Has Zeus not trained you? Has the little spark left you to your own devices?" Kronos asked, amused. "Speed without the strength to back it up is a glass cannon. And what does speed matter to me?" Hermes spat blood, trying to blind Kronos, who was still holding his throat and tried to vanish. But as he began to phase, time folded in weird ways. Before his mind could process what happened, he found himself exactly where he was. His eyes widened. Kronos slammed him through the ground again, creating a large crater. His vision blurred as a loud roar interrupted them. Sekhmet descended from the sky, like the personification of the end of the world. And in a way, she was. Sekhmet was the goddess of destruction of the Ennead. Her figure burned in a crimson gold radiance, a mane of fire on her head, glowing eyes that promised annihilation. The very idea of survivability and eternity seemed to recoil from her presence. Where she moved, matter was destroyed, atomic bonds were torn apart, and they ceased to exist. "Kronos," she roared. "Your time ends here." She struck, without saying anything else. The blow was not aimed perfectly as some other fighters would have. It was merely delivered in his general direction. The Titan of Time used his power to freeze the attack in time, but the amount of power Sekhmet had used caused the green energy of time to twist and fizzle out, turning into neutral divine energy. A fist of pure destructive energy slammed into Kronos' chest, the impact ripping through layers of time and space and erupting behind him in a powerful blast. The mountains behind the Titan ceased to exist, erased to dust. Hermes was finally free from Kronos' hand and flung through the air, tumoring across the battlefield. Ugh! He groaned in pain. Kronos took a single step back. The attack's power staggered him, bypassing his defenses and forcing him back. That was impressive for anyone. The father of the Olympians' eyes shone with green energy as he grew serious. Sekhmet grinned, showing her white teeth and celebrating that she got him to be serious. She was a battle maniac, living to destroy. In a way, she was very different compared to Shiva. She did not give Kronos time to prepare and turned into a destructive force, sending attacks and kicks, one after the other, and sometimes at the same time. Her strikes came so fast that she created a storm of destructive death, each blow disintegrating space and undoing timelines that Kronos was creating to block and deflect damage. Kronos' afterimages were torn apart as Sekhmet's power burned through them, forcing the former Titan King to abandon several prepared outcomes. Impressive, he growled. But not nearly enough. He raised his scythe. Time was affected right away. Sekhmet scoffed at that. That trick again. I already dealt with this, you'll have to do better, she said. But this time it was different. Time wasn't merely slowing down or speeding up for Kronos, no. Time was peeled apart. Like one would peel off the layers of an onion, Kronos peeled time off of this moment. Sekhmet felt it a second too late. Her movements began to stretch out in time, each action dragged through layer upon layer of temporal phenomena. Her power still affected her surroundings, still erased anything it touched, but now it did so through syrup-thick causality. What Kronos had done was to peel off her time. That way, he divided Sekhmet's time into thousands of streams and equally distributed her power among them. The reason for this was that Kronos created a parallel timeline of the very moment he was in, meaning that Sekhmet existed in all those at the same time, and her power had to as well. Therefore, her power was divided equally among the timelines, making her that much weaker. Kronos stepped forward, catching her punch. You destroy what you see in front of you, but have no imagination on how to use your power effectively, he said calmly, walking through a frozen, destructive energy beam. He touched her shoulder, making Sekhmet scream. Her arm aged 1 billion years in a heartbeat, then rewound violently. Her bones were cracking as conflicting timelines affected her body at the same time. She clenched her jaw and, with a roar, punched forward, wanting to blast Kronos midsection. Only for the damage to undo itself. Kronos struck her ribs, and the blow landed before he completed his swing. Kronos' fist passed through her powerful skin, causing Sekhmet to stagger and cough golden ichor, her fire dimming more as chains of time wrapped around her increasingly. She fought as much as she could, never giving in, not relenting. Gods of destruction do not yield easily. They were the manifestation of power and destruction, so it was not within her nature to ever stop. But Kronos dismantled her piece by piece, slowing one limb, accelerating another, forcing her own power of destruction to grow erratic and tear her apart as temporal feedback slammed into her. Her final strike, a desperate, above solar system level blast, was frozen mid-swing. Kronos clenched his fist, causing the explosion to collapse inward, with Sekhmet at the center. The explosion held so much energy that she couldn't hold on to it. Sekhmet's body pieces fell to the ground, smoking and smelling terrible. She had almost destroyed herself entirely through her own power. Kronos turned away, no longer bothering with her. On another part of the battlefield, Heracles roared his victory roar. The sound shook the battlefield. Riptide's body lay broken behind him, ribs shattered, chest caved in, eyes dull and a large hole where his heart should have been. Heracles snorted, tossing the heart aside, already walking away. Disgusting creature. The water around Riptide moved, however, and sharks surfaced. First dozens, then hundreds. They did not attack Heracles because they had another, more pressing concern. They were here to save their general. The first shark jumped out of the water and landed right on Riptide's mouth. It was slightly open, and the shark wiggled and moved until he was inside his master's jaw. And then, he killed himself. The shark's blood flowed into Riptide's jaw and flowed down his esophagus, entering his stomach, where it was absorbed. They were feeding Riptide. One after another, the sharks tore themselves open, their flesh dissolving into biomass, blood, and pure energy that flowed into Riptide's body like rivers returning to the sea. It was where they all came from and where they all returned to. This was their job in the end. Heracles stopped walking and turned around. He watched, stunned, as Riptide's body started to regrow. Bones grew, muscles reknit themselves, and a new heart formed, larger, denser, beating faster than before. Riptide's eyes snapped open, and he took a deep breath. He had returned. Alive and ready for more. Heracles grinned at the sight. This was what he loved. "Oh," he said, delighted. "You got back up." Riptide rose to his feet. His body was larger than before, and the scars were sealing as his soldiers had become part of him. "I am the jaw that devours all that stands in front of my lord," he rumbled. "And I have just feasted on divine biomass and ichor. You will die." The two powerhouses collided again. The impact cratered the ground, shock waves pulverizing every weaker god or goddess who stood nearby. Unlike the fight between Kronos and Sekhmet, this was purely a matter of physical strength. Heracles laughed as they traded blows, powerful fists, claws and teeth, each strike breaking the other's bones. Heracles got a good grab and smashed Riptide into the ground. But Riptide dragged him down with him. They rolled, grappling like the two brawlers that they were. The general's teeth snapped inches from the half-god's throat. Heracles headbutt him, and Riptide bit his shoulder. They separated, both bleeding, but both grinning. This was the ultimate form of manliness in their eyes. Only that one of them had something in mind. Heracles charged at Riptide again, wanting to use what he had learned in this exchange to break the shark's bones and eat his heart. However, things had changed, and the sharks returned. They did not attack him directly, they merely acted as a distraction. They lunged at him, feinted attacks and snapped at his legs, his arms. They are forcing his attention away from Riptide for just a moment. And Riptide took that window. He dived into the waters and surged out behind Heracles. He opened his massive jaw impossibly wide and bit into Heracles' neck. Aherf. Heracles roared in pain. Riptide's teeth bit through Heracles' divine flesh. Heracles roared, shock passing across his face as blood poured down his body freely. He was shocked because he was supposed to be protected by the Nemean lion's hide. But Riptide had found a way. Riptide did not let go. Honor did not matter in this fight, not to Riptide. He didn't care about that useless notion. Victory was all that mattered. Heracles, in his desperation, continued to punch the large body of Riptide and used all of his power. MMPFF. Riptide felt those punches, and they hurt. Even after his massive growth in power, he was still affected. But the large bite he had taken was doing its work. A monstrously powerful fist smashed into Riptide's face and forced him back. This was a mistake on Heracles' part, though, since the flesh that Riptide had bitten was ripped off. Heracles stood there, looking at the large pool of blood at his feet and then at Riptide, who was already standing back up again. To mock the Heracles, Riptide chewed and swallowed the large chunk of flesh and then grinned. Heracles' rage peaked, and he clenched all his muscles. In the last-ditch effort to kill the shark in front of him, he pressed all his blood vessels together and stopped the bleeding. His muscles were like steel wires as he pulled back his fist. A powerful set of teeth bit him, between the legs. The sharks had returned, and they used the pool of blood to attack from Heracles' blind spot. He shouted, and a moment later, Riptide was on him again, biting into his arm and ripping it out, while hundreds of sharks ripped out pieces of his body. That fight was over. Ra stood alone on a burning battlefield, surrounded by charred corpses. Several gods and goddesses lay broken and burnt at her feet, some cut cleanly in half, others reduced to ash, others simply gone. Her soul-cutter sword burned in her hand, its initial release blazing with solar flare, each swing slicing through souls and flesh alike. She moved like a supernova. Her form looked deadly and powerful. She had unleashed her strength and managed to take on everyone who had attacked her up to this point. She was breathing hard, though. The war had been going on for a long time now, and the constant fighting was wearing her reserves thin. She may be a god king, but that didn't mean that she had limitless energy reserves. Her fists glowed with power and radiation. She had delivered nuclear martial forms. She had created controlled, precise detonations of solar radiation, heat and fire, each punch evaporating those before it. The training with Poseidon had truly paid off. Horus, the challenging ruler of the Ennead, had attacked her. He wanted to prove himself as the new ruler and worthy. He chased glory, but had been taken out by Hathor, who had trapped him inside a mirror. Hathor, daughter of Ra, had been her secret spy and worked for her. She didn't want to see Horus die, so she trapped him so that he couldn't bother anyone and could live after the war was over. The immense heat on Ra's battlefield was suddenly permeated by cold. Immense and indescribable cold. Absolute cold. Ice slammed on the ground around her in an instant, freezing everything, fire, and motion alike. A prison of impossible frost locked Ra in place, suppressing her power and stealing the heat, making everything affected by the frost. Ra looked up and saw a massive ice blade follow this initial attack. It cut through the ice prison with speeds higher than what Zeus had used before. She wasn't quite fast enough. After all the fighting, the strike tore through her side, nearly bisecting her. Ichor shot out of her body, but froze midair. Arif. Ra screamed in pain and fury. She had been caught off guard, something Poseidon had told her never to allow. No matter what she did, she should never underestimate someone. The smallest mistake could lead to the biggest loss. She flared her power and turned up the heat to combat the freezing ice. Surprisingly, the ice held. From the rising steam, a figure moved forward. A woman, with pure white hair and cold, icy blue eyes, moved forward with grace until she stood before Ra. Two opposites facing one another. At the center of everything, the most important and violent fight was going on. Poseidon spun his trident. It elongated, reshaping into a long golden spear radiating tremendous power. Odin and Zeus attacked in tandem. Gungnir, imbued with the Odin force, tore through space. Zeus' master lightning bolt looked like a monstrous spear, burnt and screeched like billions of birds. Poseidon moved the spear through the air, deflecting the divine attacks with unimaginable precision. Every motion redirected the incoming force instead of stopping it. His movements were impossibly graceful and fluid. He exhaled slowly. Steam rolled out, white, dense and bright, flooding the air surrounding the three kings. The effects could be felt by them right away. It was hypnotic and disorienting. A hallucination caught Zeus, making him falter. But Odin didn't get caught in the illusion, tearing himself free of it right away. His power of wisdom and runes allowed him to recognize when reality was no longer present. But as it turned out, that very brief moment was already enough time. Poseidon had vanished and reappeared in front of Odin with glowing fists. Recoilless, vibration knuckle. The vibration knuckle struck Odin's face. Space-time seemed to wiggle like the surface of water after dropping a stone. Odin's face bent inwards, but didn't break, not yet. His body was launched backwards, smashing through layers of space like glass panes, his body zooming through the air before crashing into the battlefield far away. Only then did Odin's face finally crack and pop. Poseidon turned around in the same moment after he had punched Odin. With one fluid motion, he thrust his golden spear forward and pierced Zeus through the stomach. Aawa. HNNNNHHH. The pain pulled Zeus out of his hallucination. The spear lifted him off the ground, divine blood pouring down the shaft. He looked like a piece of meat on a stick. Rara. You. Curse you. Zeus screamed. Poseidon held him there and started the process of absorbing Zeus's essence into his weapon. Poseidon's trident was no longer merely a divine weapon or a soul-cutter sword. Together with Diuikite, it had transcended all those things and become a true part of him, capable of growing alongside him and increasing his tremendous power by absorbing souls and any kind of energy. N-O-O-O. Zeus roared as he felt it. Then, the universe seemed to bend. Just as Poseidon had done to Odin's face, but this time, the space-time of the universe seemed to be affected. A fist appeared, having passed through time. It didn't move, didn't teleport, it transcended causality and appeared in front of Poseidon's face. Heat beyond a neutron star's core, combined with the density of a collapsed star, was compressed into a single point and struck Poseidon's face. Full force. Reality fractured, space folded inward, time splintered as the sheer mass energy conversion of the blow erased uncountable futures. The impact released no explosion. At least not one that could be described with normal words. The shockwave rippled through the present, annihilating layers of certainty that seemed rigid just a second before. Vroom. Blood, ichor, liquid, all sprayed across the void, making the battlefield freeze. Odin, having recovered, thanks to his use of the full Odin force and healed to some degree, stood upright. He walked forward, already using his hidden trump cards to recuperate and heal faster. He couldn't appear weak right now, not when he was here. You took your sweet time, he said. The space where Poseidon once stood shimmered, and a figure stepped through. Tall, radiant, powerful, and with a bright smile on his face. The man had long black hair, a ripped physique, and the air of a monarch and king who rivaled and seemed to transcend those of Zeus and Odin. But all three of them shared the same dimension of their egos. His body literally glowed, his expensive red and golden clothing hummed with stellar warmth, his eyes burned with barely contained power. He even wore a crown of light on his head. I came as fast as I could, the man said. Yeah, right. You waited until the last moment to appear with your usual swagger, Odin said. Cough. Zeus spat ichor on the ground and wiped his mouth, looking at the men. Who are you supposed to be? He asked. Haven't they taught you anything yet? Odin, and you told me he was supposed to be a god king. The man shook his head arrogantly. Why, you arrogant prick. Stop that, Zeus. I am the one who asked him to come. You should really inform yourself better on the matters of different pantheons, Odin said. So what? Who is this? This is Ra, the god king of the Kryptonian pantheon. Heh, Ra grinned. This war is over. Hey you. Tell me how you like the twist. I want to end the arc but I'm having too much fun with it. But this is the last stretch. Chapter 31, A War to be Remembered 9. The battlefield held its breath after the punch. For the first time, it seemed that the fighting could be over. Rao seemed to think so, at least. A large dust cloud blocked everyone's view of his body, but from the way he had been punched, he had to have suffered greatly, right? Where are you going? Odin asked Rao. I'm going to greet my love, he said. You are here to fight Poseidon. You can get your little prize later on, Odin said angrily. After that punch, he is lucky if he even reforms again. I broke causality with it after gaining speed, flying through dozens of universes. You know why I even considered coming here. I know, but he's not dead yet. You can get her later, Odin snarled. Get who? Who are you talking about? Zeus asked. That's not import, Odin said, but was interrupted by Rao. R.A., of course. She is the one for me, and I only agreed to arrive here for her, he said. What? Impossible, R.A. is mine. Zeus shouted. Pa, how ridiculous to think that she would even bother with a weak brute like you. I have yearned for someone who could fill the hole in my heart for millennia. Never. Zeus was just about to attack Rao, as they suddenly felt movement from the smoke. They all looked to the front and saw Poseidon standing there. His clothes were ruffled and destroyed in some places, but for some reason, he still looked immaculate as if he were walking in the park, enjoying a warm sea breeze. He held his neck with one hand, rubbing it and relieving some tension. He cracked his bones and rolled his left shoulder. Then he looked to the side and spat some ichor on the ground. All that for a drop of blood. Impressive. Of course it is impressive, It's impressive how far I could see with my eyes closed. For a moment, no one said anything. The three god kings simply stared at the men they all came to kill with different levels of surprise. Zeus's face was filled with immense hatred. Odin calculated thousands of different scenarios and explanations, and Rao, he started laughing. Ha 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 ha, that's hilarious. You are funny. He started walking towards Poseidon. Slowly, his massive amounts of power manifested around him, giving him a reddish-golden aura. He addressed Odin and Zeus and waved his hand. Don't interfere with this. I'll end this quickly. Neither of the two followed Rao, but for different reasons. Zeus didn't like him and wanted to have Ra for himself. Odin, meanwhile, wanted to see what would happen and chose to wait. As Rao arrived a short distance before Poseidon, the two stared into each other's eyes. The heated arrogance of Rao met the cold, endless pride of Poseidon. And for some reason, Rao felt as if he were being looked down upon. Leaving the other two to fight me all on your own, how gutless. What? Rao said, tilting his head in confusion. You're not making any sense. How is that gutless? Because suicide is the coward's way out. Ha 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 ha. Rao started laughing again, wiping a tear from his eyes. A glint could be seen in his eyes as they shone brightly. Ra was bloodied and half-frozen but still standing by sheer refusal. She ignited her blade, melting the unnaturally cold ice. Her breath steamed in the immense cold. It should not have gone this way, she thought to herself. One moment, she was doing incredibly well, winning on all accounts, and then suddenly, this woman arrived and posed a massive problem. Her Shirkai's flames and radiation burned against the frost, constricting and closing in on her. The ice around her was anything but normal. It was mixed with terribly bad and malicious emotions, of hate and destruction. A hatred of all life and warmth seemed to fuel the freezing temperatures, causing them to plummet constantly. And in front of her, the one who had delivered it stepped out of the mist of war. A woman, tall, elegant, and beautiful on all accounts. But something about her seemed wrong. Her skin sparkled like the powder snow under sunlight, but her eyes were empty of warmth, devoid of life. They didn't reflect anything, crystal blue, also beautiful. She smiled at Ra with a calm, intimate cruelty of someone who had already decreed for Ra to die and was only waiting for her to freeze fully. Mother of life, she said frostily. Ra's eyes narrowed. Ichor ran down her ribs and evaporated through the immense heat that still radiated off of her. You're not Norse, Ra rasped. Not Greek. Not mine, who are you? The woman tilted her head, amused. She knew why no one seemed to know about her. Why everyone feared her, and if they did know about her, why they only whispered her name. She was one of the most closely guarded secrets of the Kryptonian pantheon. Scythana. Ra's expression changed, not out of fear or surprise. She didn't recognize the name anywhere, but she could feel the power it held. Her instinct told her that she was indeed powerful and dangerous. Scythana stepped closer, and the battlefield's temperature dropped another degree, then another, until even Ra's divine flames flickered at the opposition. I have watched you, Scythana continued, cold and final. All your warmth. All your bright little insistence that life matters. That order matters. That creation is sacred. She inhaled, as if savoring the smell of living beings freezing to death in the surroundings. And I have wanted to vomit. Ra lifted her burning sword, melting the ice shards in the vicinity. You talk too much, she said. If you hate life, then come closer. Let's see how much you hate being burnt. Scythana's smile widened. Oh, I will kill you, she promised. I will kill you because he wants you. Ra's stomach tightened, and for the first time in this war, her rage turned truly hot. Scythana's voice remained serene and cold. Ra sees you as a prize. A radiant thing. A queen to place on a throne and call his. But if you die, he will seek another mate. And I will be there. He belongs to me. Together we will create the perfect children, who will destroy all life. Ra spat ichor onto the ground at her feet, looking bored and annoyed more than worried. You're a sad idiot. I care nothing for another man, Ra said. Scythana's expression didn't shift. I am going to kill you, she repeated. Her fingers flexed. The air trembled from the two goddesses' power. Ra's muscles strained. Her soul cutter sword's initial release erupted, the sunlight melted through frost, earth and bodies with scaring ease. Scythana raised one hand. Behind her, the ground split open with ice, and her ice monster children surged out. They didn't charge Ra, surprisingly. They turned and lunged toward the Sun Tide's generals on the entire battlefield, targeting them and seeking to destroy them. Tentacruel, whose poison spheres were flying at his enemies, froze mid-flight and dropped harmlessly to the ground. Inkwell's ink froze, splattering against ice creatures and steaming uselessly. He felt the neutralizing power of his ink struggling to mute a thing that did not truly live. He tilted his head to the side, interested in this new phenomenon. Riptide, who was still enjoying his rush from Heracles' flesh he had consumed, saw his soldiers being frozen and shattered apart by ice talons, but before most of them could leap back into fluids. The two Kraken's massive limbs were wrapped in frost so quickly that their movement almost fully ceased. But their immense dimensions saved them from being encased fully. But it did grant the Gigantes time to deal with them. A scream cut through the ice-laden air. Two figures flew in from above, landing next to Ra Shu and Tefnut. Ra's children. They arrived having seen their mother's situation. Shu used the power of air. A pressure that shoved aside ice spells, arrows, and bodies alike. Tefnut materialized the remaining moisture, summoning large waves of mist and rain to block the ice creatures, which proved incredibly hard to overcome. Mother. Tefnut cried, her voice breaking. We're here. Ra's face showed displeasure at the thought of having to help her, but also pleasure that her children were there. You shouldn't be. Shu slammed into an ice monster with a hurricane punch, shattering it into a small blizzard. Tefnut followed, using moisture and slamming it into the ice creatures. For a second, it worked. The ice cracked. Tentacruel jerked free, his poison turning liquid again and dissolving the ground as he adapted to the ice. Inkwell's ink reformed into spears, stabbing into frost bodies and erasing their coherence and the property of coldness they held. Everyone adapted to this as quickly as possible, and by helping each other, they were even better than they would have been individually. Scythana watched it happen as if she didn't care. Then she exhaled, a simple breath. The moisture Tefnut had summoned began to freeze before it could be turned back to moisture fast enough. Shu's use of the wind became heavy, as it resisted its own motion as if the air itself were being forced to slumber. The siblings felt it immediately. They pushed harder, panic setting in. The amount of power they could feel from the ice was staggering. Scythana moved. She stepped through Shu's controlled wind as if it were nothing, raised her hand, and touched his chest gently. There was no explosion or a cut of flesh. Just a spreading patch of perfect white. Shu's eyes widened as he felt his lungs stop moving entirely. Not because they lacked air, but because the concept of breathing and inhaling had been frozen inside him. He staggered, clawing at his throat. Tefnut screamed and threw herself between them, trying to wash away the frost. But she failed. Scythana backhanded her. Once again, the strike wasn't as much physical as it was metaphysical. It stopped her in place, freezing her entirely and all her motion. Ice crawled up her arms like parasites, locking her elbows, her shoulders, then her spine. Her mouth opened, trying to call out to her mother for help, but a shard of ice formed over her lips. Ra's eyes widened with fury so intense it briefly overpowered the pain in her ribs. Scythana. Scythana glanced at Ra like she'd forgotten she was there. Your children are cute, she said politely. In the way insects are cute for trying to lift stones. Shu fell to one knee, choking, his life flickering. Tefnut trembled, locked in a prison of frost. Her tears froze on her cheeks. They weren't dead, not yet. But they were hanging on by a thread so thin someone could sneeze and snap it. Ra took one step forward, and the battlefield's balance shifted again. Ra's and the Kryptonian Pantheon's presence had changed the war, prolonging it further. The air tore open where Ra had appeared, and figures moved through, wearing Krypton's pride and divine armor. Rao's children. Unlike the gods who had fought up to this point, Rao's children weren't humanoid, at least not all of them. Flamebird arrived first, her body enveloped in living fire. She didn't speak. She turned her head, saw Ares bound in Hephaestus' golden chains, and launched herself at it. With a wave of powerful flames, Enkidu, those divine restraints that tightened with the target's power and divinity, were unmade and turned to dust. Ares inhaled as he regained his power and bathed in the massive ocean of power he gained through the ongoing war around him. For a moment, he didn't move. Then his grin split his face. Finally, he erupted forward with a roar that shook the bones of everyone nearby. His eyes shone with bloodlust as he lunged at the nearest enemy like a starved beast freed from a cage and unleashed the most violent destruction, as he was high on power. Hephaestus turned slowly, saw the chains dissolving, and felt something cold settle behind his ribs. Those chains were rather weak against pure physical strength, especially for those without divine energy, but to dissolve under flames, that shouldn't have happened. He watched Flamebird's retreating glow and remembered it, calculating the reason for this. Nightwing, a son of Rao, arrived next. He looked like a large, shadowed bat with the beak of a dragon. He moved like a shadow, sweeping through ranks of foot soldiers as if they were weak before a scythe. Hundreds of thousands died in moments, their bodies collapsing without even understanding what had struck them, heads separating from shoulders, torsos bursting apart as his strikes landed. Nightwing was originally tasked by his father and creator, Rao, to hunt down the evils that hid in the shadows from Rao. His gaze locked onto Hecate and simply attacked. However, he hadn't realized who Hecate truly was, no one seemed to have. Hecate raised one hand. Nightwing's first strike hit an invisible wall of twisted spell work and rebounded, not away, but sideways, into the ground. A crater formed instantly. Nightwing adjusted mid-motion, forming blades of shadow with his wings. Hecate's spells imploded them before they finished existing. But Nightwing kept the attacks coming. The space around them became a nightmare of collapsing spell lattices and shadow attacks that tried to cut through magic itself. And finally, the third child of Rao, Vok. He stepped onto the battlefield like a man entering his workshop. He had blue skin and 4 arms, which he used to create marvelous technological advancements and any form of creation he could conceive. He looked around once, taking in the chaos, and his eyes, which were bright and intelligent, fixed on Hephaestus, not with hatred but with interest. Vok raised his hand, and shapes formed, Kryptonian constructs of technology, elegant geometric shapes, hummed with engineered power. Ares, still roaring with bloodlust, charged alongside him. 2 attackers approached Hephaestus, one a craftsman and creator, the other a beast. Hephaestus lifted his warhammer. His eyes were cold and calculating, his posture steady. Round 2. Ares bellowed, saliva flying. Let me show you what you missed last time, cripple. Hephaestus didn't so much as flinch. He activated a mechanism with his thumb, and a moment later, a ring of golden sigils flared around his feet. The ground beneath Ares shifted, a set of trap runes of Hephaestus design, built to hijack momentum and redirect it into containment fields. Ares hit it at full speed. His charge backfired and folded in on itself. He crashed face-first into a hard light wall that did not exist a moment before, smashing his face and breaking several bones in the process. The beauty of the construct was that the individual's own power was used against him. So Ares' immense power, which increased more and more, was his own undoing. Hephaestus stepped forward and once again drove the warhammer into Ares' jaw with an impact that made the air tremble. Ares' head snapped sideways, teeth, blood vessels, muscles and bones exploding into gore and splattering on the ground. His immense power had also increased his durability. Hephaestus followed with a knee to the ribs, then a hammer strike to the spine, and that did the trick. Ares dropped, twitching. Vok watched the entire exchange without moving. Then he smiled faintly. You build, Vok said simply. Hephaestus kept his hammer on his shoulder. I do. You as well. Vok's constructs shifted, forming a spear, then a shield, then a rotating shield of energy nodes that tried to disassemble Hephaestus' weapon at the molecular level. Hephaestus' hammer pulsed with power. The 8th metal, filled with Hephaestus' power of the forge, resisted the voice's energy and technology. The disassembly failed. You're not like them, Hephaestus said. Vok tilted his head. No, he agreed. I'm not. But neither are you. They circled each other, 2 creators and inventors surrounded by idiots who thought war was only muscles, flaring divinity, and shouting. Vok's gaze flicked to Ares in the crater. Your chains were elegant, Vok said. Until Flamebird erased them. He said her name with something like resignation, as if he was fed up. Hephaestus noticed and tilted his head. You don't like her? He asked. She always destroys, Vok continued quietly. That is her purpose. She was made to end what I built. Even when I create something marvelous that would help Krypton, she destroys it. Hephaestus didn't respond immediately. Then he said, almost casually, my mother threw me off Olympus. Vok paused. Hephaestus' voice remained steady. He had made peace with his origins and was thankful for them since he found Poseidon and Ra, but something bitter remained inside him. I was ugly, Hephaestus said. Lame. Unwanted. She didn't even hesitate. Vok stared at him, interest turning into something more complicated. Hephaestus tightened his grip on the hammer, looking at it, at what he had created. You still build, Vok murmured. But you're no longer ugly. Vok's constructs shifted with uncertainty. And Flamebird destroys what you build, Hephaestus continued. So what do you do? Keep making things she can kill. Keep kneeling to a purpose you didn't choose. Vok's lips parted slightly, as if the question had hit something inside him. Hephaestus lowered his hammer. You're not our enemy, Hephaestus said. You're theirs. The war raged around them, but for a moment, the space between the two creators felt like a forge room with a shut door. Finally, Vok exhaled. Flamebird believes creation is arrogance, he said softly. She thinks the ending is purity. But she can't help herself. Our father made her that way. And what do you think? Vok hesitated. Then, slowly, he extended his hand. I think, Vok said, I want to build something that survives her. Something that lasts, and matters. Hephaestus stared at the hand for a heartbeat longer. Then he smiled and clasped it. The two gods shook hands, expressing their understanding and passion. In this action, both of them proved that they were more than simple blacksmiths. They were geniuses who could create and invent things no one else could. Well, almost no one. Elsewhere, the battlefield's madness took on new forms. Mordo, the Kryptonian god of strength, was charged by those who feared him. Atlas, in the middle of swatting aside cannon fodder, had just punched Aphrodite out of the war so hard it seemed love had left the stage for good. Mordo arrived like a battering ram, hitting Atlas in the chest. Atlas grinned. Oh, he rumbled. Finally. And the two titans of strength began to trade blows, each impact flattening terrain, each clash turning the battlefield into a cratered wasteland. Meanwhile, Osiris shifted targets. He had been pressing Ra earlier, before Scythana had arrived, trying to kill her with his life and death authority, trying to end her with the power of death. But now he saw Scythana standing before Ra's, ice monsters spreading, and had another idea. Osiris' gaze slid toward Hades. He moved like the river Nile towards his new target. He struck Hades from the side with a wave of necrotic power. A wave of death energy hit Hades and made him stagger. The Greek god of the underworld turned around. His eyes narrowed as he used shadows to swallow the attack's brunt. You play with power you don't understand, he said. Let me show you how it's done. And then Set, who was watching Kronos just finishing Sekhmet's complete beatdown, decided to do something unthinkable. He attacked the Titan of Time. The god of war and deserts lunged forward, sand and blood rising around him, and moving towards one of the strongest fighters in this war. Kronos turned his head slowly. Set's strike landed, and then stopped. Kronos looked at him like he was an idiot. You're the dumbest piece of trash I have ever had the displeasure of meeting, Kronos said, as if commenting on the weather. Set snarled. I'm sick of watching you. Before he could even process what had happened, Kronos touched Set's forehead. His words died. His body aged forward and backward simultaneously, like what Kronos had done to Sekhmet, in a violent paradox. Aha! Set screamed. Kronos watched as the ruler of the Ennead erased himself, since paradoxes couldn't contain themselves. Somewhere, off to the side, Nemesis stood motionless. The goddess of divine retribution looked at the battlefield with hollow eyes, her fingers flexing as if she wanted to act, but she couldn't. Her very nature of balance, consequence, and deserved punishment was choking her. This war was wrong on too many levels at once. No clean scales. No clear retribution. Just greed, hatred, and power games. Nemesis' limbs trembled. She tried to step forward, but her feet refused to move. She hated this, hated herself more for being unable to do anything to change it or stop it. But above all, she hated the person who appeared above it all, Nike. Victory had arrived. Speed, strength, endurance, and more. The gods on her side felt it immediately, something injected into their muscles, their reflexes, their lungs, their beings. Everyone's attacks sharpened, their movements quickened, their fatigue peeled away, and they saw victory at the end of the road. Zeus laughed, ichor dripping down his body, where Poseidon's spear had impaled him earlier. The wound had closed, but not fully. But now, with Nike's arrival, he fully healed and gained even more power. Ha 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 ha. Yes, he roared. You see. You see. We can't lose now. Odin, still recovering from being launched away, felt Nike's presence as well and straightened, breathing hard. He had naturally calculated this and, after realizing that his vision had been flawed, knew the benefits of fighting alongside Zeus. Rao's gaze flicked briefly toward Nike. He acknowledged her and the benefits she brought, but didn't see them as necessary. Surely he could win this fight easily. The exchange in aura output had not yielded a clear winner, which bothered Rao slightly. Victory, Rao murmured, amused. How quaint. Zeus' grin widened, and he prepared to ignore Rao's words and attack Poseidon, together with Odin. On the other side, Ra smiled at Scythana. Not a warm smile she had when she was with Poseidon, not kind in any way. More like a star-going supernova. Leave, Ra said to her children, who she had freed from their icy prisons. Tefnut's eyes widened. We can still. Ra's tone sharpened as she repeated. Leave. The air trembled. Shu and Tefnut tried to protest, but they both felt it. Ra's power was rising, together with that of Poseidon on the other side of the battlefield. The reason for sending her children away was that Ra was going to unleash something she hadn't before. Something that was too dangerous for them to be around her. Ra lifted her soul cutter sword and placed it across her palm. I'm going to erase this winter you have created, Scythana. And then she said the words. Despite saying it silently, it was heard throughout the battlefield. Final release. Her sword vanished. For a heartbeat, Ra stood there empty-handed. Then the world around her ignited. A realm of fire, heat, and solar energy manifested into reality, a sun's core condensed into a crown around her body. Symbols of her authority and divinity spun around her like planetary rings, and finally, a majestic chair appeared. Ra sat upon the throne, looking down on the world below like a true queen. Between the time she gained her soul cutter sword and the current war, Ra trained with Poseidon and evolved her powers, transforming and expanding her domain. She was now far beyond her level when she met Poseidon for the first time. The ice evaporated. It didn't even stand a chance anymore, turning to mist right away. Scythana's frost monster shattered. Shu and Tefnut were blasted backwards by the sheer pressure and power of her release, barely alive. Their frost burns turned into real burns by simply being in the vicinity. Scythana raised her hands, trying to refreeze the world, but Ra's aura hit her like a lorry. The frost couldn't manifest itself anymore. I am the sun that burns any and all who stand against my love and my family. Your pathetic display has annoyed me. Scythana's smile finally faltered. She recalled all the ice constructs and monsters, all of her children she had created before and which hadn't been destroyed yet. She pulled them towards her and had them envelop her. The coldness flowed into her, granting her power and creating a pristine armor around her. A long spear manifested in her hand. I will destroy you, she screamed. Tisk. Scythana pulled back her spear and thrust it forward with all of her power. Her strongest attack, formed in a monstrous wave of cold energy, zoomed across the battlefield towards Ra. Seeing the attack approach her, the Sun Tide's queen scoffed. To think that such a thing existed in her realm, that was an affront. She pointed at the attack in Scythana. Delete this direction. An invisible wave of heat and solar radiation descended on anything that Ra considered an enemy in her realm. The ice disappeared entirely, and with it, Scythana as well. Ra looked at the spectacle with apathy. A moment later, she felt a stream of energy being absorbed by her realm, becoming her own. All in all, this was a fruitful endeavor for her. Poseidon, who had observed the three god kings in front of him, finally moved. He reached out his hand and pulled his trident into his hand, swiping it through the air, and getting rid of the ichor. He looked at Odin, Zeus, Nike, and Ra. He looked at the swarm of lesser gods and monsters and chosen champions. What could be seen on his face was boredom and apathy. He expressed an air of superiority, looking down at those standing against him without emotion. He couldn't even muster a bit of pity. Mongrels. The word rolled across the battlefield like a tidal wave, heavy with Poseidon's final judgment. Ironically, this single word carried immense power. Nike had to push back harder, trying to forcefully push the aspect of victory onto her side's fighters. You cling to borrowed power and promises, he continued calmly. Victory. Fate. Titles. Pantheons. Glory. All of your actions originate from your greed. His eyes slid to Zeus, who was coughing blood and trying to stand under Poseidon's immense presence. You call yourselves kings. His gaze moved to Odin, who gripped Gungnir like it was a walking stick and his last lifeline. You call yourselves wise. Then his eyes moved to Ra, who stood radiant and calm. His arrogance had been challenged, but didn't disappear. You call yourselves gods. Poseidon's expression grew even colder as he stared at them with contempt. How pathetic. Nike's, Zeus, Odin's and Ra's auras surged, feeling the fighting spirit roar and preparing themselves for the inevitable clash. Perhaps, Poseidon murmured, as if speaking to himself, it's time to stop fighting blind. Zeus laughed condescendingly, and Odin narrowed his eyes. What are you babbling about? Have you lost your mind, Poseidon? Poseidon didn't answer. For the first time since the war began, he opened his eyes. Not physically, not the lids, but something else. His irises trembled slightly and then shifted. The crystal blue irises broke apart into three. Odin's breath caught, as he felt the change immediately. Rao's expression sharpened with interest, and Zeus grimaced since he thought it looked disgusting and wanted to have intercourse. But the one who seemed most affected by this was Nike. The goddess of victory's aura wavered, just for a heartbeat. Victory was no longer a constant, no longer certain. Poseidon looked at them all with those new eyes. Finally, he had opened his eyes. All this time, he had them closed, even in his fight against Thor, where he showed respect to the god of thunder's strength, he hadn't had them open. Only now did he have them open. And the battlefield, god-filled, monster-filled, suddenly felt small. Very, very small and transparent. Rao finally attacked, having had enough of the rambling of Poseidon. He used his massive heat and divine solar power to punch him in the face. His fist landed, the heat that usually melted the hardest of metals, impacted Poseidon's face. He was set on fire and launched into the distance. Rao turned around, shaking his hand a bit. He had quite the hard skull, he said. But this farce is over. A crystal blue beam of energy pierced Rao's stomach. He coughed ichor in surprise, seeing Poseidon standing in front of him, unharmed, while the flames still tried to touch his skin, with the same apathetic look he always had. Why aren't you dead? Rao asked. Suddenly, the flames grew smaller until they disappeared entirely, shocking those around him, as those were Rao's fully powered solar flames, and with the divinity of endless burning, they shouldn't have gone out. But they hadn't realized that they had already lost. The power that Poseidon held and had used his pools of inspiration for was to get different powers of characters of fiction. Bleach was one of the first he used to create the Soul Cutter swords. This was the power of the Almighty, but it had been enhanced by the pools of inspiration for centuries and now was more powerful than its Bleach counterpart. The power Poseidon showed now was the ability to see and know everything that would occur. Such a feat should be impossible, since the DC multiverse is a place with so many different scales of power that no one could truly see all possible futures. But the scale of Poseidon's influence was indeed not covering the entire multiverse at this point. But that didn't matter in this fight. Urgh. Rao grunted in pain. The trident had pierced him at some point, but he hadn't realized it. The effect of the trident was felt by Rao immediately, quickly pulling himself off the ridiculous weapon. He held his bleeding stomach in pain. What is that? How did you not die? What are you? And what are those eyes? Rao asked. So many questions. Now that my eyes have opened, I can see all things clearly, from this moment into the far future. Even more than before. And I can know all that I have seen. All powers I have come to know turn to my side, becoming unable to do me harm, much less kill me. You all have already lost. Am I going to be defeated? Rao asked, a maniacal grin appearing on his face. Getting all full of yourself because you put out my eternal flames. But how will you defeat me when those flames you put out have burnt your divine power? That's right. My eternal flames have the power to burn anything they come in contact with, even concepts. I have targeted everything about you with those flames. Putting them out means no thee. B-O-O-O-O-O-M-M-M-M-M-M. The monologue of Rao was interrupted, as a massive hole appeared in his center. His stomach ceased to exist, and only his limbs and head remained, falling to the ground, lifelessly. What the? Zeus shouted. Odin didn't wait any longer and attacked using all of his Odin force and Gungnir. However, just as he was about to attack, his son Thor, or at least the construct of him, appeared. He grabbed his father's arms and the spear and took him into a deadlock, preventing him from attacking. Thor. What are you doing? Odin shouted. Zeus also attacked, using his new top speed to travel faster than light, multiple times over and punch Poseidon. Poseidon held out his trident, which transformed into a calligraphy brush. Black ink flowed from it as Poseidon slashed it through the air horizontally. The black ink hit Zeus and, contrary to his expectations, when his fist made contact with Poseidon, did absolutely nothing. The ink changed color and became white. Poseidon weaved the brush through the air, as white Greek words appeared on Zeus a moment later. Slave. The impact of the brush smashed Zeus through the air, before he could even mutter anything. Then Poseidon looked at Odin, who had finally gotten his son off of him and was holding him down instead. He turned to Poseidon with all of his rage and boundless hatred for him. Tau epsilon lambda iota kappa alpha pi epsilon lambda epsilon upsilon theta rho omega sigma eta, kappa pi epsilon lambda lambda omicron tau eta rho omicron tau eta pi alpha rho xi eta, final release, cup of flowing existence. The world and all the fluids turned completely and utterly black. Poseidon disappeared, and multiple people on the battlefield could feel themselves being pulled in by a monstrously large black current. The current began to grow stronger, pulling all the dark liquid into something. Odin realized that he was no longer alone in this strange situation, as all of the remaining members of his Norse pantheon, as well as the Gigantes and the Kryptonian gods, except Vok, were around. Even the remains of Ra could be seen, as could the Greek goddess Nike. Everyone looked up and realized that they were inside a ginormous teacup, and holding the cup was Poseidon. His stature had seemingly grown to the size of a planet, if not larger. He didn't smile and kept his superior expression. Then he raised the cup to his mouth. Odin and other gods and goddesses tried to flee the black, inky fluid, but they couldn't move or use their powers. They were all powerless. The last thing they saw, much like Cronus years ago, was Poseidon's mouth as he swallowed all of the liquid inside the cup in one go. They never stood a chance.